Section 15 of the Secret Doctrine, Book 1, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tim Rowe. Cosmogenesis, Part 1. Cosmic Evolution by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Stanza 6. 1. By the power of the Mother of Mercy and Knowledge, A. Kuan Yin, the triple of Kuan Shai Yin, residing in Kuan Yin Tian. B. Fohat, the breath of their progeny, the son of the suns, having called forth from the lower abyss, the elusive form of Xian Chan, and the seven elements. This stanza is translated from the Chinese text, and the names given as the equivalents of the original terms are preserved. The real esoteric nomenclature cannot be given, as it would only confuse the reader. The Brahmanical doctrine has no equivalents for these. Vach seems in many an aspect to approach the Chinese Kuan Yin, but there is no regular worship of Vach under his name in India, as there is of Kuan Yin in China. No exoteric religious system has ever adopted a female creator, and thus, from the first dawn of popular religions, woman has been regarded and treated as inferior to man. It is only in China and Egypt that Kuan Yin and Isis are placed on a par with the male gods. Esotericism ignores both sexes. Its highest deity is as sexless as it is formless, neither father nor mother, and its first manifested beings, celestial and terrestrial alike, become only gradually androgynous to finally separate into distinct sexes. A. The Mother of Mercy and Knowledge is called the triple of Kuan Shai Yin. Because of her correlations, metaphysical and cosmical, she is the mother, the wife, and the daughter of the Logos. Just as in the later theological translations, she became the Father, Son, and female Holy Ghost, the Shakti or energy, the essence of the three. Thus, in the esotericism of the Vedantins, Devi Prakriti, the light manifested through Ishvara, the Logos, is at one and the same time the mother and also the daughter of the Logos or verbum of Parabrahman, while in that of the Trans-Himalayan teachings, it is, in the hierarchy of their allegorical and metaphysical theogony, the mother or abstract ideal matter, Mula Prakriti, the root of nature from the metaphysical standpoint, a correlation of Adi Buddha manifested in the Logos, Avalokiteshvara, and from the purely occult and cosmical Fohat, the Son of God, the androgynous energy resulting from this light of the Logos, which manifests in the plane of the objective universe as the hidden, as much as the revealed, electricity, which is life. Says T. Suba Rowe, evolution is commenced by the intellectual energy of the Logos, not merely on account of the potentialities locked up in Mula Prakriti. This light of the Logos is the link between objective matter and the subjective thought of Ishvara or Logos. It is called in several Buddhist books Fohat. It is the one instrument with which the Logos works. B. Kuan Yin Tian means the melodious heaven of sound, the abode of Kuan Yin, or the divine voice. This voice is a synonym of the verbum or word, speech, as the expression of thought. Thus may be traced the connection with and even the origin of the Hebrew Bath Kol, the daughter of the divine voice, or verbum, or the male and female Logos, the heavenly man or Adam Kadmon, who is at the same time Sephira. The latter was surely anticipated by the Hindu Vach, the goddess of speech, or of the word. For Vach, the daughter in the female portion, as is stated of Brahma, one generated by the gods, is in company with Kuan Yin, with Isis, also the daughter, wife and sister of Osiris, and other goddesses, the female Logos, so to speak, the goddess of the active forces in nature, the word, voice or sound, and speech. If Kuan Yin is the melodious voice, so is Vach the melodious cow who milked forth sustenance and water, the female principle, who yields us nourishment and sustenance as Mother Nature. She is associated in the work of creation with Prajapati. She is male and female, ad libitum, as Eve is with Adam, and she is a form of Aditi, the principle higher than Aether of Akasha, the synthesis of all the forces in nature. Thus, Vach and Kuan Yin are both the magic potency of occult sound in nature and ether, which, voice, calls forth Xian Chan, the elusive form of the universe, out of chaos and the seven elements. Thus, in Manu, Brahma, the Logos also, is shown dividing his body into two parts, male and female, and creating in the latter, who is Vach, Viraj, who is himself or Brahma again. A learned Vedantin occultist speaks of this goddess as follows, explaining the reason why Ishvara or Brahma is called verbum or logos, why in fact it is called Sabda Brahman. The explanation I am going to give you will appear thoroughly mystical, but if mystical, it has a tremendous significance when properly understood. Our old writers said that Vach is of four kinds. See Rigveda and the Upanishads. Vaikari Vach is what we utter. Every kind of Vaikari Vach exists in its Madhyama, further in its Pashyanti, and ultimately in its Para form. The reason why this Pranava is called Vach is this, that the four principles of the great cosmos correspond to these four forms of Vach. Now the whole manifested solar system exists in its Sukshma form in the light or energy of the Logos, because its energy is caught up and transferred to cosmic matter. The whole cosmos in its objective form is Vaikari Vach. The light of the Logos is the Madhyama form, and the Logos itself the Pashyanti form, and Parabrahman, the para aspect of that Vach. It is by the light of this explanation that we must try to understand certain statements made by various philosophers to the effect that the manifested cosmos is the verbum manifested as cosmos. 2. The swift and the radiant one produces the seven layer centers. A. Against which none will prevail to the great day be with us, and seats the universe on these eternal foundations surrounding Xian Chan with the elementary germs. B. A. The seven layer centers are the 7 0 points, using the term zero in the same sense that chemists do. It indicates in esotericism a point at which the reckoning of differentiation begins. From these centers, beyond which esoteric philosophy allows us to perceive the dim metaphysical outlines of the 7 sons of life and light, the 7 logoi of the Hermetic and all other philosophers, begins the differentiation of the elements which enter into the constitution of our solar system. It has often been asked, what is the exact definition of Fohat and his powers and functions, for he seems to exercise those of a personal God as understood in the popular religions. The answer has just been given in the commentary on Stanza 5, as well said in the Bhagavad Gita lectures. The whole cosmos must necessarily exist in the one source of energy, from which this light, Fohat, emanates. Whether we count the principles in cosmos and man as 7 or only 4, the forces of and in physical nature are 7. And it is stated by the same authority that prajna, or the capacity of perception, exists in 7 different aspects, corresponding to the 7 conditions of matter. For, just as a human being is composed of 7 principles, differentiated matter in the solar system exists in 7 different conditions. So does Fohat. Fohat has several meanings, as already shown. He is called the builder of the builders, the force that he personifies having formed our septenary chain. He is 1 and 7, and on the cosmic place is behind all such manifestations as light, heat, sound, adhesion, etc., etc., and is the spirit of electricity, which is the life of the universe. As an abstraction, we will call it the one life. As an objective and evident reality, we speak of a septenary scale of manifestation, which begins at the upper rung with the one unknowable causality and ends as omnipresent mind and life, immanent in every atom of matter. Thus, while science speaks of its evolution through brute matter, blind force, and senseless motion, the occultists point to intelligent law and sentient life, and add that Fohat is the guiding spirit of all this. Yet he is no personal God at all, but the emanation of those other powers behind him, whom the Christians call the messengers of their God, in reality of the Elohim, or rather one of the 7 creators called Elohim, and we the messenger of the primordial sons of life and light. B. The elementary germs with which he fills Xian Chen, the universe, from Tien Sin, the heaven of mind, or that which is absolute, are the atoms of science and the monads of Leibniz. Of the 7, first 1 manifested, 6 concealed, 2 manifested, 5 concealed, 3 manifested, 4 concealed, 4 produced, 3 hidden, 4 and 1 san revealed, 2 and 1/2 concealed, 6 to be manifested, 1 laid aside, A. Lastly, 7 small wheels revolving, one giving birth to the other, B. A. Although these stanzas refer to the whole universe after a Mahapralaya, universal dissolution, yet this sentence, as any student of occultism may see, refers also by analogy to the evolution and final formation of the primitive, though compound, 7 elements on our earth. Of these, 4 elements are now fully manifested, while the 5th, ether, is only partially so, as we are hardly in the second half of the 4th round, and consequently the 5th element will manifest fully only in the 5th round. The worlds, including our own, as germs, were of course primarily evolved from the one element in its second stage, Father-Mother, the differentiated world's soul, not what is termed the oversoul by Emerson, whether we call it with modern science cosmic dust and fire mist, or with occultism Akasha, Jivatma, divine astral light, or the soul of the world. But this first stage of evolution was in due course of time followed by the next. No world and no heavenly body could be constructed on the objective plane had not the elements been already sufficiently differentiated from their primeval illus, resting in Leia. The latter term is a synonym of nirvana. It is in fact the nirvanic dissociation of all substances merged after life cycle into the latency of their primary conditions. It is the luminous but bodiless shadow of the matter that was, the realm of negativeness, wherein lie latent during their period of rest the active forces of the universe. Now, speaking of elements, it is made the standing reproach of the ancients that they supposed their elements simple and undecomposable. The shades of our prehistoric ancestors might return the compliment to modern physicists, now that new discoveries in chemistry have led Mr. W. Crookes, FRS, to admit that science is yet 1,000 leagues from a knowledge of the compound nature of the simplest molecule. From him we learn that such a thing as a really simple molecule entirely homogeneous is terra incognita in chemistry. Where are we to draw the line, he asks. Is there no way out of this perplexity? Must we either make the elementary examinations so stiff that only 60 or 70 candidates can pass, or must we open the examination doors so wide that the number of admissions is limited only by the number of applicants? And then the learned chemist gives striking instances. He says, take the case of yttrium. It has its definite atomic weight. It behaved in every respect as a simple body, an element to which we might indeed add, but from which we could not take away. Yet this yttrium, this supposed homogeneous whole, on being submitted to a certain method of fractionation, is resolved into, not absolutely identical among themselves, and exhibiting a gradation of properties. Or take the case of didymium. Here was a body betraying all the recognized characters of an element. It had been separated with much difficulty from other bodies which approximated closely to it in their properties. And during this crucial process it had undergone very severe treatment and very close scrutiny. But then came another chemist who, treating this assumed homogeneous body by a peculiar process of fractionation, resolved it into the 2 bodies praseodymium and neodymium, between which certain distinctions are perceptible. Further, we even now have no certainty that neodymium and praseodymium are simple bodies. On the contrary, they likewise exhibit symptoms of splitting up. Now, if one supposed element on proper treatment is thus found to comprise dissimilar molecules, we are surely warranted in asking whether similar results might not be obtained in other elements, perhaps in all elements if treated in the right way. We may even ask where the process of sorting out is to stop, a process which of course presupposes variations between the individual molecules of each species, and in these successive separations we naturally find bodies approaching more and more closely to each other. Once more, this reproach against the ancients is an unwarrantable statement. The initiated philosophers, at any rate, can hardly come under such an imputation, since it is they who have invented allegories and religious myths from the beginning. Had they been ignorant of the heterogeneity of their elements, they would have had no personifications of fire, air, water, earth, and ether. Their cosmic gods and goddesses would never have been blessed with such posterity, with so many sons and daughters, elements born from and within each respective element. Alchemy and occult phenomena would have been a delusion and a snare, even in theory, had the ancients been ignorant of the personalities and correlative functions and attributes of every element that enters into the composition of air, water, earth, and even fire, the latter a terra incognita to this day to modern science, which is obliged to call it motion, the evolution of light and heat, state of ignition, defining it by its outward aspects, in short, in ignorance of its nature. But what modern science seems to fail to perceive is that, differentiated as may have been those simple chemical atoms which archaic philosophy called the creators of their respected parents, fathers, brothers, husbands of their mothers, and these mothers the daughters of their own sons, like Aditi and Daksha, for example, differentiated as these elements were in the beginning, still they were not the compound bodies known to science as they are now. Neither water, air, nor earth, the synonym for solids generally, existed in their present form, representing the only three states of matter recognized by science. For all these and even fire are productions already recombined by the atmospheres of completely formed globes, so that in the first periods of the Earth's formation they were something quite sui generis. Now that the conditions and laws ruling our solar system are fully developed, and that the atmosphere of our Earth, as of every globe, has become, so to say, a crucible of its own, occult science teaches that there is a perpetual exchange taking place in space of molecules, or rather of atoms, correlating and thus changing their combining equivalents on every planet. Some men of science, and these among the greatest physicists and chemists, begin to suspect this fact, which has been known for ages to the occultists. The spectroscope shows only the probable similarity on external evidence of terrestrial and sidereal substance. It is unable to go any farther, or to show whether or not atoms gravitate towards one another in the same way, and under the same conditions as they are supposed to do on our planet, physically and chemically. The scale of temperature from the highest degree to the lowest that can be conceived of may be imagined to be one and the same in and for the whole universe. Nevertheless, its properties, other than those of dissociation and reassociation, differ on every planet, and those atoms enter into new forms of existence undreamed of and unrecognizable to physical science. As already expressed in 5 Years of Theosophy, the essence of cometary matter, for instance, is totally different from any of the chemical or physical characteristics with which the greatest chemists and physicists of the earth are acquainted, and even that matter during rapid passage through our atmosphere undergoes a certain change in its nature. Thus, not only the elements of our planet, but even those of all its sisters in the solar system, differ in their combinations as widely from each other as from the cosmic elements beyond our solar limits. This is again corroborated by the same man of science, in the lecture referred to above, who quotes Clerk Maxwell, saying that the elements are not absolutely homogeneous. He writes, "It is difficult to conceive of selection and elimination of intermediate varieties, for where can these eliminated molecules have gone to, if, as we have reason to believe, the hydrogen, etc., of the fixed stars is composed of molecules identical in all respects with our own? In the first place, we may call in question this absolute molecular identity, since we have hitherto had no means for coming to a conclusion save the means furnished by the spectroscope, while it is admitted that, for accurately comparing and discriminating the spectra of two bodies, they should be examined under identical states of temperature, pressure, and all other physical conditions. We have certainly seen in the spectrum of the sun rays which we have not been able to identify. Therefore, the elements of our planet cannot be taken as a standard for comparison with the elements in other worlds. In fact, each world has its fohat, which is omnipresent in its own sphere of action. But there are as many Fohats as there are worlds, each varying in power and degree of manifestation. The individual Fohats make one universal collective Fohat, the aspect entity of the one absolute non-entity which is absolute beyondness, Sat. Millions and billions of worlds are produced at every Manvantara. It is said, therefore, there must be many Fohats, whom we consider as conscious and intelligent forces. This no doubt to the disgust of scientific mind. Nevertheless, the occultists, who have good reason for it, consider all the forces of nature as veritable, though supersensuous states of matter, and as possible objects of perception to beings endowed with the requisite senses. Enshrined in its pristine virgin state within the bosom of the eternal Mother, every atom born beyond the threshold of her realm is doomed to incessant differentiation. The Mother sleeps, yet is ever breathing, and every breath sends out into the plane of manifestation her protean products, which, carried on by the wave of efflux, are scattered by Fohat and driven toward or beyond this or another planetary atmosphere. Once caught by the latter, the atom is lost. Its pristine purity is gone forever, unless fate dissociates it by leading it to a current of efflux, an occult term meaning quite a different process from that which the ordinary word implies, when it may be carried once more to the borderland where it had previously perished, and taking its flight not into space above, but into space within, be brought under a state of differential equilibrium and happily reabsorbed. Were a truly learned occultist alchemist to write the life and adventures of an atom, he would secure thereby the supreme scorn of the modern chemist, though perchance into his subsequent gratitude. Indeed, if such an imaginary chemist happened to be institutional, and would for a moment step out of the habitual groove of strictly exact science, as the alchemists of old did, he might be repaid for his audacity. However it may be, the breath of the Father-Mother issues cold and radiant, and gets hot and corrupt, to cool once more and be purified in the eternal bosom of inner space, says the Commentary. Man absorbs cold pure air on the mountain top and throws it out impure hot and transformed. Thus the higher atmosphere of every globe being its mouth, and the lower its lungs, the man of our planet breathes only the refuse of Mother. Therefore he is doomed to die thereon. He who would allotropize sluggish oxygen into ozone to a measure of alchemical activity, reducing it to its pure essence for which there are means, would discover thereby a substitute for an elixir of life, and prepare it for practical use. B. The process referred to as the small wheels, one giving birth to the other, takes place in the sixth region from above, and on the plane of the most material world of all in the manifested cosmos, our terrestrial plane. These 7 wheels are our planetary chains. By wheels, the various spheres and centers of forces are generally meant, but in this case, they refer to our septenary ring. End of section 15. Section 16 of the Secret Doctrine. Book 1, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tim Rowe. Cosmogenesis Part 1. Cosmic Evolution by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Commentaries, Stanza 6, Part 2. 4. He builds them in the likeness of older wheels, placing them on the imperishable centers. A. How does Fohat build them? He collects the fiery dust. He makes balls of fire, runs through them and round them, infusing life thereinto, then sets them into motion, some one way, some the other way. They are cold, he makes them hot. They are dry, he makes them moist. They shine, he fans and cools them. B. Thus acts Fohat from one twilight to the other, during 7 eternities. A. The worlds are built in the likeness of older wheels, i.e. of those that had existed in preceding Manvataras, and went into Pralaya, for the law, for the birth, growth, and decay of everything in cosmos, from the sun to the glowworm in the grass, is one. There is an everlasting work of perfection with every new appearance, but the substance, matter, and forces are all one and the same, and this law acts on every planet through minor and varying laws. The imperishable layer centers have a great importance, and their meaning must be fully understood if we would have a clear conception of the archaic cosmogony, whose theories have now passed into occultism. At present, one thing may be stated. The worlds are built neither upon, nor over, nor in the layer centers, the 0 point being a condition, not a mathematical point. B. Bear in mind that Fohat, the constructive force of cosmic electricity, is said metaphorically to have sprung like Rudra from the head of Brahma, from the brain of the father and the bosom of the mother, and then to have metamorphosed himself into a male and a female, i.e., polarized himself into positive and negative electricity. He has 7 sons who are his brothers. Fohat is forced to be born time after time whenever any 2 of his son brothers indulge in too close contact, whether an embrace or a fight. To avoid this, he unites and binds together those of unlike nature and separates those of similar temperaments. This, as anyone can see, relates, of course, to electricity generated by friction, and to the law of attraction between 2 objects of unlike and repulsion between those of like polarity. The 7 son brothers, however, represent and personify the 7 forms of cosmic magnetism, called in practical occultism the 7 radicals, whose cooperative and active progeny are, among other energies, electricity, magnetism, sound, light, heat, cohesion, etc. Occult science defines all these as supersensuous effects in their hidden behavior and as objective phenomena in the world of sense, the former requiring abnormal faculties to perceive them, the latter cognizable by our ordinary physical senses. They all pertain to, and are the emanations of, still more supersensuous spiritual qualities, not personated by, but belonging to, real and conscious causes. To attempt a description of such entities would be worse than useless. The reader must bear in mind that, according to our teaching which regards this phenomenal universe as a great illusion, the nearer a body is to the unknown substance, the more it approaches reality, as being the farther removed from this world of Maya. Therefore, though the molecular constitution of these bodies is not deductible from their manifestations on this plane of consciousness, they nevertheless, from the standpoint of the adept occultist, possess a distinctive objective, if not material structure, in the relatively noumenal as opposed to the phenomenal universe. Men of science may term them force or forces generated by matter or modes of its motion, if they will. Occultism sees in these effects elementals, forces, and in the direct causes producing them, intelligent divine workmen. The intimate connection of these elementals, guided by the unerring hand of the rulers, with the elements of pure matter, their correlation we might call it, results in our terrestrial phenomena, such as light, heat, magnetism, etc., etc. Of course, we shall never agree with the American substantialists, who call every force and energy, whether light, heat, electricity, or cohesion, an entity, for this would be equivalent to calling the noise produced by the rolling of the wheels of a vehicle an entity, thus confusing and identifying that noise with the driver outside and the guiding master intelligence within the vehicle. But we do certainly give that name to the drivers and to these guiding intelligences, the ruling Dayan Chohans, as has been shown. The elementals, the nature forces, are the acting, though invisible or rather imperceptible, secondary causes, and in themselves the effects of primary causes behind the veil of all terrestrial phenomena. Electricity, light, heat, etc., have been aptly termed the ghosts or shadows of matter in motion, i.e. supersensuous states of matter whose effects only we are able to cognize. To expand, then, the simile given above. The sensation of light is like the sound of the rolling wheels, a purely phenomenal effect having no existence outside the observer. The proximate exciting cause of the sensation is comparable to the driver. A supersensuous state of matter in motion, a nature force or elemental. But behind this, just as the owner of the carriage directs the driver from within, stands the higher and numinal cause, the intelligence from whose essence radiate these states of mother, generating the countless milliards of elementals or psychic nature spirits, just as every drop of water generates its physical infinitesimal infusoria. It is Fohat who guides the transfer of the principles from one planet to the other, from one star to another child star. When a planet dies, its informing principles are transferred to a layer or sleeping center with potential but latent energy in it, which is thus awakened into life and begins to form itself into a new sidereal body. It is most remarkable that, while honestly confessing their entire ignorance of the true nature of even terrestrial matter, primordial substance being regarded more as a dream than as a sober reality, the physicists should, nevertheless, set themselves up as judges of that matter, and claim to know what it is able and is not able to do in various combinations. Scientists know this matter hardly skin deep, and yet they will dogmatize. It is a mode of motion and nothing else. But the force that is inherent in a living person's breath, when blowing a speck of dust from the table, is also undeniably a mode of motion. It is as undeniably not a quality of the matter or the particles of the speck, and it emanates from the living and thinking entity that breathes, whether the impulse originated consciously or unconsciously. Indeed, to endow matter, something of which nothing is so far known, with an inherent quality called force, of the nature of which still less is known, is to create a far more serious difficulty than that which lies in the acceptation of the intervention of our nature spirits in every natural phenomenon. The occultists, who, if they would express themselves correctly, do not say that matter, but only the substance or essence of the matter, i.e. mula prakti, the root of all, is indestructible and eternal, assert that all the so-called forces of nature, electricity, magnetism, light, heat, etc., etc., far from being modes of motion of material particles, are in esse, i.e. in their ultimate constitution, the differentiated aspects of that universal motion which is discussed and explained in the first pages of this volume. When Fohat is said to produce 7 layer centers, it means that, for formative or creative purposes, the great law, theists may call it God, stays or rather modifies its perpetual motion on 7 invisible points within the area of the manifested universe. The great breath digs through space 7 holes into Leia, to cause them to circumgyrate during Manvantara, says the Occult Catechism. We have said that Leia is what science may call the 0 point or line, the realm of absolute negativeness, or the one real absolute force, the noumenon of the 7th state of that which we ignorantly call and recognize as force, or again, the noumenon of undifferentiated cosmic substance, which is itself an unreachable and unknowable object for finite perception, the root and basis of all states of objectivity and also subjectivity, the neutral axis, not one of the many aspects, but its center. It may serve to elucidate the meaning if we try to imagine a neutral center, the dream of those who would discover perpetual motion. A neutral center is, in one aspect, the limiting point of any given set of senses. Thus, imagine 2 consecutive planes of matter, each of these corresponding to an appropriate set of perceptive organs. We are forced to admit that between these 2 planes of matter, an incessant circulation takes place. And if we follow the atoms and molecules of, say, the lower in their transformation upwards, they will come to a point where they pass altogether beyond the range of the faculties we're using on the lower plane. In fact, for us, the matter of the lower plane there vanishes from our perception, or rather it passes on to the higher plane, and the state of matter corresponding to such a point of transition must certainly possess special and not readily discoverable properties. 7 such neutral centers, then, are produced by Fohat, who, when, as Middleton has it, fair foundations are laid whereon to build, quickens matter into activity and evolution. The primordial atom, Anu, cannot be multiplied either in its pregenetic state or its primogeneity. Therefore, It is called the sum total, of course figuratively, as that sum total is boundless. That which is the abyss of nothingness to the physicist, who knows only the world of visible causes and effects, is the boundless space of the divine plenum to the occultist. Among many other objections to the doctrine of an endless evolution and involution or reabsorption of the cosmos, a process which, according to the Brahmanical and esoteric doctrine, is without beginning or end, the occultist is told that it cannot be, since, by all the admissions of modern scientific philosophy, it is a necessity of nature to run down. End of section 16.
Section 17 of The Secret Doctrine, Book 1, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cosmogenesis, Part 1, Cosmic Evolution by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Digression, Part 1. With this shloka ends that portion of the stanzas relating to the cosmogony of the universe after the last Mahapralaya, or universal dissolution, which, when it comes, sweeps out of space every differentiated thing, gods as well as atoms, like so many dry leaves. From this verse onwards, the stanzas are only concerned with our solar system in general, with the planetary chains therein inferentially, and with the history of our globe, the fourth, and its chain especially. All the verses which follow in this volume refer only to the evolution of and on our earth. With regard to the latter, a strange tenet, strange from the modern scientific standpoint only, of course, is held, which ought to be made known. But before entirely new and somewhat startling theories are presented to the reader, they must be prefaced by a few words of explanation. This is absolutely necessary, as these theories clash not only with modern science, but on certain points contradict earlier statements made by other theosophists, who claim to base their explanations and renderings of these teachings on the same authority as we do. This may give rise to the idea that there is a decided contradiction between the expounders of the same doctrine, whereas the difference in reality arises from the incompleteness of the information given to earlier writers, who thus drew some erroneous conclusions and indulged in premature speculations in their endeavor to present a complete system to the public. Thus the reader, who is already a student of theosophy, must not be surprised to find in these pages the rectification of certain statements made in various theosophical works, and also the explanation of certain points which have remained obscure because they were necessarily left incomplete. Many are the questions upon which even the author of Esoteric Buddhism, the best and most accurate of all such works, has not touched. On the other hand, even he has introduced several mistaken notions, which must now be presented in their true mystic light, as far as the present writer is capable of so doing. Let us then make a short break between the shlokas just explained and those which follow, for the cosmic periods which separate them are of immense duration. This will afford us ample time to take a bird's-eye view of some points pertaining to the secret doctrine, which have been presented to the public under a more or less uncertain and sometimes mistaken light. A few early misconceptions concerning planets, rounds, and man. Among the 11 stanzas omitted, there is one which gives a full description of the formation of the planetary chains, one after another, after the first cosmic and atomic differentiation had commenced in the primitive acosmism. It is idle to speak of laws arising when deity prepares to create, for laws, or rather law, are eternal and uncreated, and again deity is law, and vice versa. Moreover, the one eternal law unfolds everything in the to-be-manifested nature on a sevenfold principle, among the rest, the countless circular chains of worlds, composed of 7 globes, graduated on the 4 lower planes of the world of formation, the 3 others belonging to the archetypal universe. Out of these 7, only one, the lowest and the most material of these globes, is within our plane or means of perception, the 6 others lying outside it and being therefore invisible to the terrestrial eye. Every such chain of worlds is the progeny and creation of another, lower and dead chain, its reincarnation, so to say. To make it clearer, we are told that each of the planets, of which 7 only were called sacred, as being ruled by the highest regents or gods, and not at all because the ancients knew nothing of the others, whether known or unknown, is a septenary, as also is the chain to which the earth belongs. For instance, all such planets as Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, etc., etc., or our earth, are as visible to us as our globe, probably, is to the inhabitants, if any, of the other planets, because they are all on the same plane, while the superior fellow globes of these planets are on other planes quite outside that of our terrestrial senses. As their relative positions are given further on, and also in the diagram appended to the comments on Sloka 6 of Stanza 6, a few words of explanation is all that is needed at present. These invisible companions correspond curiously to that which we call the principles in man. The 7 are on 3 material planes and 1 spiritual plane, answering to the 3 upadis, material bases, and 1 spiritual vehicle, vahana, of our 7 principles in the human division. If, for the sake of a clearer mental conception, we imagine the human principles to be arranged as in the following scheme, we shall obtain the following diagram of correspondences. A diagram of human principles and planetary division, including human principles: 1. Spirit. 2. Soul, upadi of spirit. 3. Mind. 4. Animal soul, upadi of mind. 5. Life. 6. Astral body, upadi of life. 7. Physical body, upadi of all 6 principles. And planetary division from 1 to 4, descending into matter, where 4 is our earth or any visible planet, and ascending to spirit from 4 to 7. As we are proceeding here from universals to particulars, instead of using the inductive or Aristotelian method, the numbers are reversed. Spirit is enumerated the first instead of 7th, as is usually done, but in truth ought not to be done. The principles, as usually named after the manner of esoteric Buddhism and other works, are 1. Atma, 2. Buddhi, spiritual soul, 3. Manas, human soul, 4. Kamarupa, vehicle of desires and passions, 5. Prana, 6. Linga Sharira, 7. Sthula Sharira. The dark horizontal lines of the lower planes are the upadis in the case of the human principles, and the planes in the case of the planetary chain. Of course, as regards the human principles, the diagram does not place them quite in order, yet it shows the correspondence and analogy to which attention is now drawn. As the reader will see, it is a case of descent into matter, the adjustment in both the mystic and the physical sense of the two, and their interblending for the great coming struggle for life that awaits both entities. Entity may be thought a strange term to use in the case of a globe, but the ancient philosophers who saw in the earth a huge animal were wiser in their generation than our modern geologists are in theirs, and Pliny, who called the earth our kind nurse and mother, the only element which is not inimical to man, spoke more truly than Watts, who fancied that he saw in her the footstool of God. For earth is only the footstool of man in his ascension to higher regions, the vestibule to glorious mansions, through which a moving crowd for ever press. But this only shows how admirably occult philosophy fits everything in nature, and how much more logical are its tenets than the lifeless hypothetical speculations of physical science. Having learned thus much, the mystic will be better prepared to understand the occult teaching, though every formal student of modern science may, and probably will, regard it as preposterous nonsense. The student of occultism, however, holds that the theory at present under discussion is far more philosophical and probable than any other. It is more logical, at any rate, than the theory recently advanced which made of the moon the projection of a portion of our earth, extruded when the latter was a globe in fusion, a molten plastic mass. Says Mr. Samuel Lang, the author of Modern Science and Modern Thought, quote, "The astronomical conclusions are theories based on data so uncertain that while in some cases they give results incredibly short, like that of 15 millions of years for the whole past process of formation of the solar system, in others they give results almost incredibly long, as that which supposes the moon to have been thrown off when the earth was rotating in 3 hours, while the utmost actual retardation obtained from observation would require 600 millions of years to make it rotate in 23 hours instead of 24. And if physicists persist in such speculations, why should the chronology of the Hindus be laughed at as exaggerated? It is said, moreover, that the planetary chains, having their days and their nights, that is, periods of activity or life and of inertia or death, behave in heaven as do men on earth. They generate their likes, grow old, and become personally extinct, their spiritual principles only living in their progeny as a survival of themselves. Without attempting the very difficult task of giving out the whole process in all its cosmic details, enough may be said to give an approximate idea of it. When a planetary chain is in its last round, its globe A, before finally dying out, sends all its energy and principles into a neutral center of latent force, a Laya center, and thereby informs a new nucleus of undifferentiated substance or matter, that is, calls it into activity or gives it life. Suppose such a process to have taken place in the lunar planetary chain. Suppose again, for argument's sake, though Mr. Darwin's theory quoted below has lately been upset, even if the fact has not yet been ascertained by mathematical calculation, that the moon is far older than the earth. Imagine the 6 fellow globes of the moon, aeons before the first globe of our 7 was evolved, just in the same position in relation to each other as the fellow globes of our chain now occupy in regard to our earth. And now it will be easy to imagine further globe A of the lunar chain informing globe A of the terrestrial chain, and dying. Next globe B of the former sending its energy into globe B of the new chain, then globe C of the lunar creating its progeny, sphere C, of the terrene chain, then the moon, our satellite, pouring forth into the lowest globe of our planetary chain, globe D, our earth, all its life, energy, and powers, and having transferred them to a new center, becoming virtually a dead planet, in which, since the birth of our globe, rotation has almost ceased. The moon is the satellite of our earth, undeniably, but this does not invalidate the theory that she has given to the earth all but her corpse. For Darwin's theory to hold good, besides the hypothesis just upset, other still more incongruous speculations had to be invented. The moon, it is said, has cooled nearly 6 times as rapidly as the earth. The moon, if the earth is 14 million years old since its incrustation, is only 11 2/3 millions of years old since that stage, etc. And if our moon is but a splash from our earth, why can no similar inference be established for the moons of other planets? The astronomers do not know. Why should Venus and Mercury have no satellites, and by what, when they exist, were they formed? The astronomers do not know, because we say science has only one key, the key of matter, to open the mysteries of nature, while occult philosophy has 7 keys and explains that which science fails to see. Mercury and Venus have no satellites, but they had parents just as the earth had. Both are far older than the earth, and before the latter reaches her 7th round, her mother moon will have dissolved into thin air, as the moons of the other planets have, or have not, as the case may be, since there are planets which have several moons, a mystery again which no Oedipus of astronomy has solved. The moon is now the cold residual quantity, the shadow dragged after the new body into which her living powers and principles are transfused. She now is doomed for long ages to be ever pursuing the earth, to be attracted by and to attract her progeny. Constantly vampirized by her child, she revenges herself on it by soaking it through and through with the nefarious, invisible, and poisoned influence which emanates from the occult side of her nature. For she is a dead yet a living body. The particles of her decaying corpse are full of active and destructive life, although the body which they had formed is soulless and lifeless. Therefore its emanations are at the same time beneficent and maleficent, a circumstance finding its parallel on earth in the fact that the grass and plants are nowhere more juicy and thriving than on graves, while at the same time it is the graveyard or corpse emanations which kill. And like all ghouls or vampires, the moon is the friend of the sorcerers and the foe of the unwary. From the archaic aeons and the later times of the witches of Thessaly down to some of the present tantrikas of Bengal, Her nature and properties have been known to every occultist, but have remained a closed book for physicists. Such is the moon from the astronomical, geological, and physical standpoints. As to her metaphysical and psychic nature, it must remain an occult secret in this work, as it was in the volume entitled Esoteric Buddhism, notwithstanding the rather sanguine statement made therein that there is not much mystery left now in the riddle of the eighth sphere. These are topics indeed on which the adepts are very reserved in their communications to uninitiated pupils, and since they have, moreover, never sanctioned or permitted any published speculations upon them, the less said the better. Yet without treading upon the forbidden ground of the eighth sphere, it may be useful to state some additional facts with regard to the ex-monads of the lunar chain, the lunar ancestors, as they play a leading part in the coming anthropogenesis. This brings us directly to the septenary constitution of man, and as some discussion has arisen of late about the best classification to be adopted for the division of the microcosmic entity, two systems are now appended with a view to facilitate comparison. The subjoined short article is from the pen of Mr. T. Rowe, a learned Vedantin scholar. He prefers the Brahmanical division of the Raja Yoga, and from a metaphysical point of view he is quite right. But as it is a question of simple choice and expediency, we hold in this work to the time-honored classification of the Trans-Himalayan Arhat esoteric school. The following table and its explanatory text are reprinted from the Theosophist, and are also contained in 5 Years of Theosophy. The septenary division in different Indian systems. We give below, in a tabular form, the classifications adopted by the Buddhist and Vedantic teachers of the principles of man. In Esoteric Buddhism, 1. Sthula Sharira, 2. Prana, 3. The vehicle of Prana, 4. Kamarupa, 5. Mind, volitions and feelings, Vijnanam, 6. Spiritual soul, 7. Atma. In Vedanta, Annamaya Kosha, Pranamaya Kosha, Pranamaya Kosha, Manomaya Kosha, Manomaya Kosha, Anandamaya Kosha, Atma. In Taraka Raja Yoga, Sthulapadi, 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 Shukshmapadi, Shukshmapadi, Karanopadi, Atma. From the foregoing table it will be seen that the third principle in the Buddhist classification is not separately mentioned in the Vedantic division, as it is merely the vehicle of prana. It will also be seen that the fourth principle is included in the third kosha, sheath, as the same principle is but the vehicle of willpower, which is but an energy of the mind. It must also be noticed that the Vijnanamaya kosha is considered to be distinct from the Manomaya kosha, as a division is made after death between the lower part of the mind, as it were, which has a closer affinity with the fourth principle than with the sixth and its higher part, which attaches itself to the latter, and which is, in fact, the basis for the higher spiritual individuality of man. We may also here point out to our readers that the classification mentioned in the last column is, for all practical purposes, connected with Raja Yoga, the best and simplest. Though there are 7 principles in man, there are but 3 distinct upadis, bases, in each of which his Atma may work independently of the rest. These 3 upadis can be separated by an adept without killing himself. He cannot separate the 7 principles from each other without destroying his constitution. The student will now be better prepared to see that between the 3 upadis of the Raja Yoga and its Atma and our 3 upadis, Atma, and the additional 3 divisions, there is in reality but very little difference. Moreover, as every adept in Cis-Himalayan or Trans-Himalayan India of the Patanjali, the Arya Sangha, or the Mahayana schools has to become a Raja Yogi, he must therefore accept the Taraka Raja classification in principle and theory, whatever classification he resorts to for practical and occult purposes. Thus it matters very little whether one speaks of the 3 upadis, with their 3 aspects, and Atma, the eternal and immortal synthesis, or calls them the 7 principles. For the benefit of those who may not have read, or if they have, may not have clearly understood in theosophical writings, the doctrine of the septenary chains of worlds in the solar cosmos, the teaching is briefly as follows. 1. Everything in the metaphysical, as in the physical universe, is septenary. Hence, every sidereal body, every planet, whether visible or invisible, is credited with 6 companion globes. The evolution of life proceeds on these 7 globes or bodies, from the first to the 7th, in 7 rounds or 7 cycles. 2. These globes are formed by a process which the occultists call the rebirth of planetary chains or rings. When the 7th and last round of one of such rings has been entered upon, the highest or first globe, A, followed by all the others down to the last, instead of entering upon a certain time of rest or obscuration, as in the previous rounds, begins to die out. The planetary dissolution, pralaya, is at hand, and its hour has struck. Each globe has to transfer its life and energy to another planet. 3. Our Earth, as the visible representative of its invisible superior fellow globes, its lords or principles, has to live, as have the others, through 7 rounds. During the first 3 it forms and consolidates. During the 4th it settles and hardens. During the last 3 it gradually returns to its first ethereal form. It is spiritualized, so to say. 4. Its humanity develops fully only in the 4th, our present round. Up to this 4th life cycle it is referred to as humanity, only for lack of a more appropriate term. Like the grub, which becomes chrysalis and butterfly, man, or rather that which becomes man, passes through all the forms and kingdoms during the first round, and through all the human shapes during the 2 following rounds. Arrived on our earth at the commencement of the 4th in the present series of life cycles and races, man is the first form that appears thereon, being preceded only by the mineral and vegetable kingdoms, even the latter having to develop and continue its further evolution through man. This will be explained in Volume 2. During the 3 rounds to come, humanity, like the globe on which it lives, will be ever tending to reassume its primeval form, that of a Dayan Chohanic host. Man tends to become a god, and then God, like every other atom in the universe. Quote, beginning so early as with the 2nd round, evolution proceeds already on quite a different plan. It is only during the 1st round that heavenly man becomes a human being on globe A, re-becomes a mineral, a plant, an animal on globe B and C, etc. The process changes entirely from the 2nd round, but you have learned prudence, and I advise you to say nothing before the time for saying it has come. Unquote. 5. Every life cycle on globe D, our Earth, is composed of 7 root races. They commence with the ethereal and end with the spiritual on the double line of physical and moral evolution, from the beginning of the terrestrial round to its close. One is a planetary round from globe A to globe G, the 7th, the other the globe round or the terrestrial. This is very well described in esoteric Buddhism and needs no further elucidation for the time being. 6. The first root race, that is, the first men on earth, irrespective of form, were the progeny of the celestial men, rightly called in Indian philosophy the lunar ancestors, or the Pitris, of which there are 7 classes or hierarchies. As all this will be sufficiently explained in the following sections, and in Volume 2, no more need be said of it here. But the 2 works already mentioned, both of which treat of subjects from the occult doctrine, need particular notice. Esoteric Buddhism is too well known in theosophical circles, and even to the outside world, for it to be necessary to enter at length upon its merits here. It is an excellent book, and has done still more excellent work, but this does not alter the fact that it contains some mistaken notions, and that it has led many theosophists and lay readers to form an erroneous conception of the Eastern secret doctrine. Moreover, it seems perhaps a little too materialistic. Man, which came later, was an attempt to present the archaic doctrine from a more ideal standpoint, to translate some visions in and from the astral light, to render some teachings partly gathered from a master's thoughts, but unfortunately misunderstood. This work also speaks of the evolution of the early races of men on earth, and contains some excellent pages of a philosophical character, but so far it is only an interesting little mystical romance. It has failed in its mission, because the conditions required for a correct translation of these visions were not present. Hence the reader must not wonder if our volumes contradict these earlier descriptions in several particulars. Esoteric cosmogony in general. and the evolution of the human monad especially, differ so essentially in these two books and in other theosophical works written independently by beginners, that it becomes impossible to proceed with the present work without special mention of these two earlier volumes, for both have a number of admirers, esoteric Buddhism especially. The time has arrived for the explanation of some matters in this direction. Mistakes have now to be checked by the original teachings and corrected. If one of the said works has too pronounced a bias towards materialistic science, the other is decidedly too idealistic and at times is fantastic. From the doctrine, rather incomprehensible to Western minds, which deals with the periodical obscurations and successive rounds of the globes along their circular chains, were born the first perplexities and misconceptions. One of such has reference to the fifth and even sixth rounders. Those who knew that a round was preceded and followed by a long pralaya, a pause of rest, which created an impassable gulf between two rounds until the time came for a renewed cycle of life, could not understand the fallacy of talking about fifth and sixth rounders in our fourth round. Gautama Buddha, it was held, was a sixth rounder. Plato and some other great philosophers and minds, fifth rounders. How could it be? One master taught and affirmed that there were such fifth rounders even now on earth, and though understood to say that mankind was yet in the fourth round, in another place he seemed to say that we were in the fifth. To this an apocalyptic answer was returned by another teacher. Quote, "A few drops of rain do not make a monsoon, though they presage it. No, we are not in the fifth round, but fifth round men have been coming in for the last few thousand years." End quote. This was worse than the riddle of the Sphinx. Students of occultism subjected their brains to the wildest work of speculation. For a considerable time they tried to outvie Oedipus and reconcile the two statements, and as the masters kept as silent as the stony Sphinx herself, they were accused of inconsistency, contradiction, and discrepancies. But they were simply allowing the speculations to go on in order to teach a lesson which the Western mind sorely needs, in their conceit and arrogance and in their habit of materializing every metaphysical conception and term without allowing any margin for Eastern metaphor and allegory. The Orientalists had made a jumble of the Hindu exoteric philosophy, and the Theosophists were now doing the same with regard to esoteric teachings. To this day it is evident that the latter have utterly failed to understand the meaning of the term fifth and sixth rounders. But it is simply this: every round brings about a new development and even an entire change in the mental, psychic, spiritual, and physical constitution of man, all these principles evolving on an ever-ascending scale. Hence it follows that those persons who, like Confucius and Plato, belonged psychically, mentally, and spiritually to the higher planes of evolution, were in our fourth round, as the average man will be in the fifth round, whose mankind is destined to find itself on this scale of evolution immensely higher than is our present humanity. Similarly, Gautama Buddha, wisdom incarnate, was still higher and greater than all the men we have mentioned who are called fifth rounders, and so Buddha and Shankaracharya are termed sixth rounders, allegorically. Hence again the concealed wisdom of the remark, pronounced at the time evasive, "A few drops of rain do not make a monsoon, though they presage it." End of section 17, read by Czandra in Nova Scotia, 2024. Section 18 of the Secret Doctrine, Book 1, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cosmogenesis, Part 1, Cosmic Evolution, by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. A Digression, Part 2. And now the truth of the following remark in esoteric Buddhism will be fully apparent. Quote, "It is impossible, when the complicated facts of an entirely unfamiliar science are being presented to untrained minds for the first time, to put them forward with all their appropriate qualifications and abnormal developments. We must be content to take the broad rules first and deal with the exceptions afterwards, and especially is this the case with a study in connection with which the traditional methods of teaching, generally followed, aim at impressing every fresh idea on the memory by provoking the perplexity it at last relieves." End quote. As the author of the remark was himself, as he says, an untrained mind in occultism, his own inferences and his better knowledge of modern astronomical speculations than of archaic doctrines led him quite naturally and unconsciously to himself to commit a few mistakes of detail rather than of any broad rule. One such will now be noticed. It is a trifling one, still it is calculated to lead many a beginner into erroneous conceptions. But as the mistaken notions of the earlier editions were corrected in the annotations of the 5th edition, so the 6th may be revised and perfected. There were several reasons for such mistakes. They were due to the necessity under which the teachers labored of giving what were considered as evasive answers, the questions being too persistently pressed to be left unnoticed, while on the other hand they could only be partially answered. This position notwithstanding, the confession that half a loaf is better than no bread was but too often misunderstood and hardly appreciated as it ought to have been. As a result thereof, gratuitous speculations were sometimes indulged in by the European lay chelas. Among such were the mystery of the 8th sphere in its relation to the moon, and the erroneous statement that 2 of the superior globes of the terrestrial chain were 2 of our well-known planets. Besides the Earth, there are only 2 other worlds of our chain which are visible, Mars and Mercury. This was a great mistake, but the blame for it is to be attached as much to the vagueness and incompleteness of the master's answer as to the question of the learner itself, which was equally vague and indefinite. It was asked, quote, "What planets of those known to ordinary science, besides Mercury, belong to our system of worlds?" End quote. Now, if by system of worlds our terrestrial chain or string was intended, in the mind of the querist, instead of the solar system of worlds, as it should have been, then of course the answer was likely to have been misunderstood, for the reply was, quote, "Mars, etc., and 4 other planets of which astronomy knows nothing, neither A, B, nor Y, Z are known, nor can they be seen through physical means, however perfected." End quote. This is plain. A. Astronomy as yet knows nothing in reality of the planets, neither the ancient ones nor those discovered in modern times. B. No companion planets from A to Z, that is, no upper globes of any chain in the solar system can be seen, with the exception, of course, of all the planets which come forth in number, as our Earth, the Moon, etc., etc. As to Mars, Mercury, and the 4 other planets, they bear a relation to Earth of which no master or high occultist will ever speak, much less explain the nature. In this same letter, the impossibility is distinctly stated by one of the teachers to the author of Esoteric Buddhism, quote, "Try to understand that you are putting me questions pertaining to the highest initiation, that I can give you only a general view, but I dare not, nor will I enter into details." End quote. Copies of all the letters ever received or sent, with the exception of a few private ones, in which there was no teaching, the master says, are with the writer. As it was her duty in the beginning to answer and explain certain points not touched upon, it is more than likely that, notwithstanding the many annotations on these copies, the writer, in her ignorance of English and her fear of saying too much, may have bungled the information given. She takes the whole blame for it upon herself in any and every case. But it is impossible for her to allow students to remain any longer under erroneous impressions, or to believe that the fault lies with the esoteric system. Let it then be now distinctly stated that the theory broached is impossible, with or without the additional evidence furnished by modern astronomy. Physical science can supply corroborative, though still very uncertain evidence, but only as regards heavenly bodies on the same plane of materiality as our objective universe. Mars and Mercury, Venus and Jupiter, like every hitherto discovered planet, or those still to be discovered, are all, per se, the representatives on our plane of such chains. As distinctly stated in one of the numerous letters of Mr. Sinnett's teacher, quote, "There are other and innumerable manvantaric chains of globes which bear intelligent beings both in and outside our solar system." End quote. But neither Mars nor Mercury belong to our chain. They are, along with other planets, septenary units in the great host of chains of our system, and all are as visible as their upper globes are invisible. If it is still argued that certain expressions in the teacher's letters were liable to mislead, the answer comes, Amen, so they were. The author of Esoteric Buddhism understood it well when he wrote that such are the traditional modes of teaching by provoking the perplexity. They do or do not relieve, as the case may be. At all events, if it is urged that this might have been explained earlier and the true nature of the planets given out as they now are, the answer comes that it was not found expedient to do so at the time, as it would have opened the way to a series of additional questions which could never be answered on account of their esoteric nature, and thus would only become embarrassing. It had been declared from the first, and has been repeatedly asserted since, 1. That no theosophist, not even as an accepted chela, let alone lay students, should expect to have the secret teachings explained to him thoroughly and completely, before he had irretrievably pledged himself to the brotherhood and passed through at least one initiation, because no figures and numbers could be given to the public, for figures and numbers are the key to the esoteric system. 2. That what was revealed was merely the esoteric lining of that which is contained in almost all the exoteric scriptures of the world religions, preeminently in the Brahmanas and the Upanishads of the Vedas, and even in the Puranas. It was a small portion of what is divulged far more fully now in the present volumes, and even this is very incomplete and fragmentary. When the present work was commenced, the writer, feeling sure that the speculation about Mars and Mercury was a mistake, applied to the teachers by letter for an explanation and an authoritative version. Both came in due time, and verbatim extracts from these are now given. Quote, "It is quite correct that Mars is in a state of obscuration at present, and Mercury just beginning to get out of it. You might add that Venus is in her last round. If neither Mercury nor Venus have satellites, it is because of the reasons, and also because Mars has 2 satellites to which he has no right. Phobos, the supposed inner satellite, is no satellite at all. Thus, this remark of long ago by Laplace and now by Fay do not agree, you see. Read Compte Rendu, tome 90, page 569. Phobos keeps a too short periodic time, and therefore there must exist some defect in the mother idea of the theory, as Fay justly observes. Again, both Mars and Mercury are septenary chains, as independent of the earth's sidereal lords and superiors as you are independent of the principles of Däumling, Tom Thumb, which are perhaps his 6 brothers, with or without nightcaps. Gratification of curiosity is the end of knowledge for some men, was said by Bacon, who was as right in postulating this truism as those who were familiar with it before him were right in hedging off wisdom from knowledge, and tracing limits to that which is to be given out at one time. Remember, knowledge dwells in heads replete with thoughts of other men, wisdom in minds attentive to their own. You can never impress it too profoundly on the minds of those to whom you impart some of the esoteric teachings." End quote. Here are more extracts from another letter written by the same authority. This time it is in answer to some objections laid before the teachers. They are based upon extremely scientific and as futile reasonings about the advisability of trying to reconcile the esoteric theories with the speculations of modern science, were written by a young theosophist as a warning against the secret doctrine and in reference to the same subject. He had declared that if there were such companion earths, they must be only a wee bit less material than our globe. How then was it that they could not be seen? The answer was, quote, "Were psychic and spiritual teachings more fully understood, it would become next to impossible to even imagine such an incongruity, unless less trouble is taken to reconcile the irreconcilable, that is to say, the metaphysical and spiritual sciences with physical or natural philosophy, natural being a synonym to them, men of science, of that matter which falls under the perception of their corporeal senses, no progress can be really achieved. Our globe, as taught from the first, is at the bottom of the arc of descent, where the matter of our perceptions exhibits itself in its grossest form. Hence it only stands to reason that the globes, which overshadow our earth, must be on different and superior planes. In short, as globes, they are in coadunition but not in consubstantiality with our earth, and thus pertain to quite another state of consciousness. Our planet, like all those that we see, is adapted to the peculiar state of its human stock, that state which enables us to see with our naked eye the sidereal bodies which are co-essential with our terrene plane and substance, just as their respective inhabitants, the Jovians, Martians, and others, can perceive our little world, because our planes of consciousness, differing as they do in degree, but being the same in kind, are on the same layer of differentiated matter. What I wrote was, the minor pralaya concerns only our little strings of globes. We called chains strings in those days of lip confusion. To such a string our earth belongs. This ought to have shown plainly that the other planets were also strings or chains. If he, meaning the objector, would perceive even the dim silhouette of one of such planets on the higher planes, he has to first throw off even the thin clouds of the astral matter that stand between him and the next plane." It thus becomes patent why we could not perceive, even with the help of the best telescopes, that which is outside our world of matter. Those alone, whom we call adepts, who know how to direct their mental vision and to transfer their consciousness, both physical and psychic, to other planes of being, are able to speak with authority on such subjects, and they tell us plainly, "Lead the life necessary for the acquisition of such knowledge and powers, and wisdom will come to you naturally. Whenever you are able to attune your consciousness to any of the 7 chords of universal consciousness, those chords that run along the sounding board of cosmos, vibrating from one eternity to another, when you have studied thoroughly the music of the spheres, then only will you become quite free to share your knowledge with those with whom it is safe to do so. Meanwhile, be prudent. Do not give out the great truths that are the inheritance of the future races to our present generation. Do not attempt to unveil the secret of being and non-being to those unable to see the hidden meaning of Apollo's heptachord, the lyre of the radiant god. In each of the 7 strings of which dwelleth the spirit, soul, and astral body of the cosmos, whose shell only has now fallen into the hands of modern science. Be prudent, we say, prudent and wise, and above all take care what those who learn from you believe in, lest by deceiving themselves they deceive others, for such is the fate of every truth with which men are as yet unfamiliar. Let rather the planetary chains and the other super and subcosmic mysteries remain a dreamland for those who can neither see nor yet believe that others can." It is to be regretted that few of us have followed the wise advice, and that many a priceless pearl, many a jewel of wisdom has been cast to an enemy, unable to understand its value, who has turned round and rent us. "Let us imagine," wrote the same master to his 2 lay chelas, as he called the author of Esoteric Buddhism and another gentleman, his co-student for some time, "let us imagine that our earth is one of a group of 7 planets, or man-bearing worlds. The 7 planets are the sacred planets of antiquity, and are all septenary. Now the life impulse reaches A, or rather that which is destined to become A, and which so far is but cosmic dust, a Laya center," etc. In these early letters, in which terms had to be invented and words coined, the rings very often became rounds, and the rounds life cycles, and vice versa. To a correspondent who called a round a world ring, the teacher wrote, "I believe this will lead to a further confusion. A round we are agreed to call the passage of a monad from globe A to globe G or Z. The world ring is correct. Advise Mr. strongly to agree upon a nomenclature before going any further." Notwithstanding this agreement, many mistakes owing to this confusion crept into the earliest teachings. The races, even, were occasionally mixed up with the rounds and rings, and led to similar mistakes in man fragments of forgotten truth. From the first the master had written, "Not being permitted to give you the whole truth, or divulge the number of isolated fractions, I am unable to satisfy you." This is in answer to the questions. If we are right, then the total existence prior to the man period is 637, etc., etc. To all the queries relating to figures, the reply was, try to solve the problem of 777 incarnations. Though I am obliged to withhold information, yet if you should work out the problem by yourself, it will be my duty to tell you so." End quote. But it never was so worked out, and the results were never-ceasing perplexity and mistakes. Even the teaching about the septenary constitution of the sidereal bodies and of the macrocosm, from which the septenary division of the microcosm, or man, has until now been among the most esoteric. In olden times it used to be divulged only at initiation, together with the most sacred figures of the cycles. Now, as stated in one of the Theosophical journals, the revelation of the whole system of cosmogony had not been contemplated, nor even thought for one moment possible, at a time when a few scraps of information were sparingly given out, in answer to letters written by the author of Esoteric Buddhism, in which he put forward a multiplicity of questions. Among these were questions on such problems as no master, however high and independent he might be, would have the right to answer, and thus divulge to the world the most time-honored and archaic of the mysteries of the ancient college temples. Hence only a few of the doctrines were revealed in their broad outlines, while details were constantly withheld, and all the efforts made to elicit more information about them were systematically eluded from the beginning. This was perfectly natural. Of the 4 Vidyas out of the 7 branches of knowledge mentioned in the Puranas, namely Vajnavidya, the performance of religious rites in order to produce certain results, Mahavidya, the great magic knowledge, now degenerated into Tantrika worship, Guhya Vidya, the science of mantras and their true rhythm or chanting, of mystical incantations, etc., Atma Vidya, or the true spiritual and divine wisdom. It is only the last which can throw final and absolute light upon the teachings of the first 3 named. Without the help of Atma Vidya, the other 3 remain no better than surface sciences, geometrical magnitudes having length and breadth but no thickness. They are like the soul, limbs, and mind of a sleeping man, capable of mechanical motions, of chaotic dreams, and even sleepwalking, of producing visible effects, but stimulated only by instinctual, not intellectual causes, least of all by fully conscious spiritual impulses. A good deal can be given out and explained from the 3 first named sciences, but unless the key to their teachings is furnished by Atma Vidya, they will remain forever like the fragments of a mangled textbook, like the adumbrations of great truths, dimly perceived by the most spiritual, but distorted out of all proportion by those who would nail every shadow to the wall. Then again, another great perplexity was created in the minds of students by the incomplete exposition of the doctrine of the evolution of the monads. To be fully realized, both this process and that of the birth of the globes must be examined far more from their metaphysical aspect than from what one might call a statistical standpoint, involving figures and numbers which are rarely permitted to be widely used. Unfortunately, there are few who are inclined to handle these doctrines only metaphysically. Even the best of the Western writers upon our doctrine declares in his work, when speaking of the evolution of the monads, that, quote, "on pure metaphysics of that sort we are not now engaged," end quote. And in such case, as the teacher remarks in a letter to him, quote, "why this preaching of our doctrines, all this uphill work and swimming in adversum flumen? Why should the West learn from the East that which can never meet the requirements of the special tastes of the ascetics?" End quote. And he draws his correspondent's attention, quote, "to the formidable difficulties encountered by us, the adepts, in every attempt we make to explain our metaphysics to the Western mind," end quote. And well he may, for outside of metaphysics no occult philosophy, no esotericism is possible. It is like trying to explain the aspirations and affections, love and hatred, the most private and sacred workings in the soul and mind of a living man, by an anatomical description of the thorax and brain of his dead body. Let us now examine 2 tenets mentioned above, but hardly alluded to in esoteric Buddhism, and supplement them as far as lies in our power. Additional facts and explanations concerning the globes and the monads. 2 statements made in the above work must be noticed, and the author's opinions quoted. The first is as follows, quote, "The spiritual monads do not fully complete their mineral existence on globe A, then complete it on globe B, and so on. They pass several times round the whole circle as minerals, and then again several times round as vegetables, and several times as animals. We purposely refrain for the present from going into figures, etc., etc." That was a wise course to adopt in view of the great secrecy maintained with regard to figures and numbers. This reticence is now partially relinquished, but it would perhaps have been better had the real numbers concerning rounds and evolutional gyrations been either entirely divulged at the time or entirely withheld. Mr. Sinnett understood this difficulty well when saying, "For reasons which are not easy for the outsider to divine, the possessors of occult knowledge are especially reluctant to give out numerical facts relating to cosmogony, though it is hard for the uninitiated to understand why they should be withheld." That there were such reasons is evident. Nevertheless, it is to this reticence that most of the confused ideas of some Eastern as well as Western peoples are due. The difficulties in the way of the acceptance of the particular tenets under consideration seemed great, just because of the absence of any data to go upon. But there it was, for as the masters have many times declared, the figures belonging to the occult calculations cannot be given outside the circle of pledged chelas, and not even these can break the rules. To make things plainer, without touching upon the mathematical aspects of the doctrine, the teaching given may be expanded and some obscure points solved. As the evolution of the globes and that of the monads are so closely interblended, we will make of the two teachings one. In reference to the monads, the reader is asked to bear in mind that Eastern philosophy rejects the Western theological dogma of a newly created soul for every baby born, a dogma as unphilosophical as it is impossible in the economy of nature. There must be a limited number of monads, evolving and growing more and more perfect through their assimilation of many successive personalities in every new manvantara. This is absolutely necessary in view of the doctrines of rebirth and karma, and of the gradual return of the human monad to its source, absolute deity. Thus, although the hosts of more or less progressed monads are almost incalculable, they are still finite, as is everything in this universe of differentiation and finiteness. As shown in the double diagram of the human principles and the ascending globes of the world chains, there is an eternal concatenation of causes and effects, and a perfect analogy which runs through and links together all the lines of evolution. One begets the other, globes as personalities. But let us begin at the beginning. The general outline of the process by which the successive planetary chains are formed has just been given. To prevent future misconceptions, some further details may be offered which will also throw light on the history of humanity on our own chain, the progeny of that of the moon. In the accompanying diagram, Figure 1 represents the lunar chain of 7 globes at the outset of its 7th or last round, while Figure 2 represents the Earth chain, which will be but is not yet in existence. The 7 globes of each chain are distinguished in their cyclic order by the letters A to G, the globes of the Earth chain being further marked by a cross, the symbol of the Earth. Figure 1, the lunar chain. Figure 2, the Earth chain. Lines between the two linking the letters A to F on each side. Now, it must be remembered that the monads cycling round any septenary chain are divided into 7 classes or hierarchies, according to their respective stages of evolution, consciousness, and merit. Let us follow, then, the order of their appearance on globe A in the first round. The time spaces between the appearances of these hierarchies on any one globe are so adjusted that when Class 7, the last, appears on globe A, Class 1, the first, has just passed on to globe B, and so on, step by step, all round the chain. Again, in the 7th round of the lunar chain, when Class 7, the last, quits globe A, that globe, instead of falling asleep as it had done in previous rounds, begins to die, to go into its planetary pralaya. And in dying, it transfers successively, as just said, its principles or life elements and energy, etc., one after the other, to a new Laya center, which commences the formation of globe A of the Earth chain. A similar process takes place for each of the globes of the lunar chain, one after the other, each forming a fresh globe of the Earth chain. Our moon was the 4th globe of the series, and was on the same plane of perception as our Earth. But globe A of the lunar chain is not fully dead, till the first monads of the first class have passed from globe G or Z, the last of the lunar chain, into the nirvana which awaits them between the two chains, and similarly for all the other globes as stated, each giving birth to the corresponding globe of the earth chain. Further, when globe A of the new chain is ready, the first class or hierarchy of monads from the lunar chain incarnate upon it in the lowest kingdom, and so on successively. The result of this is that it is only the first class of monads which attains the human state of development during the first round, since the second class on each globe arriving later has not time to reach that stage. Thus the monads of class 2 reach the incipient human stage only in the second round, and so on up to the middle of the fourth round. But at this point, and on this fourth round in which the human stage will be fully developed, the door into the human kingdom closes, and henceforward the number of human monads, that is, monads in the human stage of development, is complete. For the monads which had not reached the human stage by this point will, owing to the evolution of humanity itself, find themselves so far behind that they will reach the human stage only at the close of the seventh and last round. They will therefore not be men on this chain, but will form the humanity of a future Manvantara, and be rewarded by becoming men on a higher chain altogether, thus receiving their karmic compensation. To this there is but one solitary exception, and for very good reasons, of which we shall speak further on, but this accounts for the difference in the races. It thus becomes apparent how perfect is the analogy between the processes of nature in the cosmos and in the individual man. The latter lives through his life cycle and dies. His higher principles, corresponding in the development of a planetary chain to the cycling monads, pass into Devachan, which corresponds to the nirvana and states of rest intervening between the two chains. The man's lower principles are disintegrated in time and are used by nature again for the formation of new human principles, the same process also taking place in the disintegration and formation of worlds. Analogy is thus the surest guide to the comprehension of the occult teachings. This is one of the 7 mysteries of the moon, and it is now revealed. The 7 mysteries are called by the Japanese Yamabushis. The mystics of the Lao-Tzu sect and the ascetic monks of Kyoto, the Zen-O-Du. The 7 jewels only. The Japanese and the Chinese Buddhist ascetics and initiates are, if possible, even more reticent in giving out their knowledge than are the Hindus. But the reader must not be allowed to lose sight of the monads, and must be enlightened as to their nature, as far as permitted, without trespassing upon the highest mysteries, of which the writer does not in any way pretend to know the last or final word. The monadic host may be roughly divided into 3 great classes. 1. The most developed monads, the lunar gods or spirits called in India the Pitris, whose function it is to pass in the first round through the whole triple cycle of the mineral, vegetable, and animal kingdoms in their most ethereal, filmy, and rudimentary forms, in order to clothe themselves in and assimilate the nature of the newly formed chain. They are those who first reach the human form, if there can be any form in the realm of the almost subjective, on globe A in the first round. It is they, therefore, who lead and represent the human element during the second and third rounds, and finally evolve their shadows at the beginning of the fourth round for the second class, or those who come behind them. 2. Those monads that are the first to reach the human stage during the 3.5 rounds, and to become men. 3. The laggards, the monads which are retarded and which will not reach, by reason of karmic impediments, the human stage at all during this cycle or round, save one exception which will be spoken of elsewhere as already promised. We are forced to use above the misleading word men, and this is a clear proof of how little any European language is adapted to express these subtle distinctions. It stands to reason that these men did not resemble the men of today, either in form or nature. Why then, it may be asked, call them men at all? Because there is no other term in any Western language which approximately conveys the idea intended. The word men at least indicates that these beings were manos, thinking entities. However, they differed in form and intellection from ourselves, but in reality they were, in respect of spirituality and intellection, rather gods than men. Same difficulty of language is met with in describing the stages through which the monad passes. Metaphysically speaking, it is of course an absurdity to talk of the development of a monad, or to say that it becomes man. But any attempt to preserve metaphysical accuracy of language in the use of such a tongue as the English would necessitate at least 3 extra volumes of this work, and would entail an amount of verbal repetition which would be wearisome in the extreme. It stands to reason that a monad cannot either progress or develop, or even be affected by the changes of state it passes through. It is not of this world or plane, and may only be compared to an indestructible star of divine light and fire, thrown down onto our earth as a plank of salvation for the personalities in which it indwells. It is for the latter to cling to it, and thus, partaking of its divine nature, obtain immortality. Left to itself, the monad will cling to no one, but, like the plank, be drifted away to another incarnation by the unresting current of evolution. Now, the evolution of the external form or body around the astral is produced by the terrestrial forces, just as in the case of the lower kingdoms. But the evolution of the internal or real man is purely spiritual. It is now no more a passage of the impersonal monad through many and various forms of matter, endowed at best with instinct and consciousness on quite a different plane, as in the case of external evolution, but a journey of the pilgrim soul through various states of not only matter, but of self-consciousness and self-perception, or of perception from apperception. The monad emerges from its state of spiritual and intellectual unconsciousness, and skipping the first 2 planes, too near the absolute to permit of any correlation with anything on a lower plane, it gets directly into the plane of mentality. But there is no plane in the whole universe with a broader margin or a wider field of action in its almost endless gradations of perceptive and apperceptive qualities than this plane, which has in its turn an appropriate smaller plane for every form, from the mineral monad up to the time when the monad blossoms forth by evolution into the divine monad. But all the time it is still one and the same monad, differing only in its incarnations, throughout its ever-succeeding cycles of partial or total obscuration of spirit, or partial or total obscuration of matter, 2 polar antitheses, as it ascends into the realms of mental spirituality, or descends into the depths of materiality. To return to esoteric Buddhism, the second statement is with regard to the enormous period intervening between the mineral epoch on globe A and the man epoch, the term man epoch being used because of the necessity of giving a name to that 4th kingdom which follows the animal, though in truth the man on globe A during the first round is no man, but only his prototype or dimensionless image from the astral regions. The statement runs as follows, quote, "The full development of the mineral epoch on globe A prepares the way for the vegetable development, and as soon as this begins, the mineral life impulse overflows into globe B. Then, when the vegetable development on globe A is complete and the animal development begins, the vegetable life impulse overflows to globe B, and the mineral impulse passes on to globe C. Then finally comes the human life impulse on globe A." End quote. And so it goes on for 3 rounds, when it slackens and finally stops at the threshold of our globe in the 4th round, because the human period of the true physical meant to be, the 7th, is now reached. This is evident, for as said, quote, "There are processes of evolution which precede the mineral kingdom, and thus a wave of evolution, indeed several waves of evolution, precede the mineral wave in its progress round the spheres." End quote. End of section 18, read by Czandra, 2024. Section 19 of The Secret Doctrine, Book 1, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cosmogenesis, Part 1, Cosmic Evolution, by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Digression, Part 3. And now we have to quote from another article, The Mineral Monad in 5 Years of Theosophy. Quote, "There are 7 kingdoms, The first group comprises 3 degrees of elementals or nascent centers of forces from the first stage of differentiation from Mula Prakriti, or rather Pradhana, primordial homogeneous matter, to its 3rd degree, that is, from full unconsciousness to semi-perception. The second or higher group embraces the kingdoms from vegetable to man, the mineral kingdom thus forming the central or turning point in the degrees of the monadic essence, considered as an evolving energy. 3 stages, subphysical on the elemental side, the mineral kingdom, 3 stages on the objective physical side. These are the first or preliminary 7 links of the evolutionary chain." End quote. Preliminary because they are preparatory, and though belonging in fact to the natural, they would be more correctly described as the subnatural evolution. This process makes a halt in its stages at the threshold of the 4th stage, when it becomes, on the plane of natural evolution, the first really manward stage, thus forming with the 3 elemental kingdoms the 10, the sephirothal number. It is at this point that begins, quote, "a descent of spirit into matter, equivalent to an ascent in physical evolution, a reascent from the deepest depths of materiality, the mineral, towards its status quo ante, with a corresponding dissipation of concrete organism up to nirvana, the vanishing point of differentiated matter." End quote. Therefore it becomes evident why that which is pertinently called in esoteric Buddhism wave of evolution and mineral, vegetable, animal, and man impulse stops at the door of our globe, at its 4th cycle or round. It is at this point that the cosmic monad, Buddhi, will be wedded to and become the vehicle of the atmic ray, that is, Buddhi will waken to an apperception of it, Atman, and thus enter on the first step of a new septenary ladder of evolution, which will lead it eventually to the 10th, counting from the lowest upwards, of the sephirothal tree, the crown. Everything in the universe follows analogy. As above, so below. Man is the microcosm of the universe. That which takes place on the spiritual plane repeats itself on the cosmic plane. Concretion follows the lines of abstraction. Corresponding to the highest must be the lowest, the material to the spiritual. Thus, corresponding to the sephirothal crown, or upper triad, there are the 3 elemental kingdoms which precede the mineral, and which, using the language of the Kabbalists, answer in the cosmic differentiation to the worlds of form and matter, from the super-spiritual to the archetypal. Now, what is a monad, and what relation does it bear to an atom? The following reply is based upon the explanations given in answer to these questions in the above-cited article. The mineral monad, written by the author. To the second question it is answered, quote, "None whatever to the atom or molecule as at present existing in the scientific conception. It can neither be compared with the microscopic organisms, once classed among polygastric infusoria, and now regarded as vegetable, and classed among algae, nor is it quite the monas of the peripatetics. Physically or constitutionally, the mineral monad differs, of course, from the human monad, which is not physical, nor can its constitution be rendered by chemical symbols and elements. In short, as the spiritual monad is one, universal, boundless, and impartite, whose rays nevertheless form what we in our ignorance call the individual monads of men, so the mineral monad, being at the opposite curve of the circle, is also one, and from it proceed the countless physical atoms, which science is beginning to regard as individualized. Quote, "Otherwise, how could one account for and explain mathematically the evolutionary and spiral progress of the 4 kingdoms? The monad is the combination of the last 2 principles in man, the 6th and the 7th, and, properly speaking, the term human monad applies only to the dual soul, Atma Buddhi, not to its highest spiritual vivifying principle, Atma alone. But since the spiritual soul, if divorced from the latter, Atma, could have no existence, no being, it has thus been called. Now the monadic, or rather cosmic essence, if such a term be permitted in the mineral, vegetable, and animal, though the same throughout the series of cycles from the lowest elemental up to the Deva kingdom, yet differs in the scale of progression. It would be very misleading to imagine a monad as a separate entity, trailing its slow way in a distinct path through the lower kingdoms, and after an incalculable series of transformations flowering into a human being. In short, that the monad of a Humboldt dates back to the monad of an atom of hornblende. Instead of saying a mineral monad, the more correct phraseology in physical science, which differentiates every atom, would of course have been to call it the monad manifesting in that form of prakriti called the mineral kingdom. The atom, as represented in the ordinary scientific hypothesis, is not a particle of something animated by a psychic something, destined after aeons to blossom into a man, but it is a concrete manifestation of the universal energy, which itself has not yet become individualized, a sequential manifestation of the one universal monas. The ocean of matter does not divide into its potential and constituent drops until the sweep of the life impulse reaches the evolutionary stage of man-birth. The tendency towards segregation into individual monads is gradual, and in the higher animals comes almost to the point. The Peripatetics applied the word monas to the whole cosmos in the pantheistic sense, and the occultists, while accepting this thought for convenience' sake, distinguish the progressive stages of the evolution of the concrete from the abstract, by terms of which the mineral, vegetable, animal, monad, etc. are examples. The term merely means that the tidal wave of spiritual evolution is passing through that arc of its circuit. The monadic essence begins to imperceptibly differentiate towards individual consciousness in the vegetable kingdom. As the monads are uncompounded things, as correctly defined by Leibniz, it is the spiritual essence which vivifies them in their degrees of differentiation, which properly constitutes the monad, not the atomic aggregation, which is only the vehicle and the substance through which thrill the lower and the higher degrees of intelligence." End quote. Leibniz conceived of the monads as elementary and indestructible units, endowed with the power of giving and receiving with respect to other units, and thus of determining all spiritual and physical phenomena. It is he who invented the term apperception, which, together with nerve, not perception but rather sensation, expresses the state of the monadic consciousness through all the kingdoms up to man. Thus it may be wrong, on strictly metaphysical lines, to call Atma Buddhi a monad, since in the materialistic view it is dual and therefore compound. But as matter is spirit and vice versa, and since the universe and the deity which informs it are unthinkable apart from each other, so in the case of Atma Buddhi, the latter being the vehicle of the former. Buddhi stands in the same relation to Atma as Adam Kadmon, the Kabbalistic Logos, does to Ein Suf, or Mula Prakriti to Parabrahman. And now a few words more on the moon. What, it may be asked, are the lunar monads just spoken of? The description of the 7 classes of Pitris will come later, but now some general explanations may be given. It must be plain to everyone that they are monads, who, having ended their life cycle on the lunar chain, which is inferior to the terrestrial chain, have incarnated on the latter. But there are some further details which may be added, though they border too closely on forbidden ground to be treated of fully. The last word of the mystery is divulged only to adepts, but it may be stated that our satellite is only the gross body of its invisible principles. Seeing then that there are 7 earths, so there are 7 moons, the last alone being visible. The same for the sun, whose visible body is called a maya, a reflection, just as man's body is. The real sun and the real moon are as invisible as the real man, says an occult maxim. And it may be remarked en passant that those ancients were not so foolish after all who first started the idea of 7 moons. For though this conception is now taken solely as an astronomical measure of time in a very material form, yet underlying the husk there can still be recognized the traces of a profoundly philosophical idea. In reality, the moon is the satellite of the earth in one respect only, namely that physically the moon revolves round the earth, but in every other respect it is the earth which is the satellite of the moon, and not vice versa. Startling as the statement may seem, it is not without confirmation from scientific knowledge. It is evidenced by the tides, by the cyclic changes in many forms of disease, which coincide with the lunar phases. It can be traced in the growth of plants, and is very marked in the phenomena of human conception and gestation. The importance of the moon and its influence on the earth were recognized in every ancient religion, notably the Jewish, and have been remarked by many observers of psychical and physical phenomena. But so far as science knows, the Earth's action on the moon is confined to the physical attraction which causes her to circle in her orbit, and should an objector insist that this fact alone is sufficient evidence that the moon is truly the Earth's satellite on other planes of action, one may reply by asking whether a mother who walks round and round her child's cradle, keeping watch over the infant, is the subordinate of her child or dependent upon it. Though in one sense she is its satellite, yet she is certainly older and more fully developed than the child she watches. It is then the moon that plays the largest and most important part as well in the formation of the earth itself as in the peopling thereof with human beings. The lunar monads, or pitris, the ancestors of man, become in reality man himself. They are the monads who enter on the cycle of evolution on globe A, and who, passing round the chain of globes, evolve the human form, as has just been shown. At the beginning of the human stage of the fourth round on this globe, they ooze out their astral doubles from the ape-like forms which they had evolved in the third round. And it is this subtle, finer form which serves as the model round which nature builds physical man. These monads, or divine sparks, are thus the lunar ancestors, the pitris themselves. For these lunar spirits have to become men in order that their monads may reach a higher plane of activity and self-consciousness, that is, the plane of the Manasa Putras, those who endow the senseless shells, created and informed by the pitris, with mind, in the latter part of the third root race. In the same way, the monads or egos of the men in the seventh round of our earth, after our own globes, A, B, C, D, etc., parting with their life energy, will have informed and thereby called to life other Laya centers, destined to live and act on a still higher plane of being. In the same way will the terrene ancestors create those who will become their superiors. It now becomes plain that there exists in nature a triple evolutionary scheme for the formation of the three periodical upatis, or rather three separate schemes of evolution, which in our system are inextricably interwoven and interblended at every point. These are the monadic or spiritual, the intellectual, and the physical evolutions. These three are the finite aspects, or the reflections on the field of cosmic illusion, of Atma, the seventh, the one reality. 1. The monadic, as the name implies, is concerned with the growth and development into still higher phases of activity of the monads in conjunction with 2. The intellectual, represented by the Manasa Dhyanis, the solar devas, or the Agnishvata pitris, the givers of intelligence and consciousness to man. And 3. The physical, represented by the chayas of the lunar pitris, round which nature has concreted the present physical body. This body serves as the vehicle for the growth, to use a misleading word, and the transformations, through manas, and owing to the accumulation of experiences, of the finite into the infinite, of the transient into the eternal and absolute. Each of these three systems has its own laws, and is ruled and guided by different sets of the highest dhyanis or logoi. Each is represented in the constitution of man, the microcosm of the great macrocosm, and it is the union of these three streams in him which makes him the complex being he now is. Nature, the physical evolutionary power, could never evolve intelligence unaided. She can only create senseless forms, as will be seen in our anthropogenesis. The lunar monads cannot progress, for they have not yet had sufficient touch with the forms created by nature to allow of their accumulating experiences through its means. It is the Manasa Dhyanis who fill up the gap, and they represent the evolutionary power of intelligence and mind, the link between spirit and matter in this round. Also, it must be borne in mind that the monads, which enter upon the evolutionary cycle upon globe A in the first round, are in very different stages of development, hence the matter becomes somewhat complicated. Let us recapitulate. The most developed, the lunar monads, reach the human germ stage in the first round, become terrestrial, though very ethereal, human beings towards the end of the third round, remaining on the globe through the obscuration period as the seed for future mankind in the fourth round, and thus become the pioneers of humanity at the beginning of this, the present fourth round. Others reach the human stage only during later rounds, that is, in the second, third, or first half of the fourth round. And finally, the most retarded of all, that is, those still occupying animal forms after the middle turning point of the fourth round, will not become men at all during this Manvantara. They will reach to the verge of humanity only at the close of the seventh round, to be in their turn ushered into a new chain, after Pralaya, by older pioneers, the progenitors of humanity, or the seed humanity, Shishta, namely, the men who will be at the head of all at the end of these rounds. The student scarcely needs any further explanation on the part played by the fourth globe in the fourth round in the scheme of evolution. From the preceding diagrams, which are applicable mutatis mutandis to rounds, globes, or races, it will be seen that the fourth member of a series occupies a unique position. Unlike the others, the fourth has no sister globe on the same plane as itself, and it thus forms the fulcrum of the balance represented by the whole chain. It is the sphere of final evolutionary adjustments, the world of the karmic scales, the hall of justice, where the balance is struck which determines the future course of the monad during the remainder of its incarnations in the cycle. And therefore is it that after this central turning point has been passed in the great cycle, that is, after the middle point of the fourth race in the fourth round on our globe, no more monads can enter the human kingdom. The door is closed for this cycle and the balance struck. For were it otherwise, had there been a new soul created for each of the countless milliards of human beings that have passed away, and had there been no reincarnation, it would become difficult indeed to provide room for the disembodied spirits, nor could the origin and cause of suffering ever be accounted for. It is the ignorance of the occult tenets and the enforcement of false conceptions under the guise of religious education which have created materialism and atheism as a protest against the asserted divine order of things. The only exceptions to the rule just stated are the dumb races, whose monads are already within the human range in virtue of the fact that these animals are later than, and even half descended from man, their last descendants being the anthropoid and other apes. These human presentments are in truth only the distorted copies of the early humanity, but this will receive full attention in the next volume. As the commentary broadly rendered says, 1. Every form on earth and every speck, atom in space strives in its efforts towards self-formation to follow the model placed for it in the heavenly man. The atoms, involution and evolution, its external and internal growth and development, have all one and the same object, man. Man as the highest physical and ultimate form on this earth. The monad, in its absolute totality and awakened condition, as the culmination of the divine incarnations on earth. 2. The dhyanis, pitris, are those who have evolved their bhuta, doubles, from themselves, which rupa, form, has become the vehicle of monads, seventh and sixth principles, that had completed their cycle of transmigration in the 3 preceding kalpas, rounds. Then they, the astral doubles, became the men of the first human race of the round, but they were not complete and were senseless. This will be explained in the sequel. Meanwhile, man, or rather his monad, has existed on earth from the very beginning of the round, but up to our own fifth race, the external shapes, which covered those divine astral doubles, have changed and consolidated with every subrace, the form and physical structure of the fauna changing at the same time as they had to be adapted to the ever-changing conditions of life on this globe during the geological periods of its formative cycle. And thus will they go on changing with every root race and every chief subrace down to the last one of the seventh in this round. 3. The inner, now concealed man was then in the beginning the external man, the progeny of the Dhyanis, Pitris. He was the son like unto his father. Like the lotus, whose external shape assumes gradually the form of the model within itself, so did the form of man in the beginning evolve from within, without. After the cycle in which man began to procreate his species after the fashion of the present animal kingdom, it became the reverse. The human fetus follows now in its transformations all the forms that the physical frame of man assumed throughout the three kalpas, rounds, during the tentative efforts at plastic formation around the monad by senseless, because imperfect, matter in her blind wanderings. In the present age, the physical embryo is a plant, a reptile, an animal, before it finally becomes man, evolving within himself his own ethereal counterpart in his turn. In the beginning, it was that counterpart, astral man, which, being senseless, got entangled in the meshes of matter. But this man belongs to the fourth round. As shown, the monad had passed through, journeyed, and been imprisoned in every transitional form throughout every kingdom of nature during the three preceding rounds. But the monad which becomes human is not the man. In this round, with the exception of the highest mammals after man, the anthropoids destined to die out in this our race, when their monads will be liberated and pass into the astral human forms, or the highest elementals of the sixth and the seventh races, and then into the lowest human forms in the fifth round. No units of any of the kingdoms are animated any longer by monads destined to become human in their next stage, but only by the lower elementals of their respective realms. These elementals will become human monads in their turn, only at the next great planetary manvantara. And in fact, the last human monad incarnated before the beginning of the fifth root race, nature never repeats herself. Therefore the anthropoids of our day have not existed at any time since the middle of the Miocene period, when, like all cross-breeds, they began to show a tendency, more and more marked as time went on, to return to the type of their first parent, the gigantic black and yellow Lemuro-Atlantean. To search for the missing link is useless. To the scientists of the closing sixth root race, millions and millions of years hence, our modern races, or rather their fossils, will appear as those of small, insignificant apes, an extinct species of the genus Homo. Such anthropoids form an exception because they were not intended by nature, but are the direct product and creation of senseless man. The Hindus attribute a divine origin to the apes and monkeys because the men of the third race were gods from another plane who had become senseless mortals. This subject had already been touched upon in Isis Unveiled 12 years ago, as plainly as was then possible. The reader is there referred to the Brahmans, if he would know the reason of the regard they have for the monkeys. Quote, he, the reader, would perhaps learn, were the Brahman to judge him worthy of an explanation, that the Hindu sees in the ape but what Manu desired he should, the transformation of species most directly connected with that of the human family, a bastard branch engrafted on their own stock before the final perfection of the latter. He might learn further that in the eyes of the educated heathen, the spiritual or inner man is one thing and his terrestrial physical casket another. That physical nature, that great combination of correlations of physical forces, ever creeping on towards perfection, has to avail herself of the material at hand. she models and remodels as she proceeds, and finishing her crowning work in man, presents him alone as a fit tabernacle for the overshadowing of the divine spirit." End quote. Moreover, a German scientific work is mentioned in a footnote on the same page. It says that, quote, "A Hanoverian scientist has recently published a work entitled Über die Auflösung der Arten durch natürliche Zuchtwahl, in which he shows with great ingenuity that Darwin was wholly mistaken in tracing man back to the ape. On the contrary, he maintains that it is the ape which has evolved from man. He shows that in the beginning mankind were morally and physically the types and prototypes of our present race and of our human dignity, by their beauty of form, regularity of feature, cranial development, nobility of sentiments, heroic impulses, and grandeur of ideal conceptions. This is purely Brahmanic, Buddhistic, and Kabbalistic doctrine. His book is copiously illustrated with diagrams, tables, etc. It asserts that the gradual debasement and degradation of man, morally and physically, can be readily traced throughout ethnological transformations down to our time. And as one portion has already degenerated into apes, so the civilized man of the present day will at last, under the action of the inevitable law of necessity, be also succeeded by like descendants. If we may judge of the future by the actual present, it certainly does seem possible that so unspiritual and materialistic a race should end as simia rather than as seraphs." End quote. But, though the apes descended from man, it is certainly not the fact that the human monad, which has once reached the level of humanity, ever incarnates again in the form of an animal. The cycle of metempsychosis for the human monad is closed, for we are in the 4th round and the 5th root race. The reader will have to bear in mind, at any rate one who has made himself acquainted with esoteric Buddhism, that the stanzas which follow in this volume and the next speak of the evolution in our 4th round only. The latter is the cycle of the turning point, after which matter, having reached its lowest depths, begins to strive onward and to become spiritualized with every new race and with every fresh cycle. Therefore, the student must take care not to see contradiction where there is none, for in esoteric Buddhism rounds are spoken of in general, while here only the 4th, or our present round, is meant. Then it was the work of formation, now it is that of reformation and evolutionary perfection. Finally, to close this digression, anent various but unavoidable misconceptions, we must refer to a statement in esoteric Buddhism which has produced a very fatal impression upon the minds of many theosophists. One unfortunate sentence from the work just referred to is constantly brought forward to prove the materialism of the doctrine. The author, referring to the progress of organisms on the globe, says that the mineral kingdom will no more develop the vegetable than the earth was able to develop man from the ape till it received an impulse. End quote. Whether this sentence renders the thought of the author literally, or as simply as we believe it is, a lapsus calami, may remain an open question. It is really with surprise that we have ascertained the fact that esoteric Buddhism was so little understood by some theosophists as to have led them into the belief that it thoroughly supported Darwinian evolution, and especially the theory of the descent of man from a pithecoid ancestor. As one member writes, quote, "I suppose you realize that 3/4 of theosophists and even outsiders imagine that, as far as the evolution of man is concerned, Darwinism and theosophy kiss one another." End quote. Nothing of the kind was ever realized, nor is there any great warrant for it, so far as we know, in esoteric Buddhism. It has been repeatedly stated that evolution, as taught by Manu and Kapila, was the groundwork of the modern teachings. But neither occultism nor theosophy has ever supported the wild theories of the present Darwinists, least of all the descent of man from an ape. Of this more hereafter, but one has only to turn to page 47 of the work named to find the statement that, quote, "man belongs to a kingdom distinctly separate from that of the animals." End quote. With such a plain and unequivocal statement before him, it is very strange that any careful student should have been so misled, unless he's prepared to charge the author with a gross contradiction. Every round repeats the evolutionary work of the preceding round on a higher scale. With the exception of some higher anthropoids, as just mentioned, the monadic inflow or inner evolution is at an end till the next Manvantara. It can never be too often repeated that the full-blown human monads have to be first disposed of before the new crop of candidates appears on this globe at the beginning of the next cycle. Thus there is a lull, and this is why, during the fourth round, man appears on earth earlier than any animal creation, as will be described. But it is still urged that the author of esoteric Buddhism has preached Darwinism all along. Certain passages would undoubtedly seem to lend countenance to this inference, besides which the occultists themselves are ready to concede partial correctness to the Darwinian hypothesis in later details by laws of evolution, and after the midway point of the fourth race. Of that which has taken place, physical science can really know nothing, for such matters lie entirely outside of its sphere of investigation. But what the occultists have never admitted, nor will they ever admit, is that man was an ape in this or any other round, or that he ever could be one, however much he may have been ape-like. This is vouched for by the very authority from whom the author of esoteric Buddhism got his information. Thus, to those who confront the occultists with these lines from the above-named volume, quote, "It is enough to show that we may as reasonably, and that we must, if we would talk about these matters at all, conceive a life impulse giving birth to mineral forms, as of the same sort of impulse concerned to raise a race of apes into a race of rudimentary men." End quote. To those who bring this passage forward as showing decided Darwinism, the occultists answer by pointing to the explanation of the master, Mr. Sinnett's teacher, which would contradict these lines, were they written in the spirit attributed to them. A copy of this letter was sent to the writer together with others 2 years ago, 1886, with additional marginal remarks to quote from in the Secret Doctrine. It begins by considering the difficulty experienced by the Western student in reconciling some facts previously given with the evolution of man from the animal, that is, from the mineral, vegetable, and animal kingdoms, and advises the student to hold to the doctrine of analogy and correspondences. Then it touches upon the mystery of the devas and even gods having to pass through states, which it was agreed to refer to as immetallization, inherbation, inzuonization, and finally incarnation, and explains this by hinting at the necessity of failures even in the ethereal races of Dian Chohans. Concerning this it says, quote, "These failures are too far progressed and spiritualized to be thrown back forcibly from Dian Chohanship into the vortex of a new primordial evolution through the lower kingdoms." End quote. After which, a hint only is given about the mystery contained in the allegory of the fallen Asuras, which will be expanded and explained in Volume 2. When karma has reached them at the stage of human evolution, quote, "they will have to drink it to the last drop in the bitter cup of retribution. Then they become an active force and commingle with the elementals, the progressed entities of the pure animal kingdom, to develop little by little the full type of humanity." End quote. These Dian Chohans, as we see, do not pass through the three kingdoms as do the lower Pitris, nor do they incarnate in man until the third root race. Thus, as the teaching stands, quote, "Round 1, man in the first round and first race on globe D, our Earth, was an ethereal being, a lunar Dhyani, as man, non-intelligent but super-spiritual, and correspondingly on the law of analogy in the first race of the fourth round. In each of the subsequent races and sub-races, he grows more and more into an encased or incarnate being, but still preponderatingly ethereal. He is sexless, and like the animal and vegetable, he develops monstrous bodies correspondential with his coarser surroundings. Round 2, he, man, is still gigantic and ethereal, but growing firmer and more condensed in body, a more physical man, yet still less intelligent than spiritual, for mind is a slower and more difficult evolution than is the physical frame. Round 3. He has now a perfectly concrete or compacted body, at first the form of a giant ape, and now more intelligent, or rather cunning, than spiritual. For on the downward arc, he has now reached a point where his primordial spirituality is eclipsed and overshadowed by nascent mentality. In the last half of the third round, his gigantic stature decreases, and his body improves in texture, and he becomes a more rational being, though still more an ape than a deva. All this is almost exactly repeated in the third root race of the fourth round. Round 4. Intellect has an enormous development in this round. The hitherto dumb races acquire our present human speech on this globe, on which, from the fourth race, language is perfected and knowledge increases. At this halfway point of the fourth round, as of the fourth or Atlantean root race, humanity passes the axial point of the minor Manvantaric cycle, the world teeming with the results of intellectual activity and spiritual decrease." End quote. This is from the authentic letter. What follows are the later remarks and additional explanations traced by the same hand in the form of footnotes. Quote, 1. The original letter contained general teaching, a bird's-eye view, and particularized nothing. To speak of physical man while limiting the statement to the early rounds would be drifting back to the miraculous and instantaneous coats of skin, the first nature, the first body, the first mind, on the first plane of perception, on the first globe in the first round is what was meant. For karma and evolution have, centered in our make, such strange extremes from different natures, marvelously mixed. 2. Restore. He has now reached the point by analogy, and as the third root race in the fourth round, where the angel man's primordial spirituality is eclipsed and overshadowed by nascent human mentality, and you have the true version on your thumbnail. End quote. These are the words of the teacher, text, words and sentences in brackets and explanatory footnotes. It stands to reason that there must be an enormous difference in such terms as objectivity and subjectivity, materiality and spirituality, when the same terms are applied to different planes of being and perception. All this must be taken in its relative sense, and therefore there is little to be wondered at if, left to his own speculations, an author who, however eager to learn, was yet quite inexperienced in these abstruse teachings, has fallen into an error. Nor was the difference between the rounds and the races sufficiently defined in the letters received, since nothing of the kind had been required before, as the ordinary Eastern disciple would have found out the difference in a moment. Moreover, to quote from a letter of the Master, the teachings were imparted under protest. They were, so to say, smuggled goods, and when I remained face to face with only one correspondent, the other, Mr. Blank, had so far tossed all the cards into confusion that little remained to be said without trespassing upon law. End quote. Theosophists, whom it may concern, will understand what is meant. The outcome of all this is that nothing had ever been said in the letters to warrant the assurance that the occult doctrine has ever taught or any adept believed in, unless metaphorically, the preposterous modern theory of the descent of man from a common ancestor with the ape, an anthropoid of the actual animal kind. To this day the world is more full of ape-like men than the woods are of men-like apes. The ape is sacred in India because its origin is well known to the initiates, though concealed under a thick veil of allegory. Hanumana is the son of Pavana, Vayu, god of the wind, by Anjana, wife of a monster called Kesari, though his genealogy varies. The reader who bears this in mind will find in Volume 2, Passim, the whole explanation of this ingenious allegory. The men of the third race who separated were gods by their spirituality and purity, though senseless, and as yet destitute of mind, as men. These men of the third race, the ancestors of the Atlanteans, were just such ape-like, intellectually senseless giants as were those beings who, during the third round, represented humanity. Morally irresponsible, it was these third-race men who, through promiscuous connection with animal species lower than themselves, created that missing link which became, ages later, in the tertiary period only, the remote ancestor of the real ape, as we find it now in the pithecoid family. And if this is found clashing with the statement which shows the animal later than man, then the reader is asked to bear in mind that the placental mammal only is meant. In those days there were animals of which zoology does not even dream in our own, and the modes of reproduction were not identical with the notions which modern physiology has upon the subject. It is not altogether convenient to touch upon such questions in public, but there is no contradiction or impossibility in this whatsoever. Thus, the earlier teachings, however unsatisfactory, vague, and fragmentary, did not teach the evolution of man from the ape, nor does the author of esoteric Buddhism assert it anywhere in his work in so many words, but owing to his inclination towards modern science, he uses language which might perhaps justify such an inference. The man who preceded the fourth, the Atlantean race, however much he may have looked physically like a gigantic ape, the counterfeit of man who hath not the life of a man, was still a thinking and already a speaking man. The Lemuro-Atlantean was a highly civilized race, and if one accepts tradition, which is better history than the speculative fiction which now passes under that name, he was higher than we are, with all our sciences and the degraded civilization of the day. At any rate, the Lemuro-Atlantean of the closing third race was so. And now we may return to the stanzas. End of section 19, read by Czandra in Nova Scotia, 2024.
Section 20 of The Secret Doctrine, Book 1, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tim Rowe. Cosmogenesis, Part 1. Cosmic Evolution by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Commentaries. Stanza 6, Part 3. 5. At the fourth, A, the sons are told to create their images. 1/3 refuses, 2 obey. The curse is pronounced. B, they will be born in the fourth, suffer and cause suffering. This is the first war. C. The full meaning of this shloka can only be fully comprehended after reading the additional detailed explanations in the Anthropogenesis and its commentaries in Volume 2. Between this shloka and shloka 4 extend long ages, and there now gleams the dawn and sunrise of another aeon. The drama enacted on our planet is at the beginning of its fourth act. But for a clearer comprehension of the whole play, the reader will have to turn back before he can proceed onward. For this verse belongs to the general cosmogony given in the archaic volumes, whereas Volume 2 will give a detailed account of the creation, or rather formation, of the first human beings, followed by the second humanity, and then by the third, or, as they are called, the first, second, and third root races. As the solid earth began by being a ball of liquid fire, of fiery dust and its protoplasmic phantom, so did man. A. That which is meant by the qualification the fourth is explained as the fourth round, only on the authority of the commentaries. It can equally mean fourth eternity as fourth round, or even our fourth globe, for, as will repeatedly be shown, the latter is the fourth sphere, on the fourth or lowest plane of material life. And it so happens that we are in the fourth round, at the middle point of which the perfect equilibrium between spirit and matter had to take place. It was, as we shall see, at this period, during the highest point of civilization and knowledge, and also of human intellectuality, of the fourth Atlantean race, that, owing to the final crisis of the physiologico-spiritual adjustment of the races, humanity branched off into two diametrically opposite paths, the right and the left-hand paths of knowledge or vidya. In the words of the commentary, thus were the germs of the white and the black magic sown in those days. The seeds lay latent for some time to sprout only during the early period of the fifth, our race. Says the commentary explaining the shloka, the holy youths, the gods, refuse to multiply and create species after their likeness, after their kind. They are not fit forms, rupas, for us. They have grown. They refuse to enter the chayas, shadows or images of their inferiors. Thus had selfish feeling prevailed from the beginning, even among the gods, and they fell under the eye of the karmic lepikas. They had to suffer for it in later births. How the punishment reached the gods will be seen in Volume 2. It is a universal tradition that before the physiological fall, propagation of one's kind, whether human or animal, took place through the will of the creators, or of their progeny. There was the fall of spirit into generation, not the fall of mortal man. It has already been stated that, to become self-conscious, spirit must pass through every cycle of being, culminating in its highest point on the earth in man. Spirit per se is an unconscious negative abstraction. Its purity is inherent, not acquired by merit. Hence, as already shown, to become the highest Dayan Chohan, it is necessary for each ego to attain to full self-consciousness as a human, i.e. conscious being, which is synthesized for us in man. The Jewish Kabbalists, arguing that no spirit can belong to the divine hierarchy unless ruach, spirit, is united to nefesh, living soul, only repeat the Eastern esoteric teaching. A dhyani has to be an Atma Buddhi, once the Buddhimanas break loose from the immortal Atma, of which it, Buddhi, is the vehicle. Atman passes into non-being, which is absolute being. This means that the purely nirvanic state is a passage of spirit back to the ideal abstraction of beingness, which has no relation to the plane on which our universe is accomplishing its cycle. B. The curse is pronounced does not mean in this instance that any personal being, God or superior spirit, pronounced it, but simply that the cause which could but create bad results had been generated, and that the effects of this karmic cause could lead the beings that counteracted the laws of nature, and thus impeded her legitimate progress, only to bad incarnations, hence to suffering. C. There were many wars, all referring to struggles of adjustment, spiritual, cosmical, and astronomical, but chiefly to the mystery of the evolution of man as he is now. The powers, or pure essences, that were told to create relate to a mystery explained, as already said elsewhere. It is not only one of the most hidden secrets of nature, that of generation, over whose solution the embryologists have vainly put their heads together, but likewise a divine function which involves that great religious or rather dogmatic mystery, the so-called fall of the angels. Satan and his rebellious host, when the meaning of the allegory is explained, will thus prove to have refused to create physical man, only to become the direct saviors and creators of divine man. The symbolic teaching is more than mystical and religious. It is purely scientific, as will be seen later on. For, instead of remaining a mere blind functioning medium impelled and guided by fathomless law, the rebellious angel claimed and enforced his right of independent judgment and will, his right of free agency and responsibility, since man and angel are alike under karmic law. Explaining Kabbalistic views, the author of New Aspects of Life says of the fallen angels that, according to the symbolic teaching, spirit, from being simply a functionary agent of God, became volitional in its developed and developing action, and, substituting its own will for the divine desire in its regard, so fell. Hence the kingdom and reign of spirits and spiritual action, which flow from and are the product of spirit volition, are outside and contrasted with, and in contradistinction to, the kingdom of souls and divine action. So far, so good. But what does the author mean by saying, when man was created, he was human in constitution, with human affections, human hopes and aspirations. From this state he fell into the brute and savage. This is diametrically opposite to our Eastern teaching, and even to the Kabbalistic notion, so far as we understand it, and to the Bible itself. This looks like corporealism and substantialism, coloring positive philosophy, though it is rather difficult to feel quite sure of the author's meaning. A fall, however, from the natural into the supernatural and the animal, supernatural meaning the purely spiritual in this case, implies what we suggest. The New Testament speaks of one of these wars as follows: "And there was a war in heaven. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon, and the dragon fought and his angels and prevailed not. Neither was their place found any more in heaven. And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world." The Kabbalistic version of the same story is given in the Codex Nazarius, the scripture of the Nazarenes, the real mystic Christians of John the Baptist, and the initiates of Christos. Bahak-Zivo, the father of the genii, is ordered to construct creatures to create. But, as he is ignorant of Orcus, he fails to do so, and calls in Fetahil, a still purer spirit, to his aid, who fails still worse. This is a repetition of the failure of the fathers, the lords of light, who fail one after the other. We will now quote from our earlier volumes. Then steps on the stage of creation the spirit of the earth, so-called, or the soul psyche, which St. James called devilish, the lower portion of the anima mundi, or astral light. See the close of this shloka. With the Nazarenes and the Gnostics, this spirit was feminine. Thus, the spirit of the earth, perceiving that for Fetahil, the newest man, the latest, the splendor was changed, and that for splendor existed decrease and damage, she awaits Karabatanos, who was frantic and without sense and judgment, and says to him, "Arise, see, the splendor, light of the newest man, Fetahil, has failed to produce or create men. The decrease of this splendor is visible. Rise up, come with thy mother, the spiritus, and free thee from limits by which thou art held, and those more ample than the whole world." After which follows the union of the frantic and blind matter, guided by the institutions of the spirit, not the divine breath, but the astral spirit, which by its double essence is already tainted with matter. And the offer of the mother being accepted, the spiritus conceives 7 figures, and the 7 stellars, planets, which represent also the 7 capital sins, the progeny of an astral soul, separated from its divine source, spirit, and matter, the blind demon of concupiscence. Seeing this, Fetahil extends his hand towards the abyss of matter, and says, "Let the earth exist, just as the abode of the powers has existed." Dipping his hand in the chaos which he condenses, he creates our planet. Then the Codex proceeds to tell how Bahak-Zivo was separated from the spiritus. Then the greatest, Mano, who dwells with the greatest Ferho, calls Kebar-Zivo, known also by the name of Nebat Iavar Bar Ifin Ifafin, the helm and vine of the food of life, he being the third life and commiserating the rebellious and foolish genii on account of the magnitude of their ambition, says, "Lord of the genii, aeons, see what the genii, the rebellious angels, do, and about what they are consulting. They say, let us call forth the world, and let us call the powers into existence. The genii are the princes, principes, the sons of light, but thou art the messenger of life. And in order to counteract the influence of the 7 badly disposed principles, the progeny of Spiritus, Kebar-Zivo, or Kabar-Zio, the mighty lord of splendor, produces 7 other lives, the cardinal virtues, who shine in their own form and light from on high, and thus re-establish the balance between good and evil, light and darkness. Here one finds a repetition of the early allegorical dual systems, such as the Zoroastrian, and detects a germ of the dogmatic and dualistic religions of the future, a germ which has grown into such a luxuriant tree in ecclesiastical Christianity. It is already the outline of the two supremes, God and Satan, but in the stanzas no such idea exists. Most of the Western Christian Kabbalists, preeminently Eliphas Levi, in their desire to reconcile the occult sciences with church dogmas, did their best to make of the astral light only and preeminently the pleroma of the early church fathers, the abode of the hosts of the fallen angels, of the archons and powers. But the astral light, though only the lower aspect of the absolute, is still dual. It is the anima mundi, and ought never to be viewed otherwise, except for Kabbalistic purposes. The difference which exists between its light and its living fire ought ever to be present in the mind of the seer and the psychic. The higher aspect of this light, without which only creatures of matter can be produced, is this living fire and its seventh principle. It is stated in Isis Unveiled in a complete description of it. The astral light or anima mundi is dual and bisexual. The ideal male part of it is purely divine and spiritual. It is wisdom. It is spirit or Purusha, while the female portion, the spiritus of the Nazarenes, is tainted in one sense with matter, is indeed matter, and therefore is evil already. It is the life principle of every living creature, and furnishes the astral soul, the fluidic perispirit, to men, animals, fowls of the air, and everything living. Animals have only the latent germ of the highest immortal soul in them. This latter will develop only after a series of countless evolutions, the doctrine of which evolutions is contained in the Kabbalistic axiom, a stone becomes a plant a beast a man a spirit, and the spirit a god. The seven principles of the Eastern initiates had not yet been explained when Isis Unveiled was written, but only the three Kabbalistic faces of the semi-exoteric Kabbalah. But these contain the description of the mystic natures of the first group of Dayan Chohans in the regimen Ignis, the region and rule or government of fire, divided into three classes, synthesized by the first, which makes four, or the Tetractys. If one studies the commentaries attentively, he will find the same progression in the angelic natures, viz., from the passive down to the active. The last of these beings are as near to the ahamkara element, the region or plane wherein egoship or the feeling of I amness is beginning to be defined, as the first are near to the undifferentiated essence. The former are arupa, incorporeal, the latter rupa, corporeal. In Volume 2 of the same work, the philosophical systems of the Gnostics and the primitive Jewish Christians, the Nazarenes, and the Ebionites are fully considered. They show the views held in those days outside the circle of Mosaic Jews about Jehovah. He was identified by all the Gnostics with the evil rather than with the good principle. For them, he was Ildabaoth, the son of darkness, whose mother, Sophia Achamoth, was the daughter of Sophia, the divine wisdom, the female Holy Ghost of the early Christians, Akasha, Sophia Achamoth, personifying the lower astral light or ether. The astral light stands in the same relation to Akasha and Anima Mundi as Satan stands to the deity. They are one and the same thing seen from two aspects, the spiritual and the psychic, the super-ethereal or connecting link between matter and pure spirit, and the physical. Ildabaoth, a compound name made up of Ilda, child, and Baoth, the latter from an egg, and chaos, emptiness, void, or desolation, or the child born in the egg of chaos, like the Brahma or Jehovah, is simply one of the Elohim, the seven creative spirits, and one of the lower Sephiroth. Ildabaoth produces from himself seven other gods, stellar spirits, or the lunar ancestors, for they are all the same. They are all in his own image, the spirits of the face and the reflections one of the other, who become darker and more material as they successively recede from their originator. They also inhabit seven regions disposed like a stair, for its steps mount and descend the scale of spirit and matter. With pagans and Christians, with Hindus and Chaldeans, with Greek as with Roman Catholics, the texts varying slightly in their interpretations, they all were the genii of the 7 planets and of the 7 planetary spheres of our septenary chain, of which Earth is the lowest. This connects the stellar and lunar spirits with the higher planetary angels, and the Septarshis, the 7 rishis of the stars of the Hindus, as subordinate angels or messengers to these rishis, their emanations on the descending scale. Such, in the opinion of the philosophical Gnostics, were the god and the archangels now worshipped by the Christians. The fallen angels and the legend of the war in heaven are thus purely pagan in their origin, and come from India via Persia and Chaldea. The only reference to them in the Christian canon is found in Revelation 12, as quoted a few pages back. Thus, Satan, once he ceases to be viewed in the superstitious, dogmatic, unphilosophical spirit of the churches, grows into the grandiose image of one who makes of a terrestrial a divine man, who gives him, throughout the long cycle of Mahakalpa, the law of the spirit of life, and makes him free from the sin of ignorance, hence death. 6. The older wheels rotated downward and upward. A. The mother's spawn filled the whole. There were battles fought between the creators and the destroyers, and battles fought for space, the seed appearing and reappearing continuously. B. A. Here, having finished for the time being with our side issues, which, however they may break the flow of the narrative, are necessary for the elucidation of the whole scheme, we must return once more to the cosmogony. The phrase older wheels refers to the worlds or globes of our chain as they were during the previous rounds. The present stanza, which explained esoterically, is found embodied entirely in Kabbalistic works. Therein will be found the very history of the evolution of those countless globes which evolve after a periodical pralaya, rebuilt from old material into new forms. The previous globes disintegrate and reappear transformed and perfected for a new phase of life. In the Kabbalah, worlds are compared to sparks which fly from under the hammer of the great architect, law, the law which rules all the smaller creators. The following comparative diagram shows the identity between the two systems, the Kabbalistic and the Eastern. The 3 upper are the 3 higher planes of consciousness, revealed and explained in both schools only to the initiates. The lower represent the 4 lower planes, the lowest being our plane or the visible universe. These 7 planes correspond to the 7 states of consciousness in man. It remains with him to attune the 3 higher states in himself to the 3 higher planes in cosmos. But before he can attempt to attune, he must awaken the 3 seats to life and activity. And how many are capable of bringing themselves to even a superficial comprehension of Atmavidya, spirit knowledge, or what is called by the Sufis Rohani? B. The seed appearing and reappearing continuously. Here, seed stands for the world germ, viewed by science as material particles in a highly attenuated condition, but in occult physics as spiritual particles, i.e., supersensuous matter existing in a state of primeval differentiation. To see and appreciate the difference, the immense gulf that separates terrestrial matter from the finer grades of supersensuous matter, every astronomer, every chemist and physicist ought to be a psychometer. To say the least, he ought to be able to sense for himself that difference in which he now refuses to believe. Mrs. Elizabeth Denton, one of the most learned and also one of the most materialistic and skeptical women of her age, the wife of Professor Denton, the well-known American geologist, and the author of The Soul of Things, was, in spite of her skepticism, one of the most wonderful psychometers. This is what she describes in one of her experiments. A particle of meteorite was placed on her forehead in an envelope, and the lady, not being aware of what it contained, said, "What a difference between that which we recognize as matter here and that which seems like matter there. In the one, the elements are so coarse and so angular. I wonder that we can endure it at all, much more that we can desire to continue our present relations to it. In the other, all the elements are so refined, they are so free from those great rough angularities which characterize the elements here, that I can but regard that as by so much the more than this the real existence. In theogony, every seed is an ethereal organism from which evolves later on a celestial being, a god. In the beginning, that which is called in mystic phraseology cosmic desire evolves into absolute light. Now, light without any shadow would be absolute light. In other words, absolute darkness, as physical science tries to prove. This shadow appears under the form of primordial matter, allegorized, if you will, in the shape of the spirit of creative fire or heat. If, rejecting the poetical form and allegory, science chooses to see in this the primordial fire mist, it is welcome to do so. Whether one way or the other, whether Fohat or the famous force of science, nameless and as difficult of definition as our Fohat himself, that something caused the universe to move with circular motion, as Plato has it, or as the occult teaching expresses it, the central sun causes Fohat to collect primordial dust in the form of balls, to impel them to move in converging lines and finally to approach each other and aggregate. Being scattered in space without order or system, the world germs come into frequent collision until their final aggregation, after which they become wanderers, comets. Then the battles and struggles begin. The older bodies attract the younger, while others repel them. Many perish, devoured by their stronger companions. Those that escape become worlds. When carefully analyzed and reflected upon, this will be found as scientific as science can make it, even at our late period. We have been assured that there exist several modern works of speculative fancy upon such struggles for life in sidereal heaven, especially in the German language. We rejoice to hear it, for ours is an occult teaching lost in the darkness of archaic ages. We have treated of it fully in Isis Unveiled, and the idea of Darwinian-like evolution, of struggle for life and supremacy, and of the survival of the fittest, among the hosts above, as of the hosts below, runs throughout both the volumes of our earlier work, written in 1876. But the idea is not ours, it is that of antiquity. Even the Puranic writers have ingeniously interwoven allegory with cosmic facts and human events. Any symbologist may discern their astro-cosmical allusions, even though he be unable to grasp the whole meaning. The great wars in heaven in the Puranas, the wars of the Titans in Hesiod and other classical writers, the struggles also between Osiris and Typhon in the Egyptian myth, and even those in the Scandinavian legends, all refer to the same subject. Northern mythology refers to it as the Battle of the Flames, the sons of Muspel who fought on the field of Wigred. All these relate to heaven and earth, and have a double and often even a triple meaning, an esoteric application to things above as to things below. They severally relate to astronomical, theogonical, and human struggles, to the adjustment of orbs and the supremacy among nations and tribes. The struggle for existence and the survival of the fittest reigned supreme from the moment that cosmos manifested into being and could hardly escape the observant eye of the ancient sages. Hence, the incessant fights of Indra, the god of the firmament, with the Asuras, degraded from high gods into cosmic demons, and with Vritra or Ahi. The battles fought between stars and constellations, between moons and planets later on, incarnated as kings and mortals. Hence also the war in heaven of Michael and his host against the dragon, Jupiter and Lucifer Venus, when a third of the stars of the rebellious host was hurled down into space, and its place was found no more in heaven. As we wrote long ago, this is the basic and fundamental stone of the secret cycles. It shows that the Brahmins and Tanaim speculated on the creation and development of the world quite in a Darwinian way, both anticipating him and his school in the natural selection, gradual development and transformation of the species. There were old worlds that perished, conquered by the new, etc., etc. The assertion that all the worlds, stars, planets, etc., as soon as a nucleus of primordial substance in the layer, undifferentiated state, is informed by the freed principles of a just deceased sidereal body, become first comets and then suns to cool down the inhabitable worlds, is a teaching as old as the rishis. Thus, the secret books, as we see, distinctly teach an astronomy that would not be rejected even by modern speculation, could the latter thoroughly understand its teachings. For archaic astronomy and the ancient physical and mathematical sciences expressed views identical with those of modern science, and many of far more momentous import. A struggle for life and a survival of the fittest in the worlds above and on our planet here below are distinctly taught. This teaching, however, although it would not be entirely rejected by science, is sure to be repudiated as an integral whole, for it avers that there are only 7 self-born primordial gods emanated from the Trinitarian One. In other words, it means that all the worlds, or sidereal bodies, always on strict analogy, are formed one from the other, after the primordial manifestation at the beginning of the Great Age is accomplished. End of section 20. Section 21 of The Secret Doctrine, Book 1, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tim Rowe. Cosmogenesis, Part 1. Cosmic Evolution by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Commentaries, Stanza 6, Part 4. The birth of the celestial bodies in space is compared to a multitude of pilgrims at the Festival of the Fires. 7 ascetics appear on the threshold of the temple with 7 lighted sticks of incense. At the light of these, the first row of pilgrims light their incense sticks, after which every ascetic begins whirling his stick around his head in space and furnishes the rest with fire. Thus, with the heavenly bodies. A lay center is lighted and awakened into life by the fires of another pilgrim, after which the new center rushes into space and becomes a comet. It is only after losing its velocity and hence its fiery tail that the fiery dragon settles down into quiet and steady life as a regular, respectable citizen of the sidereal family. Therefore, it is said, born in the unfathomable depths of space, out of the homogeneous element called the world soul, every nucleus of cosmic matter suddenly launched into being, begins life under the most hostile circumstances. Through a series of countless ages, it has to conquer for itself a place in the infinitudes. It circles round and round between denser and already fixed bodies, moving by jerks and pulling towards some given point or center that attracts it, and, like as a ship drawn into a channel dotted with reefs and sunken rocks, trying to avoid other bodies that draw and repel it in turn. Many perish, their mass disintegrating through stronger masses, and when born within a system, chiefly within the insatiable stomachs of various suns. Those which move slower and are propelled into elliptic course are doomed to annihilation sooner or later. Others, moving in parabolic curves, generally escape destruction owing to their velocity. Some very critical readers will perhaps imagine that this teaching, as to the cometary stage passed through by all heavenly bodies, is in contradiction with the statements just made as to the moon being the mother of the earth. They will perhaps fancy that intuition is needed to harmonize the two, but no intuition is in truth required. What does science know of comets, their genesis, growth, and ultimate behavior? Nothing, absolutely nothing. And what is there so impossible in that a layer center, a lump of cosmic protoplasm, homogeneous and latent, when suddenly animated or fired up, should rush from its bed in space and whirl throughout the abysmal depths in order to strengthen its homogeneous organism by an accumulation and addition of differentiated elements? And why should not such a comet settle in life, live, and become an inhabited globe? The abodes of Fohat are many, it is said. He places his 4 fiery, electropositive suns in the 4 circles. These circles are the equator, the ecliptic, and the 2 parallels of declination, or the tropics to preside over the climates of which are placed the four mystical entities. Then again, other 7 suns are commissioned to preside over the 7 hot and 7 cold lokas, the hells of the orthodox Brahmins, at the 2 ends of the egg of matter, our earth and its poles. The 7 lokas are elsewhere also called the rings and the circles. The ancients made the polar circles 7 instead of 2, as did the Europeans, for Mount Meru, which is the North Pole, is said to have 7 gold and 7 silver steps leading to it. The strange statements in one of the stanzas that the song of Fohat and his sons were radiant as the noontide sun and the moon combined, and that the 4 suns in the middle, fourfold circle, saw their father's songs and heard his solar selenic radiance, are explained in the commentary in these words. The agitation of the Fohatic forces at the 2 cold ends, north and south poles of the earth, which result in a multicolored radiance at night, has in it several of the properties of akasha, ether, color, and sound as well. Sound is the characteristic of akasha, ether. It generates air, the property of which is touch, which, by friction, becomes productive of color and light. Perhaps the above will be regarded as archaic nonsense, but it will be better comprehended if the reader remembers the aurora borealis and australis, both of which take place at the very centers of terrestrial electric and magnetic forces. The 2 poles are said to be the storehouses, the receptacles and liberators at the same time, of cosmic and terrestrial vitality, electricity, from the surplus of which the earth, had it not been for these 2 natural safety valves, would have been rent to pieces long ago. At the same time, it is a theory that has lately become an axiom that the phenomenon of the polar lights is accompanied by, and productive of, strong sounds like whistling, hissing, and crackling. See Professor Humboldt's work on the aurora borealis, and his correspondence regarding this moot question. Make thy calculations, O Lano, if thou wouldst learn the correct age of thy small wheel. Its 4th spoke is our mother. A. Reach the 4th fruit of the 4th path of knowledge that leads to nirvana, and thou shalt comprehend, for thou shalt see. B. A. The small wheel is our chain of spheres, and the 4th spoke is our earth, the 4th in the chain. It is one of those on which the hot, positive breath of the sun has a direct effect. The 7 fundamental transformations of the globes or heavenly spheres, or rather of their constituent particles of matter, are described as follows. 1. Homogeneous. 2. Aeriform and radiant gaseous. 3. Curd-like, nebulous. 4. Atomic, ethereal, beginning of motion, hence of differentiation. 5. Germinal, fiery, differentiated, but composed of the germs only of the elements. In the earliest states, they having 7 states when completely developed on our earth. 6. Fourfold vapory, the future earth. 7. Cold and depending on the sun for life and light. To calculate its age, however, as the pupil is asked to do in the stanza, is rather difficult, since we are not given the figures of the great Kalpa, and are not allowed to publish those of our small yugas, except as to the approximate duration of these. The older wheels rotated for 1 eternity and 1/2 of an eternity, it says. We know that by eternity the 7th part of 311,040,000,000,000 years, or an age of Brahma, is meant. But what of that? We also know that, to begin with, if we take for our basis the above figures, we have first of all to eliminate from the 100 years of Brahma, or 311,040,000,000,000 years, 2 years taken up by the sandhyas, twilights, which leaves 98, as we have to bring it to the mystical combination 14 times 7. But we have no knowledge at what time precisely the evolution and formation of our little earth began. Therefore it is impossible to calculate its age unless the time of its birth is given, which the teachers refuse to do so far. At the close of this volume, and in Volume 2, however, some chronological hints will be given. We must remember, moreover, that the law of analogy holds good for the worlds, as it does for man, and that as the one deity becomes two, deva or angel, and two becomes three, or man, etc., so we are taught that the Kurds, world stuff, become wanderers, comets. These become stars, and the stars, the centers of vortices, our sun and planets, to put it briefly. This cannot be so very unscientific, since Descartes also thought that the planets rotate on their axes because they were once lucid stars, the centers of vortices. There are 4 grades of initiation mentioned in exoteric works, which are known respectively in Sanskrit as Skrotapana, Sakridagamin, Anagamin, and Arkan. The 4 paths to Nirvana. In this our 4th round, bearing the same appellations. The Arhan, though he can see the past, the present, and the future, is not yet the highest initiate. For the adept himself, the initiated candidate, becomes chela, pupil, to a higher initiate. 3 higher grades have still to be conquered by the Arhan, who would reach the apex of the ladder of arhatship. There are those who have reached it even in this 5th race of ours, but the faculties necessary for the attainment of these higher grades will be fully developed in the average ascetic only at the end of this root race, and in the 6th and 7th. Thus, there will always be initiates and the profane until the end of this minor manvantara, the present life cycle. The arhats of the fire mist of the 7th rung are but one remove from the root base of their hierarchy, the highest on earth and our terrestrial chain. This root base has a name which can only be translated into English by several compound words. The ever-living human banyan, this wondrous being descended from a high region, they say, in the early part of the 3rd age, before the separation of sexes in the 3rd race. This 3rd race is sometimes called collectively the sons of passive yoga, i.e., it was produced unconsciously by the 2nd race, which, as it was intellectually inactive, is supposed to have been constantly plunged in a kind of blank or abstract contemplation, as required by the conditions of the yoga state. In the first or earlier portion of the existence of this 3rd race, while it was yet in its state of purity, the sons of wisdom, who, as will be seen, incarnated in this root race, produced by Kriya Shakti, a progeny called the sons of Ad, or of the fire mist, the sons of will and yoga, etc. They were a conscious production, as a portion of the race was already animated with the divine spark of spiritual superior intelligence. This progeny was not a race. It was at first a wondrous being called the Initiator, and after him a group of semi-divine and semi-human beings. Set apart in archaic Genesis for certain purposes, they are those in whom are said to have incarnated the highest Dhyanis, Munis and Rishis from previous Manvataras, to form the nursery for future human adepts on this earth and during the present cycle. These sons of will and yoga, born, so to speak, in an immaculate way, remained, it is explained, entirely apart from the rest of mankind. The being just referred to, who has to remain nameless, is the tree from which, in subsequent ages, all the great historically known sages and hierophants, such as the Rishi Kapila, Hermes, Enoch, Orpheus, etc., have branched off. As objective man, he is the mysterious, to the profane the ever-invisible, yet ever-present, personage, about whom legends are rife in the East, especially among the occultists and the students of the sacred science. It is he who changes form, yet remains ever the same, and it is he again who holds spiritual sway over the initiated adepts throughout the whole world. He is, as said, the Nameless One, who has so many names, and yet whose names and whose very nature are unknown. He is the initiator, called the Great Sacrifice, for, sitting at the threshold of light, he looks into it from within the circle of darkness, which he will not cross, nor will he quit his post till the last day of this life cycle. Why does the solitary watcher remain at his self-chosen post? Why does he sit by the fountain of primeval wisdom, of which he drinks no longer? For he has naught to learn which he does not know. Aye, neither on this earth nor its heaven, because the lonely, sore-footed pilgrims on their journey back to their home are never sure to the last moment of not losing their way in this limitless desert of illusion and matter called earth life, because he would fain show the way to that region of freedom and light from which he is a voluntary exile himself, to every prisoner who has succeeded in liberating himself from the bonds of flesh and illusion, because, in short, he has sacrificed himself for the sake of mankind, though but a few elect may profit by the great sacrifice. It is under the direct, silent guidance of this Mahaguru that all the other less divine teachers and instructors of mankind became, from the first awakening of human consciousness, the guides of early humanity. It is through these sons of God that infant humanity learned its first notions of all the arts and sciences as well as of spiritual knowledge. And it is they who laid the first foundation stone of those ancient civilizations that so sorely puzzle our modern generation of students and scholars. Let those who doubt this statement explain, on any other equally reasonable grounds, the mystery of the extraordinary knowledge possessed by the ancients who, some pretend, developed from lower and animal-like savages, the cavemen of the Paleolithic age. Let them turn, for instance, to such works as those of Vitruvius Pollio, of the Augustan age, on architecture, in which all the rules of proportion are those anciently taught at initiations. If they would acquaint themselves with this truly divine art and understand the deep esoteric significance hidden in every rule and law of proportion, no man descended from a Paleolithic cave dweller could ever evolve such a science unaided, even in millenniums of thought and intellectual evolution. It is the pupils of those incarnated rishis and devas of the third root race who handed on their knowledge from one generation to another, to Egypt and to Greece with her now lost canon of proportion, just as the disciples of the initiates of the fourth, the Atlanteans, handed it over to their cyclopes, the sons of cycles, or of the infinite, from whom the name passed to the still later generations of Gnostic priests. It is owing to the divine perfection of these architectural proportions that the ancients could build these wonders of all the subsequent ages, their fanes, pyramids, cave temples, cromlechs, cairns, altars, proving they had the powers of machinery and a knowledge of mechanics to which modern skill is like a child's play, and which that skill refers to itself as the works of hundred-handed giants. Modern architects may not have altogether neglected these rules, but they have superadded enough empirical innovations to destroy the just proportions. It is Vitruvius who gave to posterity the rules of construction of the Grecian temples erected to the immortal gods, and the 10 books of Marcus Vitruvius Pollio on architecture, of one, in short, who was an initiate, can only be studied esoterically. The Druidic circles, the dolmens, the temples of India, Egypt, and Greece, the towers and the 127 towns in Europe, which were found, Cyclopean in origin, by the French Institute, are all the works of initiated priest-architects, the descendants of those first taught by the sons of God, and justly called the builders. This is what appreciative posterity says of these descendants. They used neither mortar nor cement nor steel, nor iron to cut the stones with, and yet they were so artificially wrought that in many places the joints are hardly seen, though many of the stones, as in Peru, are 38 feet long, 18 feet broad and 6 feet thick, and in the walls of the fortress of Cuzco there are stones of a still greater size. Again, the well of Syene, made 5,400 years ago, when that spot was exactly under the tropic, which it has now ceased to be, was so constructed that at noon, at the precise moment of the solar solstice, the entire disk of the sun was seen reflected on its surface, a work which the united skill of all the astronomers in Europe would not now be able to effect. Although these matters were barely hinted at in Isis Unveiled, it will be well to remind the reader of what was said there concerning a certain sacred island in Central Asia, and to refer him for further details to the section entitled The Sons of God and the Sacred Island, attached to stanza 9 of Volume 2. A few more explanations, however, though thrown out in a fragmentary form, may help the student to obtain a glimpse into the present mystery. To state at least one detail concerning these mysterious sons of God in plain words, it is from them, these Brahmaputras, that the high Vidyas, the initiated Brahmans of old, claim descent, while the modern Brahman would have the lower castes believe literally that they, the Brahmans, issued direct from the mouth of Brahma. This is the esoteric teaching, and it adds moreover that although those descended, spiritually of course, from the sons of will and yoga, became in time divided into opposite sexes, as their Kriya Shakti progenitors did themselves later on. Yet even their degenerate descendants have, down to the present day, retained a veneration and respect for the creative function, and still regard it in the light of a religious ceremony, whereas the more civilized nations consider it as a mere animal function. Compare the Western views and practice of these matters with the institutions of Manu in regard to the laws of Grihastha, or married life. The true Brahman is thus indeed he whose 7 forefathers have drunk the juice of the moon plant, Soma, and who is a Trisuparna, for he has understood the secret of the Vedas. And to this day, such Brahmans know that during the early beginnings of this race, psychic and physical intellect being dormant and consciousness still undeveloped, its spiritual conceptions were quite unconnected with its physical surroundings. That divine man dwelt in his animal, though externally human, form, that if there was extinct in him no self-consciousness came to enlighten the darkness of the latent fifth principle. When the lords of wisdom, moved by the law of evolution, infused into him the spark of consciousness, the first feeling it awoke to life and activity was a sense of solidarity, of oneness with his spiritual creators. As the child's first feeling is for its mother and nurse, so the first aspirations of the awakening consciousness in primitive man were for those whose element he felt within himself, and who were yet outside and independent of him. Devotion arose out of that feeling and became the first and foremost motor in his nature, for it is the only one which is natural in his heart, which is innate in him, and which we find alike in the human babe and the young of the animal. This feeling of irrepressible instinctive aspiration in primitive man is beautifully, and one may say intuitionally, described by Carlyle, who exclaims, "The great antique heart, how like a child's in its simplicity, like a man in its earnest solemnity and depth. Heaven lies over him wheresoever he goes or stands on the earth, making all the earth a mystic temple to him, the earth's business all a kind of worship. Glimpses of bright creatures flash in the common sunlight. Angels yet hover, doing God's messages among men. Wonder, miracle encompass the man. He lives in an element of miracle. A great law of duty, high as these two infinitudes, heaven and hell, dwarfing all else, annihilating all else. It was a reality, and it is one. The garment only of it is dead. The essence of it lives through all times and all eternity. It lives undeniably, and is settled in all its ineradicable strength and power in the Asiatic Aryan heart, from the third race direct through its first mind-born sons, the fruits of Kriya Shakti. As time rolled on, the holy caste of initiates produced, but rarely, from age to age, such perfect creatures, beings apart inwardly, though the same as those who produced them outwardly. In the infancy of the third primitive race, a creature of a more exalted kind was wanting yet, and therefore was designed, conscious of thought of more capacious breast, for empire formed and fit to rule the rest. It was called into being, a ready and perfect vehicle for the incarnating denizens of higher spheres, who took forthwith their abodes in these forms, born of spiritual will and the natural divine power in man. It was a child of pure spirit, mentally unalloyed with any tincture of earthly element. Its physical frame alone was of time and of life, for it drew its intelligence direct from above. It was the living tree of divine wisdom, and may therefore be likened to the mundane tree of the Norse legends, which cannot wither and die until the last battle of life shall be fought, while its roots are all the time gnawed by the dragon Nithog. For even so the first and holy son of Kriya Shakti had his body gnawed by the tooth of time, but the roots of his inner being remained forever undecaying and strong, because they grew and expanded in heaven, and not on earth. He was the first of the first, and he was the seed of all the others. There were other sons of Kriya Shakti produced by a second spiritual effort, but the first one has remained to this day the seed of divine knowledge, the one and the supreme among the terrestrial sons of wisdom. Of this subject we can say no more, except to add that in every age, aye, even in our own, there have been great intellects who have understood the problem correctly. But how comes our physical body to the state of perfection it is now found in? Through millions of years of evolution, of course, yet never through or from animals as taught by materialism. For, as Carlyle says, the essence of our being, the mystery in us that calls itself I, what words have we for such things, is a breath of heaven. The highest being reveals himself in man. This body, these faculties, this life of ours, is it not all as a vesture for the unnamed? The breath of heaven, or rather the breath of life, called in the Bible nephesh, is in every animal, in every animate speck, and in every mineral atom. But none of these has, like man, the consciousness of the nature of that highest being, as none has that divine harmony in its form, which man possesses. It is, as Novalis said, and no one since has said it better, as repeated by Carlyle, there is but one temple in the universe, and that is the body of man. Nothing is holier than that high form. We touch heaven when we lay our hand on a human body. This sounds like a mere flourish of rhetoric, but it is not so. If well meditated, it will turn out to be a scientific fact, the expression of the actual truth of the thing. We are the miracle of miracles, the great inscrutable mystery. End of section 21.
Section 22 of The Secret Doctrine, Book 1, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cosmogenesis, Part 1, Cosmic Evolution, by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Commentaries, Stanza 7, Part 1. Behold the beginning of sentient, formless life. A. First, the divine, B. The one from the Mother Spirit. Then the spiritual, C. The three from the one, D. The four from the one, E. And the five, F. From which the three, the five, and the seven, G. These are the threefold and the fourfold downward, the mind-born sons of the First Lord, the shining seven. It is they who art thou, I, he, O Lanu, they who watch over thee and thy mother, Bhumi. A. The hierarchy of creative powers is divided esoterically into 7, 4, and 3, within the 12 great orders, recorded in the 12 signs of the zodiac. The 7 of the manifesting scale being connected, moreover, with the 7 planets. All these are subdivided into numberless groups of divine spiritual, semi-spiritual, and ethereal beings. The chief hierarchies among these are hinted at in the Great Quaternity, or the, quote, 4 bodies and the 3 faculties, end quote. Exoterically, of Brahma and the Pancharya, the 5 Brahmas, or the 5 Dhyani Buddhas, in the Buddhist system. The highest group is composed of the divine flames, so called, also spoken of as the fiery lions and the lions of life, whose esotericism is securely hidden in the zodiacal sign of Leo. It is the nucleole of the superior divine world. They are the formless fiery breaths, identical in one aspect with the upper Sephirothal triad, which is placed by the Kabbalists in the archetypical world. The same hierarchy, with the same numbers, is found in the Japanese system, in the beginnings, as taught by both the Shinto and the Buddhist sects. In this system, anthropogenesis precedes cosmogenesis, as the divine merges into the human and creates, midway in its descent into matter, the visible universe. The legendary personages remarks reverentially Omoi, quote, having to be understood as the stereotyped embodiment of the higher secret doctrine and its sublime truths, end quote. To state this old system at full length would occupy too much of our space. A few words on it, however, cannot be out of place. The following is a short synopsis of this anthropo-cosmogenesis, and shows how closely the most separated nations echoed one and the same archaic teaching. When all was as yet chaos, Kanton, three spiritual beings appeared on the stage of future creation. 1. Ami no Ani Nakanushi no Kami, divine monarch of the central heaven. 2. Takami Onasubi no Kami, exalted imperial divine offspring of heaven and earth. And 3. Kamumi Musubi no Kami, offspring of the gods, simply. These were without form or substance, our Irupa triad, as neither the celestial nor the terrestrial substance had yet differentiated, nor had the essence of things been formed. B. In the Zohar, which as now arranged and re-edited by Moses de Leon, with the help of Syrian and Chaldean Christian Gnostics in the 13th century, and corrected and revised still later by many Christian hands, is only a little less exoteric than the Bible itself. This divine vehicle no longer appears as it does in the Chaldean Book of Numbers. True enough, Ein Sof, the absolute, endless no thing, uses also the form of the One, the manifested heavenly man, the first cause, as its chariot, Merkaba in Hebrew, Vahana in Sanskrit, or vehicle, to descend into and manifest itself in the phenomenal world. But the Kabbalists neither make it plain how the Absolute can use anything, or exercise any attribute whatever, since as the Absolute, it is devoid of attributes. Nor do they explain that in reality it is the first cause, Plato's Logos, the original and eternal idea that manifests itself through Adam Kadmon, the second Logos, so to speak. In the Book of Numbers, it is explained that Ein, En or Eor, is the only self-existent, whereas its depth, the Bythos of the Gnostics, called Propator, is only periodical. The latter is Brahma, as differentiated from Brahman or Parabrahman. It is the depth, the source of light, or Propator, which is the unmanifested Logos, or the abstract idea, and not Ein Sof, whose ray uses Adam Kadmon, male and female, or the manifested Logos, the objective universe, as a chariot through which to manifest. But in the Zohar, we read the following incongruity. Signor occultatus est, et absconditus, microprosopus manifestus est, et non manifestus. This is a fallacy, since microprosopus, or the microcosm, can only exist during its manifestations, and is destroyed during the Mahapralayas. Rosenroth's Kabbalah is no guide, but very often a puzzle. The first order are the divine, as in the Japanese system, in the Egyptian, and every old cosmogony. At this divine flame, the One, are lit the three descending groups. Having their potential being in the higher group, they now become distinct and separate entities. These are called the virgins of life, the great illusion, and so forth, and collectively the six-pointed star. The latter, in almost every religion, is a symbol of the Logos as the first emanation. It is the sign of Vishnu in India, the chakra or wheel, and the glyph of the tetragrammaton, he of the four letters, in the Kabbalah, or, metaphorically, the limbs of microprosopis, which are 10 and 6, respectively. The later Kabbalists, however, especially the Christian mystics, have played sad havoc with this magnificent symbol. Indeed, the microprosopis, who is, philosophically speaking, quite distinct from the unmanifested eternal Logos, one with the Father, has finally been brought, by centuries of incessant efforts of sophistry and of paradoxes, to be considered as one with Jehovah, or the one living God, whereas Jehovah is no better than Bina, a female Sephira. This fact cannot be too frequently impressed upon the reader, for the 10 limbs of the heavenly man are the 10 Sephiroth. But the first heavenly man is the unmanifested spirit of the universe, and ought never to be degraded into microprosopis, the lesser face or countenance, the prototype of man on the terrestrial plane. The microprosopis is, as just said, the Logos manifested, and of such there are many. Of this, however, later on. The six-pointed star refers to the 6 forces or powers of nature, the 6 planes, principles, and so forth and so on, all synthesized by the 7th, or the central point in the star. All these, the upper and lower hierarchies included, emanate from the heavenly or celestial Virgin, the Great Mother in all religions, the androgyne, the Sephira Adam Kadmon. Sephira is the crown, Kether in the abstract principle only, as the mathematical x, the unknown quantity. On the plane of differentiated nature, she is the female counterpart of Adam Kadmon, the first androgyne. The Kabbalah teaches that the words fiat lux referred to the formation and evolution of the Sephiroth, and not to light as opposed to darkness. Rabbi Simeon says, "O companions, companions, man as an emanation was both man and woman, Adam Kadmon verily. And this is the sense of the words, let there be light, and there was light. And this is the twofold man. In its unity, primordial light is the 7th or highest principle, Davi Prakriti, the light of the unmanifested Logos. But in its differentiation, it becomes Vohat, or the 7 suns. The former is symbolized by the central point in the double triangle, the latter by the hexagon itself, or the 6 limbs of the microprosopis, the 7th being Malkuth, the bride of the Christian Kabbalists, or our earth. Hence the expressions, the first after the one is divine fire, the second fire and ether. The third is composed of fire, ether, and water, the fourth of fire, ether, water, and air. The one is not concerned with man-bearing globes, but with the inner, invisible spheres. The firstborn are the life, the heart, and the pulse of the universe. The second are its mind or consciousness. These elements of fire, air, and so forth are not our compound elements, and this consciousness has no relation to our consciousness. The consciousness of the one manifested, if not absolute, is still unconditioned. Mahat, the universal mind, is the first production of the Brahma creator, but also of Pradhana, undifferentiated matter. See, the second order of celestial beings, those of fire and ether, corresponding to spirit and soul, or Atma Buddhi, whose names are legion, are still formless but more definitely substantial. They are the first differentiation in the secondary evolution, or creation, a misleading word. As the name shows, they are the prototypes of the incarnating jivas, or monads, and are composed of the fiery spirit of life. It is through these that passes, like a pure solar beam, the ray which is furnished by them with its future vehicle, the divine soul, buddhi. These are directly concerned with the hosts of the higher world of our system. From these twofold units emanate the threefold. In the cosmogony of Japan, when out of the chaotic mass an egg-like nucleus appears, having within itself the germ and potency of all universal, as well as of all terrestrial life, it is the threefold just named, which differentiate. The male ethereal principle, yo, ascends, and the female grosser or more material principle, in, is precipitated into the universe of substance, when a separation occurs between the celestial and the terrestrial. From this, the female, the mother, the first rudimentary objective being, is born. It is ethereal, without form or sex, and yet it is from it and the mother that the 7 divine spirits are born, from whom will emanate the 7 creations, just as in the Codex Nazareus, from Carabtanos and the Mother Spiritus, the 7 evilly disposed, material, spirits are born. It would be too long to give here the Japanese names, but in translation they stand in this order. 1. The invisible celibate, which is the creative logos of the non-creating Father, or the creative potentiality of the latter, made manifest. 2. The spirit, or God, of the rayless depths, chaos, which becomes differentiated matter, or the world stuff, also the mineral realm. 3. The spirit of the vegetable kingdom, of the abundant vegetation. 4. The spirit of the earth, and the spirit of the sands, a being of dual nature, the former containing the potentiality of the male element, the latter that of the female element. These two were one, as yet unconscious of being two. In this duality were contained A, Isinogai no Kami, the male, dark and muscular being, and B, Ekugai no Kami, the female, fair and weaker or more delicate being. Then 5 and 6, the spirits who were androgynous or dual-sexed. 7. The 7th spirit, the last emanated from the mother, appears as the first divine human form, distinctly male and female. It was the 7th creation, as in the Puranas, wherein man is the 7th creation of Brahma. These Sanagi and Sanami descended into the universe by the celestial bridge, the Milky Way, and Sanagi, perceiving far below a chaotic mass of cloud and water, thrust his jeweled spear into the depths, and dry land appeared. Then the two separated to explore Onokoro, the newly created island world, Omoi. Such are the Japanese exoteric fables, the rind that conceals the kernel of the same one truth of the secret doctrine. D. The third order correspond to the Atma Baudi Manas, spirit, soul, and intellect, and are called the triads. E. The fourth order are substantial entities. This is the highest group among the rupas, atomic forms. It is the nursery of the human, conscious, spiritual souls. They are called the imperishable jivas, and constitute, through the order below their own, the first group of the first septenary host, the great mystery of human, conscious, and intellectual being. For the latter is the field wherein lies concealed, in its privation, the germ that will fall into generation. That germ will become the spiritual potency in the physical cell, that guides the development of the embryo, and that is the cause of the hereditary transmission of faculties and all the inherent qualities in man. The Darwinian theory, however, of the transmission of acquired faculties is neither taught nor accepted in occultism. Evolution, in the latter, proceeds on quite other lines, the physical, according to esoteric teaching, evolving gradually from the spiritual, mental, and psychic. The inner soul of the physical cell, the spiritual plasm, that dominates the germinal plasm, is the key that must open one day the gates of the terra incognita of the biologist, now called the dark mystery of embryology. It is worthy of notice that modern chemistry, while rejecting as a superstition of occultism, and religion as well, the theory of substantial and invisible beings, called angels, elementals, and so forth, without, of course, having ever looked into the philosophy of these incorporeal entities or thought over them, should, owing to observation and discovery, have been unconsciously forced to recognize and adopt the same ratio of progression and order in the evolution of chemical atoms as occultism does for both its dionys and atoms, analogy being its first law. As seen above, the very first group of the Rupa angels is quaternity, an element being added to each in descending order. So also are the atoms, in the phraseology of chemistry, monatomic, diatomic, triatomic, tetratomic, and so forth, progressing downwards. Let it be remembered that the fire, water, and air of occultism, or the elements of primary creation so called, are not the compound elements they are on earth, but nominal homogeneous elements, the spirits of the former. Then follow the septenary groups or hosts. Placed on parallel lines with the atoms in a diagram, the natures of these beings would be seen to correspond, in their downward scale of progression, to composite elements in a mathematically identical manner as to analogy. This refers, of course, only to diagrams made by occultists, for were the scale of angelic beings to be placed on parallel lines with the scale of the chemical atoms of science, from the hypothetical helium down to uranium, they would of course be found to differ. For the latter have, as correspondents on the astral plane, only the four lowest orders. The three higher principles in the atom, or rather molecule or chemical element, being perceptible to the initiated dogma's eye alone. But then, if chemistry desired to find itself on the right path, it would have to correct its tabular arrangement by that of the occultists, which it might refuse to do. In esoteric philosophy, every physical particle corresponds to, and depends on, its higher noumenon, the being to whose essence it belongs. And above as below, the spiritual evolves from the divine, the psychomental from the spiritual, tainted from its lower plane by the astral, the whole animate and seemingly inanimate nature, evolving on parallel lines, and drawing its attributes from above as well as below. The number 7, as applied to the term septenary host, above mentioned, does not imply only 7 entities, but 7 groups or hosts, as explained before. The highest group, the Asuras born in Brahma's first body, which turned into night, are septenary, that is, divided like the Petris into 7 classes, 3 of which are bodiless, arupa, and 4 with bodies. They are in fact more truly our Pitris, ancestors, than the Pitris who projected the first physical man. F. The 5th order is a very mysterious one, as it is connected with the microcosmic pentagon, the 5-pointed star representing man. In India and Egypt, these Dionys were connected with the crocodile, and their abode is in Capricornus. But these are convertible terms in Indian astrology, for the 10th sign of the zodiac, which is called Makara, is loosely translated crocodile. The word itself is occultly interpreted in various ways, as will be shown further on. In Egypt, the defunct, whose symbol is the pentagram, or the 5-pointed star, the points of which represent the limbs of a man, was shown emblematically transformed into a crocodile. Sebek, or Sevek, or 7th, as Mr. Gerald Massey says, showing it to be the type of intelligence, is a dragon, in reality, not a crocodile. He is the dragon of wisdom, or manas, the human soul, mind, the intelligent principle, called in our esoteric philosophy the fifth principle. Says the defunct Osirified in the Book of the Dead, or ritual, under the glyph of a mummiform god with a crocodile's head, quote, I am the crocodile presiding at the fear. I am the god crocodile, at the arrival of his soul among men. I am the god crocodile brought for destruction. End quote. An allusion to the destruction of divine spiritual purity when man acquires the knowledge of good and evil, also to the fallen gods or angels of every theogony. The quote continues, I am the fish of the great Horus. Note, as Makara is the crocodile, the vehicle of Varuna. End note. I am merged in Sekhem. End quote. This last sentence gives the corroboration and repeats the doctrine of esoteric Buddhism, for it alludes directly to the fifth principle, manas, or the most spiritual part of its essence, rather, which merges into, is absorbed by, and made one with Atma Bodhi after the death of man. For Sekhem is the residence, or loka, of the god Kem, Horus, Osiris, or father and son, hence the Devachan of Atma Bodhi. In the Book of the Dead, the defunct is shown entering into Sekhem with Horus Tot and emerging from it as pure spirit. Thus the defunct says, quote, I see forms of myself as various men transforming eternally. I know this chapter. He who knows it takes all kinds of living forms. End quote. And addressing in magic formula that which is called in Egyptian esotericism the ancestral heart, or the reincarnating principle, the permanent ego, the defunct says, quote, O my heart, my ancestral heart, necessary for my transformations, do not separate thyself from me before the guardian of the scales. Thou art my personality within my breast, divine companion, watching over my fleshes, bodies. End quote. It is in Sekhem that lies concealed the mysterious face, or the real man, concealed under the first personality, the triple crocodile of Egypt, the symbol of the higher trinity, or human triad, Atma Bodhi, and Manas. One of the explanations of the real, though hidden, meaning of this Egyptian religious glyph is easy. The crocodile is the first to await and meet the devouring fires of the morning sun, and very soon came to personify the solar heat. When the sun arose, it was like the arrival on earth and among men of the divine soul which informs the gods. Hence the strange symbolism. The mummy donned the head of a crocodile to show that it was a soul arriving from the earth. In all the ancient papyri, the crocodile is called Sebek, seventh. Water also symbolizes the fifth principle esoterically, and as already stated, Mr. Gerald Massey shows that the crocodile was the seventh soul, the supreme one of seven, the seer unseen. Even exoterically, Sekhem is the residence of the god Kem, and Kem is Horus avenging the death of his father Osiris, hence punishing the sins of man when he becomes a disembodied soul. Thus the defunct Osirified became the god Kem, who gleans the fields of Anru. That is, he gleans either his reward or punishment, for that field is the celestial locality, Devachan, where the defunct is given wheat, the food of divine justice. The fifth group of celestial beings is supposed to contain in itself the dual attributes of both the spiritual and physical aspects of the universe. The two poles, so to say, of Mahat, the universal intelligence, and the dual nature of man, the spiritual and the physical. Hence its number 5, doubled and made into 10, connecting it with Makara, the 10th sign of the zodiac. G. The 6th and 7th orders partake of the lower qualities of the quaternity. They are conscious ethereal entities, as invisible as ether, which are shot out, like the boughs of a tree, from the first central group of the four, and shoot out in their turn numberless side groups, the lower of which are the nature spirits, or elementals, of countless kinds and varieties. From the formless and unsubstantial, the ideal thoughts of their creators, down to atomic, though to human perception, invisible organisms. The latter are considered as the spirits of atoms, for they are the first remove, backwards, from the physical atom, sentient, if not intelligent, creatures. They are all subject to karma and have to work it out through every cycle. For, as the doctrine teaches, there are no such privileged beings in the universe, whether in our own or in other systems, in the outer or inner worlds, as the angels of Western religion and the Judean. A Dayan Chowan has to become one. He cannot be born or appear suddenly on a plane of life as a full-blown angel. The celestial hierarchy of the present Manvantura will find itself transformed, in the next circle of life, into higher, superior worlds, and will make room for a new hierarchy, composed of the elect ones of our mankind. Being is an endless cycle within the one absolute eternity, wherein move numberless inner cycles, finite and conditioned. Gods, created as such, would evince no personal merit in being gods. Such a class of beings, perfect only by virtue of the special immaculate nature inherent in them, in the face of suffering and struggling humanity, and even of the lower creation, would be the symbol of an eternal injustice quite satanic in character, an ever-present crime. It is an anomaly and an impossibility in nature. Therefore, the four and the three have to incarnate as all other beings have. This sixth group, moreover, remains almost inseparable from man, who draws from it all but his highest and lowest principles, or his spirit and body. The five middle human principles being the very essence of those dhyanas. Paracelsus calls them the flaga, the Christians, the guardian angels, the occultists, the ancestors, the pitris. They are the sixfold Dhyan Chowans, having the six spiritual elements in the composition of their bodies. In fact, men, minus the physical body. Alone, the divine ray, the Atman, proceeds directly from the One. When asked how can this be, how is it possible to conceive that these gods, or angels, can be at the same time their own emanations and their personal selves? Is it the same sense as the material world, where the Son is in one way his Father, being his blood, the bone of his bone and the flesh of his flesh? To this the teachers answer, verily it is so. But one has to go deep into the mystery of being before one can fully comprehend this truth. End of section 22. Section 23 of The Secret Doctrine, Book 1, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cosmogenesis, Part 1, Cosmic Evolution, by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Commentaries, Stanza 7, Part 2. The one ray multiplies the smaller rays. Life precedes form, and life survives the last atom. Through the countless rays, the life ray, the one, like a thread through many beads. This shloka expresses the conception, a purely Vedantic one as already explained elsewhere, of a life thread, sutratma, running through successive generations. How, then, can this be explained? By resorting to a simile, to a familiar illustration, though necessarily imperfect, as all our available analogies must be. Before resorting to it, however, I would ask whether it seems unnatural, least of all supernatural, to any one of us when we consider the process of the growth and development of a fetus into a healthy baby weighing several pounds. Evolving from what? From the segmentation of an infinitesimally small ovum and a spermatozoon. And afterwards, we see the baby develop into a 6-foot man. This refers to the atomic and physical expansion from the microscopically small into something exceedingly large, from the unseen to the naked eye into the visible and objective. Science has provided for all this, and I dare say her theories, embryological, biological, and physiological, are correct enough so far as exact observation of the material goes. Nevertheless, the two chief difficulties of the science of embryology, namely, what are the forces at work in the formation of the fetus, and the cause of hereditary transmission of likeness, physical, moral, or mental, have never been properly answered, nor will they ever be solved till the day when scientists condescend to accept the occult theories. But if this physical phenomenon astonishes no one, except in so far as it puzzles the embryologists, why should our intellectual and inner growth, the evolution of the human spiritual to the divine spiritual, be regarded as, or seem, more impossible than the other? The materialists and the evolutionists of the Darwinian school would be ill-advised to accept the newly worked-out theories of Professor Weismann, the author of Beiträge zur Descendentlehre, with regard to one of the two mysteries of embryology, as above specified, which he seems to think he has solved. For when it is fully solved, science will have stepped into the domain of the truly occult, and passed forever out of the realm of transformation as taught by Darwin. The two theories are irreconcilable from the standpoint of materialism. Regarded from that of the occultists, however, the new theory solves all these mysteries. Those who are not acquainted with the discovery of Professor Weismann, at one time a fervent Darwinist, ought to hasten to repair the deficiency. The German embryologist philosopher, stepping over the heads of the Greek Hippocrates and Aristotle, right back into the teachings of the old Aryans, shows one infinitesimal cell, out of millions of others, at work in the formation of an organism, alone and unaided, determining, by means of constant segmentation and multiplication, the correct image of the future man, or animal, in its physical, mental, and psychic characteristics. It is this cell which impresses on the face and form of the new individual the features of the parents or of some distant ancestor. It is this cell, again, which transmits to him the intellectual and mental idiosyncrasies of his sires, and so on. This plasm is the immortal portion of our bodies, developing by means of a process of successive assimilations. Darwin's theory, viewing the embryological cell as the essence or extract from all other cells, is set aside. It is incapable of accounting for hereditary transmission. There are but two ways of explaining the mystery of heredity. Either the substance of the germinal cell is endowed with the faculty of crossing the whole cycle of transformations that led to the construction of a separate organism, and then to the reproduction of identical germinal cells, or these germinal cells do not have their genesis at all in the body of the individual, but proceed directly from the ancestral germinal cell, passed from father to son through long generations. It is the latter hypothesis that Weismann has adopted and worked upon, and it is to this cell that he traces the immortal portion of man. So far, so good. And when this almost correct theory is accepted, How will biologists explain the first appearance of this everlasting cell? Unless man grew like the immortal Topsy, and was not born at all, but fell from the clouds, how was that embryological cell generated in him? Complete the physical plasm mentioned above, the germinal cell of man with all its material potentialities, with the spiritual plasm, so to say, or the fluid that contains the 5 lower principles of the 6-principled dhyani, and you have the secret if you are spiritual enough to understand it. Now to the promised simile. When the seed of the animal man is cast into the soil of the animal woman, that seed cannot germinate unless it has been fructified by the 5 virtues, the fluid of, or the emanation from, the principles of the 6-fold heavenly man. Wherefore the microcosm is represented as a pentagon with the hexagon star, the microcosm. The functions of jiva on this earth are of a 5-fold character. In the mineral atom, it is connected with the lowest principles of the spirits of the earth, the 6-fold dhyanis. In the vegetable particle, with their second, the prana, life. In the animal, with all these, plus the 3rd and the 4th. In man, the germ must receive the fruitage of all the 5. Otherwise, he will be born no higher than an animal. Thus, in man alone, the jiva is complete. As to his 7th principle, it is but one of the beams of the universal sun, for each rational creature receives the temporary loan only of that which has to return to its source. As to his physical body, it is shaped by the lowest terrestrial lives through physical, chemical, and physiological evolution. The blessed ones have not to do with the purgations of matter, says the Kabbalah in the Chaldean book of Numbers. It comes to this: mankind, in its first prototypical, shadowy form, is the offspring of the Elohim of life, or Pitris. In its qualitative and physical aspect, it is the direct progeny of the ancestors, the lowest dhyanis, or spirits of the earth. For its moral, psychic, and spiritual nature, it is indebted to a group of divine beings, the name and characteristics of which will be given in Volume 2. Collectively, men are the handiwork of hosts of various spirits, distributively, the tabernacles of those hosts, and occasionally and individually, the vehicles of some of them. In our present all-material 5th race, the earthly spirit of the 4th is still strong in us, but we are approaching the time when the pendulum of evolution will direct its swing decidedly upwards, bringing humanity back on a parallel line with the primitive 3rd root race in spirituality. During its childhood, mankind was wholly composed of that angelic host, who were the indwelling spirits that animated the monstrous and gigantic tabernacles of clay of the 4th race, built by and composed of countless myriads of lives, as our bodies are also now. This sentence will be explained later on in the present commentary. Science, dimly perceiving the truth, may find bacteria and other infinitesimals in the human body, and see in them only occasional and abnormal visitors, to which diseases are attributed. Occultism, which discerns a life in every atom and molecule, whether in a mineral or human body, in air, fire, or water, affirms that our whole body is built of such lives, the smallest bacterium under the microscope being to them in comparative size like an elephant to the tiniest infusoria. The tabernacles mentioned above have improved in texture and symmetry of form, growing and developing with the globe that bears them. But the physical improvement has taken place at the expense of the spiritual inner man and of nature. The 3 middle principles, in earth and man, became with every race more material, the soul stepping back to make room for the physical intellect, the essence of the elements becoming the material and composite elements now known. Man is not, nor could he ever be, the complete product of the Lord God. But he is the child of the Elohim, so arbitrarily changed into the singular number and masculine gender. The first Dionys, commissioned to create man in their image, could only throw off their shadows as a delicate model for the nature spirits of matter to work upon. Man is, beyond any doubt, formed physically out of the dust of the earth, but his creators and fashioners were many. Nor can it be said that the Lord God breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, unless that God is identified with the one life, omnipresent though invisible, and unless the same operation is attributed to God on behalf of every living soul, which is the vital soul, nephesh, and not the divine spirit, ruha, which ensures to man alone a divine degree of immortality that no animal, as such, could ever attain in this cycle of incarnation. It is owing to the inadequate distinctions made by the Jews and now by our Western metaphysicians, who are unable to understand, and hence to accept, more than a triune man, spirit, soul, body, that the breath of life has been confused with the immortal spirit. This applies also directly to the Protestant theologians, who, in translating a certain verse in the fourth Gospel, have entirely perverted its meaning. This mistranslation runs, "The wind bloweth where it listeth," instead of "the Spirit goes where it willeth," as in the original, and also in the translation of the Greek Eastern Church. The learned and very philosophical author of New Aspects of Life would impress upon his reader that the nephesh chaya, living soul, according to the Hebrews, quote, proceeded from, or was produced by, the infusion of the spirit or breath of life into the quickening body of man, and was to supersede and take the place of that spirit in the thus constituted self, so that the spirit passed into, was lost sight of, and disappeared in the living soul. End quote. The human body, he thinks, ought to be viewed as a matrix in which, and from which, the soul, which he seems to place higher than the spirit, is developed. Considered functionally and from the standpoint of activity, the soul stands undeniably higher in this finite and conditioned world of Maya. The soul, he says, quote, is ultimately produced from the animated body of man. End quote. Thus, the author identifies spirit, Atma, with the breath of life simply. The Eastern occultists would demur to this statement, for it is based on the erroneous conception that prana and Atma, or Javatma, are one and the same thing. The author supports the argument by showing that with the ancient Hebrews, Greeks, and even Latins, ruach, pneuma, and spiritus meant wind, with the Jews undeniably, and with the Greeks and Romans very probably. The Greek word anemos, wind, and the Latin animus, soul, having a suspicious relation. This is very far-fetched, but a legitimate battlefield for deciding this question is hardly to be found, since Dr. Pratt seems to be a practical, matter-of-fact metaphysician, a kind of Kabbalist positivist, whereas the Eastern metaphysicians, especially the Vedantins, are all idealists. The occultists also are of the extreme esoteric Vedantin school, and though they call the one life Para-Brahman, the great breath, and the whirlwind, they disconnect the seventh principle entirely from matter, and deny that it has any relation to or connection with it. Thus, the philosophy of man's psychic, spiritual, and mental relations with his physical functions is in almost inextricable confusion. Neither the old Aryan nor the Egyptian psychology is now properly understood, nor can they be assimilated without accepting the esoteric septenary, or at any rate, the Vedantic quinquepartite division of the human inner principles, failing which, it will be forever impossible to understand the metaphysical and purely psychic, and even physiological, relations between the Dian Choans, or angels, on the one plane, and humanity on the other. No Eastern, Aryan, esoteric works are so far published, but we possess the Egyptian papyri, which speak clearly of the 7 principles, or the 7 souls of man. The Book of the Dead gives a complete list of the transformations that every defunct undergoes, while divesting himself, one by one, of all these principles, materialized, for the sake of clearness, into ethereal entities or bodies. We must, moreover, remind those who try to show that the ancient Egyptians did not teach reincarnation, that the soul, the ego or self, of the defunct is said to be living in eternity. It is immortal, coeval with, and disappearing with, the solar boat, that is, for the cycle of necessity. This soul emerges from the Tiao, the realm of the cause of life, and joins the living on earth by day, to return to Tiao every night. This expresses the periodical existences of the ego. The shadow, the astral form, is annihilated, devoured by the uraeus. The manes will be annihilated. The 2 twins, the 4th and 5th principles, will be scattered. But the soul bird, the divine swallow, and the uraeus of flame, Manas and Atma Bodhi, will live in the eternity, for they are their mother's husbands. Another suggestive analogy between the Aryan, or the Brahmanical, and the Egyptian esotericism. The former called the Pitris the lunar ancestors of men, and the Egyptians make of the moon god, Tahat Esmun, the first human ancestor. This moon god expressed the 7 nature powers that were prior to himself, and were summed up in him as his 7 souls, of which he was the manifester, as the 8th one, hence the 8th sphere. The 7 rays of the Chaldean heptakis, or Io, on the Gnostic stones, indicate the same septenary of souls. The first form of the mystical 7 was seen to be figured in heaven by the 7 large stars of the Great Bear, the constellation assigned by the Egyptians to the Mother of Time and of the 7 elemental powers. As well known to every Hindu, this same constellation represents in India the 7 rishis, and is called Riksha and Chit Rishi Kandinis. Like alone produces like. The earth gives man his body. The gods, Dyanis, give him his 5 inner principles, the psychic shadow, of which these gods are often the animating principle. Spirit, Atman, is one and indiscrete. It is not in the Tiao. For what is the Tiao? The frequent allusion to it in the Book of the Dead contains a mystery. Tiao is the path of the night sun, the inferior hemisphere, or the infernal region of the Egyptians, placed by them on the concealed side of the moon. The human being, in their esotericism, came out from the moon. A triple mystery, astronomical, physiological, and psychical at once. He crossed the whole cycle of existence and then returned to his birthplace before issuing from it again. Thus the defunct is shown arriving in the west, receiving his judgment before Osiris, resurrecting as the god Horus, and circling round the sidereal heavens, which is an allegorical assimilation to Ra, the sun, then, having crossed the Nut, the celestial abyss, returning once more to Tiao, an assimilation to Osiris, who, as the god of life and reproduction, inhabits the moon. Plutarch shows the Egyptians celebrating a festival called the ingress of Osiris into the moon. In the ritual, life is promised after death, and the renovation of life is placed under the patronage of Osiris Lunis, because the moon was a symbol of life renewals or reincarnations, owing to its growth, waning, dying, and reappearance every month. In the Dogmo it is said, "O Osiris Lunis, that renews to thee thy renewal." And Sebka says to Seti I, "Thou renewest thyself as the god Lunis when a babe." It is still better explained in a Louvre papyrus, "Couplings and conceptions abound when he, Osiris Lunis, is seen in heaven on that day. Says Osiris, O sole radiant beam of the moon, I issue from the circulating multitudes of stars. Open to me the Tiao, for Osiris, I will issue by day to do what I have to do amongst the living, that is, to produce conceptions." Osiris was God manifest in generation, because the ancients knew far better than the moderns the real occult influences of the lunar body upon the mysteries of conception. In the oldest systems, we find the moon always male. Thus Soma, with the Hindus, is a kind of sidereal Don Juan, a king, and the father, albeit illegitimate, of Buddha wisdom. This relates to occult knowledge, a wisdom gathered through a thorough acquaintance with lunar mysteries, including those of sexual generation. And later, when the moon became connected with the female goddesses, with Diana, Isis, Artemis, Juno, and so forth, this connection was also due to a thorough knowledge of physiology and female nature, physical as much as psychic. If, instead of being taught in Sunday schools useless lessons from the Bible, the armies of the ragged and poor were taught astrology, so far, at any rate, as the occult properties of the moon and its hidden influences on generation are concerned, then there would be little need to fear increase of the population, or to resort to the questionable literature of the Malthusians for its arrest. For it is the moon and her conjunctions that regulate conceptions, and every astrologer in India knows it. During the previous races, and at least at the beginning of the present one, those who indulged in marital relations during certain lunar phases that made those relations sterile were regarded as sorcerers and sinners. But now, even these sins of old, which arose from the abuse of occult knowledge, would appear preferable to the crimes of today, which are perpetrated because of the complete ignorance of such occult influences. But primarily, the sun and moon were the only visible and, by their effects, so to say, tangible, psychic and physiological deities, the Father and the Son, while space or air in general, or that expanse of heaven called Nut by the Egyptians, was the concealed spirit or breath of the two. The Father and Son were interchangeable in their functions, and worked together harmoniously in their effects upon terrestrial nature and humanity. Hence they were regarded as one, though two as personified entities. They were both males, and both had their distinct though collaborative work in the causative generation of humanity. So much from the astronomical and cosmic standpoints, viewed and expressed in symbolical language, which became in our last races theological and dogmatic. But behind this veil of cosmic and astrological symbols, there were the occult mysteries of anthropography and the primeval genesis of man. And in this, no knowledge of symbols, or even the key to the post-Diluvian symbolical language of the Jews, will or can help, save only with reference to that which has been laid down in national scriptures for exoteric uses, the sum of which, however cleverly veiled, was but the smallest portion of the real primitive history of each people, and often, moreover, as in the Hebrew scriptures, related merely to the terrestrial human and not to the divine life of the nation. That psychic and spiritual element belonged to the mysteries and initiation. There were things never recorded in scrolls, but which, as in Central Asia, were engraved on rocks and in subterranean crypts. Nevertheless, there was a time when the whole world was of one lip and of one knowledge, and man knew more of his origin than he does now, and thus knew that the sun and moon, however large a part they may play in the constitution, growth, and development of the human body, were not the direct causative agents of his appearance on earth. For these agents, in truth, are the living and intelligent powers which the occultists call Dayan Choans. As to this, a very learned admirer of the Jewish esotericism tells us that the Kabbalah says expressly that Elohim is a general abstraction, what we call in mathematics a constant coefficient or a general function, entering into all construction, not particular, that is, by the general ratio 1 to 31415, the astrodianic and Elohistic figures. To this, the Eastern occultist replies, "Quite so. They are an abstraction to our physical senses. To our spiritual perceptions, however, and to our inner spiritual eye, the Elohim or Dianes are no more an abstraction than our soul and spirit are to us. Reject the one, and you reject the other. Since that which is the surviving entity in us is partly the direct emanation from, and partly those celestial entities themselves. One thing is certain. The Jews were perfectly acquainted with sorcery and various maleficent forces. But with the exception of some of their great prophets and seers, like Daniel and Ezekiel, Enoch, belonging to a far distant race, as a generic character, and not to any nation, but to all, they knew little of, nor would they deal with, the real divine occultism, their national character being averse to anything which had no direct bearing upon their own ethical, tribal, and individual benefits. Witness their own prophets and the curses thundered by them against the stiff-necked race. But even the Kabbalah plainly shows the direct relation between the Sephiroth, or Elohim, and men. Therefore, when it is proved to us that the Kabbalistic identification of Jehovah with Binah, a female Sephira, has still another, a sub-occult meaning in it, then and only then will occultists be ready to pass the palm of perfection to the Kabbalist. Until then, it is asserted that, as Jehovah, in the abstract sense of a one living God, is a single number, a metaphysical figment, and a reality only when put in his proper place as an emanation and a Sephira, we have a right to maintain that the Zohar, as witnessed by the Book of Numbers at any rate, gave out originally, before the Christian Kabbalists had disfigured it, and still gives out, the same doctrine that we do. That is, it makes man emanate not from one celestial man, but from a septenary group of celestial men, or angels, just as in Pymander, the thought divine. End of section 23. Section 24 of The Secret Doctrine, Book 1, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cosmogenesis, Part 1, Cosmic Evolution, by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Commentaries, Stanza 7, Part 3. 3. When the one becomes two, the threefold appears. A. The three are one. and it is our thread, O Lanu, the heart of the man plant called Saptaparna. B. A. When the one becomes two, the threefold appears. To wit, when the one eternal drops its reflection into the region of manifestation, that reflection, the ray, differentiates the water of space, or in the words of the Book of the Dead, chaos ceases, through the effulgence of the ray of primordial light dissipating total darkness, by the help of the great magic power of the word of the central sun. Chaos becomes male-female, and water, incubated by light, and the threefold being issues as its firstborn. Ra, or Osiris Ta, creates his own limbs, like Brahma, by creating the gods destined to personify his phases during the cycle. The Egyptian Ra, issuing from the deep, is the divine universal soul in its manifested aspect, and so is Narayana, the Purusha, concealed in the Akasha and present in ether. This is the metaphysical explanation, and refers to the very beginning of evolution, or as we would rather say, of theogony. The meaning of the stanza, when explained from another standpoint, in its reference to the mystery of man and his origin, is still more difficult to comprehend. In order to form a clear conception of what is meant by the one becoming two, and then being transformed into the threefold, the student has to make himself thoroughly acquainted with what we call rounds. If he refers to esoteric Buddhism, the first attempt to sketch out an approximate outline of archaic cosmogony, he will find that by a round is meant the serial evolution of nascent material nature of the 7 globes of our chain, with their mineral, vegetable, and animal kingdoms, man being included in the latter and standing at the head of it, during the whole period of a life cycle, which latter would be called by the Brahmins a day of Brahma. It is, in short, one revolution of the wheel, our planetary chain, which is composed of 7 globes, or 7 separate wheels, in another sense this time. When evolution has run downward into matter, from globe A to globe G, it is one round. In the middle of the 4th revolution, which is our present round, evolution has reached its acme of physical development, crowned its work with the perfect physical man, and from this point begins its work spiritward. All this needs little repetition, as it was well explained in esoteric Buddhism. That which was hardly touched upon, however, and of which the little that was said has misled many, is the origin of man, and it is upon this that a little more light may now be thrown, just enough to make the stanza more comprehensible, as the process will be fully explained only in its legitimate place in Volume 2. Now, every round on the descending scale is but a repetition, in a more concrete form, of the round which preceded it, just as every globe, down to our 4th sphere, the actual Earth, is a grosser and more material copy of the more shadowy sphere which precedes it, each in order, on the 3 higher planes. On its way upwards on the ascending arc, evolution spiritualizes and etherealizes, so to speak, the general nature of all, bringing it on to a level with the plane on which the twin globe on the opposite arc is placed. The result being that when the 7th globe is reached, in whatever round, the nature of everything that is evolving returns to the condition it was in at its starting point, plus, every time, a new and superior degree in the states of consciousness. Thus it becomes clear that the origin of man, so called, in this our present round, or life cycle, on this planet, must occupy the same place in the same order, save details based on local conditions and time, as in the preceding round. Again, it must be explained and remembered that, as the work of each round is said to be apportioned to a different group of so-called creators, or architects, so is that of every globe. That is, it is under the supervision and guidance of special builders and watchers, the various Dayan Choans. Creators is an incorrect word to use, as no other religion, not even the sect of the Vishishvandantis in India, one which anthropomorphizes even Parabrahman, believes in creation ex nihilo, as Christians and Jews do, but only in evolution out of pre-existing materials. The group of the hierarchy which is commissioned to create men is a special group, then. Yet it evolved shadowy man in this cycle, just as a higher and still more spiritual group evolved him in the third round. But as it is the sixth on the downward scale of spirituality, the last and seventh being the terrestrial spirits, elementals, which gradually form, build, and condense his physical body, this sixth group evolves no more than the future man's shadowy form, a filmy, hardly visible, transparent copy of themselves. It becomes the task of the fifth hierarchy, the mysterious beings that preside over the constellation Capricornus, Makara, or crocodile in India and Egypt, to inform the empty and ethereal animal form, and make of it the rational man. This is one of those subjects upon which very little may be said to the general public. It is a mystery, truly, but only to him who is prepared to reject the existence of intellectual and conscious spiritual beings in the universe, and to limit full consciousness to man alone, and that only as a function of the brain. Many are those among the spiritual entities who have incarnated bodily in man since his first appearance, and who, for all that, still exist as independently as they did before in the infinitudes of space. To put it more clearly, such an invisible entity may be bodily present on Earth without, however, abandoning its status and functions in the supersensuous regions. If this needs explanation, we can do no better than remind the reader of like cases in so-called spiritualism, though such cases are very rare, at least as regard the nature of the entity incarnating, or taking temporary possession of a medium. For the so-called spirits that may occasionally possess themselves of the bodies of mediums are not the monads or higher principles of disembodied personalities. Such spirits can be either elementaries or nirmanakayas, just as certain persons, whether by virtue of a peculiar organization or through the power of acquired mystic knowledge, can be seen in their double in one place while their body is many miles away. So the same thing can occur in the case of superior beings. Man, philosophically considered, is in his outward form simply an animal, hardly more perfect than his Pythiacoid-like ancestor of the third round. He is a living body, not a living being, since the realization of existence, the ego sum, necessitates self-consciousness, and an animal can only have direct consciousness or instinct. This was so well understood by the ancients that even the Kabbalists made of soul and body two lives, independent of each other. In The New Aspects of Life, the author states the Kabbalistic teaching. They held that, functionally, spirit and matter, of corresponding opacity and density, tended to coalesce, and that the resultant created spirits, in the disembodied state, were constituted on a scale in which the differing opacities and transparencies of elemental or uncreated spirit were reproduced, and that these spirits in the disembodied state, attracted, appropriated, digested, and assimilated elemental spirit and elemental matter, whose condition was conformed to their own. They therefore taught that there was a wide difference in the conditions of created spirits, and that, in the intimate association between the spirit world and the world of matter, the more opaque spirits in the disembodied state were drawn towards the more dense part of the material world, and therefore tended towards the center of the earth, where they found the conditions most suited to their state, while the more transparent spirits passed into the surrounding aura of the planet, the most rarefied finding their home in its satellite. This relates exclusively to our elemental spirits, and has not to do with either the planetary, sidereal, or interetheric intelligent forces, or angels, as they are termed by the Roman Church. The Jewish Kabbalists, especially the practical occultists who dealt with ceremonial magic, busied themselves solely with the spirits of the planets and the elementals so-called. Therefore, the above covers only a portion of the esoteric teaching. The soul, whose body vehicle is the astral, ethereosubstantial envelope, could die and man be still living on earth. That is to say, the soul could free itself from and quit the tabernacle for various reasons, such as insanity, spiritual and physical depravity, and so forth. The possibility of the soul, that is, the eternal spiritual ego, dwelling in the unseen worlds, while its body goes on living on earth, is a preeminently occult doctrine, especially in Chinese and Buddhist philosophy. Many are the soulless men among us, for the occurrence is found to take place in wicked materialists, as well as in persons who advance in holiness and never turn back. That which living men, initiates, can do, the dhyanas, who have no physical body to hamper them, can do still better. This was the belief of the antediluvians, and it is fast becoming that of modern intellectual society in spiritualism, as well as in the Greek and Roman churches, which teach the ubiquity of their angels. The Zoroastrians regarded their Amshasvens as dual entities, furores, applying this duality, in esoteric philosophy at any rate, to all the spiritual and invisible denizens of the numberless worlds in space, which are visible to our eye. In a note of Damascius, 6th century, on the Chaldean oracles, we have ample evidence of the universality of this doctrine, for he says, "In these oracles, the 7 cosmocrates of the world pillars, mentioned likewise by St. Paul, are double, one set being commissioned to rule the superior worlds, the spiritual and the sidereal, and the other to guide and watch over the worlds of matter." Such is also the opinion of Jamblichus, who makes an evident distinction between the archangels and the archontes. The above may be applied, of course, to the distinction made between the degrees or orders of spiritual beings, and it is in this sense that the Roman Catholic Church tries to interpret and teach the difference. For while the archangels are, in her teaching, divine and holy, she denounces their doubles as devils. But the word furor is not to be understood in this sense, for it means simply the reverse or the opposite side of some attribute or quality. Thus, when the occultist says that the demon is the inverse of God, evil, the reverse of the metal, he does not mean 2 separate actualities, but 2 aspects or facets of the same unity. But the best man living, side by side with an archangel, as described in theology, would appear a fiend. Hence a certain reason in deprecating a lower double, immersed far deeper in matter than its original. But still there is as little cause to regard them as devils And this is precisely what the Roman Catholics maintain against all reason and logic. This identity between the spirit and its material double, in man it is the reverse, explains still better the confusion already alluded to in this work, in the names and individualities, as well as in the numbers, of the rishis and prajapatis, especially those of the Satya Yuga and the Mahabharatan period. It also throws additional light on what the secret doctrine teaches with regard to the root and the seed manus. Not only these progenitors of our mankind, but every human being, we are taught, has his prototype in the spiritual spheres, which prototype is the highest essence of his seventh principle. Thus the 7 manus become 14, the root manu being the prime cause, and the seed manu its effect, and from the Satya Yuga, the first stage, to the heroic period, these manus or rishis become 21 in number. B. The concluding sentence of the shloka shows how archaic is the belief and the doctrine that man is sevenfold in his constitution. The thread of being, which animates man and passes through all his personalities or rebirths on this earth, an allusion to the Sutratma, the thread on which, moreover, all his spirits are strung, is spun from the essence of the threefold, the fourfold, and the fivefold, which contain all the preceding. Panchashika, agreeably to Padma Purana, is one of the 7 Kumaras who go to Shwepadvipa to worship Vishnu. We shall see, further on, what connection there is between the celibate and chaste sons of Brahma, who refuse to multiply, and terrestrial mortals. Meanwhile, it is evident that the man-plant, Saptaparna, thus refers to the 7 principles, and that man is compared to this 7-leaved plant, which is so sacred among the Buddhists. The Egyptian allegory in the Book of the Dead that relates to the reward of the soul is as suggestive to our septenary doctrine as it is poetical. The deceased is allotted a piece of land in the field of Anru, wherein the manes, the deified shades of the dead, glean, as the harvest they have sown by their actions in life, the corn 7 cubits high, which grows in a territory divided into 7 and 14 portions. This corn is the food on which they will live and prosper, or that will kill them, in Amenti, the realm of which the Anru field is the domain. For, as is said in the hymn, the deceased is either destroyed therein, or becomes pure spirit for the eternity, in consequence of the 7 times 77 lives past, or to be past, on earth. The idea of the corn reaped as the fruit of our actions is very graphic. 4. It is the root that never dies, the 3-tongued flame of the 4 wicks. A. The wicks are the sparks that draw from the 3-tongued flame, shot out by the 7, their flame. The beams and sparks of one moon, reflected in the running waves of all the rivers of the earth. B. A. The 3-tongued flame that never dies is the immortal spiritual triad, the Atma, Buddha, and Manas, or rather the fruitage of the last, assimilated by the first 2 after every terrestrial life. The 4 wicks that go out and are extinguished are the quadernity, the 4 lower principles, including the body. I am the 3-wicked flame, and my wicks are immortal, says the defunct. I enter into the domain of Sekhem, the god whose hand sows the seed of action produced by the disembodied soul, and I enter the region of the flames who have destroyed their adversaries, that is, got rid of the sin-creating 4 wicks. The 3-tongued flame of the 4 wicks corresponds to the 4 unities and the 3 binaries of the sephirothal tree. B. Just as milliards of bright specks dance on the waters of an ocean, above which one and the same moon is shining, so our evanescent personalities, the elusive envelopes of the immortal monad ego, twinkle and dance on the waves of Maya. They appear and, as the thousands of sparks produced by the moonbeams, last only so long as the queen of the night radiates her luster on the running waves of life, the period of a manvantara, and then they disappear. The beams, symbols of our eternal spiritual egos, alone surviving, re-emerged in, and being, as they were before, one with the mother source. 5. The spark that hangs from the flame by the finest thread of Fohat. It journeys through the 7 worlds of Maya. A. It stops in the first, and is a metal and a stone. It passes into the second, and behold, a plant. The plant whirls through the 7 forms, and becomes a sacred animal. B. From the combined attributes of these, Manu, the thinker, is formed. Who forms him? The 7 lives, and the one life. C. Who completes him? The 5-fold Laya. And who perfects the last body? Fish, Sin, and Soma. D. A. The phrase, through the 7 worlds of Maya, refers here to the 7 globes of the planetary chain and the 7 rounds, or the 49 stations of active existence that are before the spark or monad at the beginning of every great life cycle, or manvantara. The thread of Fohat is the thread of life before referred to. This relates to the greatest problem of philosophy, the physical and substantial nature of life, the independent nature of which is denied by modern science, because that science is unable to comprehend it. The reincarnationists and believers in karma alone dimly perceive that the whole secret of life is in the unbroken series of its manifestations, whether in or apart from the physical body. Because even if life, like a dome of many-colored glass, stains the white radiance of eternity, yet it is itself part and parcel of that eternity, for life alone can understand life. What is that spark which hangs from the flame? It is Jiva, the monad in conjunction with Manas, or rather its aroma, that which remains from each personality when worthy, and hangs from the Atma-Buddhi, the flame, by the thread of life. In whatever way it is interpreted, and into whatever number of principles the human being is divided, it may be easily shown that this doctrine is supported by all the ancient religions, from the Vedic to the Egyptian, from the Zoroastrian to the Jewish. In the case of the last mentioned, the Kabbalistic works offer abundant proof of this statement. The entire system of the Kabbalistic numerals is based on the divine septenary hanging from the triad, thus forming the decad, and its permutations 7, 5, 4, and 3, which, finally, all merge into the One itself, an endless and boundless circle. As says the Zohar, the deity, the ever-invisible presence, manifests itself through the 10 Sephiroth, which are its radiating witnesses. The deity is like the sea from which outflows a stream called wisdom, the waters of which fall into a lake named intelligence. From the basin, like 7 channels, issue the 7 Sephiroth. 4 10 equals 7. The decad contains 4 unities and 3 binaries. The 10 Sephiroth correspond to the limbs of man. When I, the Elohim, framed Adam Kadmon, the spirit of the Eternal shot out of his body, like a sheet of lightning that radiated at once on the billows of the 7 millions of skies, and my 10 splendors were his limbs. But neither the head nor the shoulders of Adam Kadmon can be seen. Therefore we read in the Sephra Zenotha, the book of the concealed mystery, in the beginning of time, after the Elohim, the sons of light and life, or the builders, had shaped out of the eternal essence the heavens and the earth, they formed the worlds 6 by 6. The seventh being Malkuth, which is our earth on its plane, and the lowest on all the other planes of conscious existence. The Chaldean Book of Numbers contains a detailed explanation of all this. The first triad of the body of Adam Kadmon, the 3 upper planes of the 7, cannot be seen before the soul stands in the presence of the Ancient of Days. The Sephiroth of this upper triad are 1. Kether, the crown, represented by the brow of Macroprosopis. 2. Chokmah, wisdom, a male principle, by his right shoulder. And 3. Binah, intelligence, a female principle, by the left shoulder. Then come the 7 limbs, or Sephiroth, on the planes of manifestation. The totality of these 4 planes being represented by the microprosopis, the lesser face, or tetragrammaton, the 4-lettered mystery. The 7 manifested and the 3 concealed limbs are the body of the deity. Thus our earth, Malkuth, is both the 7th and the 4th world, the former when counting from the first globe above, the latter if reckoned by the planes. It is generated by the 6th globe or Sephira, called Yetzud, foundation, or as is said in the Book of Numbers, by Yetzud, he, Adam Kadmon, fecundates the primitive Hiva, Eve or our earth. Rendered in mystic language, this is the explanation why Malkuth, called the inferior mother, Matrona, queen, and the kingdom of the foundation, is shown as the bride of the Tetragrammaton, or Microprosopis, the second Logos, the heavenly man. When free from all impurity, she will become united with the spiritual Logos, that is, in the 7th race of the 7th round, after the regeneration, on the day of Sabbath. For the 7th day, again, has an occult significance undreamed of by our theologians. When Matronitha, the mother, is separated and brought face to face with the king, in the excellence of the Sabbath, all things become one body. Become one body means that all is reabsorbed once more into the one element, the spirits of men becoming nirvanis, and the elements of everything else becoming again what they were before, prolatile or undifferentiated substance. Sabbath means rest or nirvana. It is not the 7th day after 6 days, but a period the duration of which equals that of the 7 days, or any period made up of 7 parts. Thus, a pralaya is equal in duration to a manvantara, or a night of Brahma is equal to his day. If the Christians will follow Jewish customs, they ought to adopt the spirit, and not the dead letter thereof. They should work 1 week of 7 days, and rest 7 days. That the word Sabbath had a mystic significance is disclosed in the contempt shown by Jesus for the Sabbath day, and by what is said in Luke. Sabbath there is taken for the whole week. See the Greek text where the week is called Sabbath. Literally, I fast twice in the Sabbath. Paul, an initiate, knew it well when referring to the eternal rest and felicity in heaven as Sabbath. And their happiness will be eternal, for they will ever be one with the Lord, and will enjoy an eternal Sabbath. The difference between the Kabbalah and the archaic esoteric Vidya, taking the Kabbalah as contained in the Chaldean Book of Numbers, not as misrepresented by its now disfigured copy, the Kabbalah of the Christian mystics, is very small indeed, being confined to unimportant divergencies of form and expression. Thus, Eastern occultism refers to our Earth as the fourth world, the lowest of the chain, above which run upward on both curves the 6 globes, 3 on each side. The Zohar, on the other hand, calls the Earth the lower, or the 7th, adding that upon the 6th depend all things which are in it. Microprosopis. The smaller face, smaller because manifested and finite, is formed of 6 Sephiroth, says the same work. 7 kings come and die in the thrice destroyed world. Malkuth, our Earth, destroyed after each of the 3 rounds which it has gone through. And their reign, that of the 7 kings, will be broken up. This relates to the 7 races, 5 of which have already appeared, and 2 more have still to appear in this round. The Shinto allegorical accounts of cosmogony and the origin of man, in Japan, hint at the same belief. Captain C. Foundes, who studied the religion underlying the various sects of the land for nearly 9 years in the monasteries of Japan, says, "The Shinto idea of creation is as follows. Out of chaos, Kanton, the earth, In, was the sentiment precipitated, and the heavens, Yo, the ethereal essences which ascended. Man, Jin, appeared between the two. The first man was called Kantuko Tachino Mikoto, and 5 other names were given to him. Then the human race appeared, male and female. Izanagi and Izanami begat Tenshoko Doijin, the first of the 5 gods of the earth." End of section 24.
Section 25 of The Secret Doctrine, Book 1, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cosmogenesis, Part 1, Cosmic Evolution by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Commentaries, Stanza 7, Part 4. It will be shown in Volume 2 that the number 7, as well as the doctrine of the septenary constitution of man, was preeminent in all the secret systems. It plays as important a part in Western Kabbalah as in Eastern occultism. Eliphas Levi calls the number 7 the key to the Mosaic creation and the symbols of every religion. He knows the Kabbalah faithfully, following even the septenary division of man, for the diagram he gives in his Clé des Grands Mystères is septenary. This may be seen at a glance, however cleverly the correct thought is veiled. One needs also only to look at the diagram, the formation of the soul, in Mather's Kabbalah Unveiled, from the above-mentioned work of Levi, to find the same, though with a different interpretation. Thus it stands with both the Kabbalistic and occult names attached. Diagram composed of 7 circles. Number 7 at the top, Neshama, pure spirit or Atma, attached to number 6, below it on the left, Ruach, spiritual soul, Buddhi, and number 7 is attached to number 5, below it on the right, Nefesh, plastic mediator, Manas. This constitutes the upper triad, the immortal. Below it, 4 circles. At the bottom, 1, image of the creator's physical body, Sthula Sharira. In the middle, 2, image of man, astral body, Linga Sharira. Above that, to the left, Mikael, the sun principle, life, Prana. And above 2, to the right, Samael, seat of passions and animal desires, Kama. Those 4 constitute the lower quaternary, the transitory, and the mortal. Levi calls Nefesh that which we name Manas, and vice versa. Nefesh is the breath of animal life in man, the breath of life, instinctual in the animal, and Manas is the third soul, the human in its light side, and animal in its connection with Samael or Kama. Nefesh is really the breath of animal life breathed into Adam, the man of dust. It is consequently the vital spark, the informing element without manas, the reasoning soul or mind, which in Livy's diagram is miscalled nefesh, atma buddhi, is irrational on this plane and cannot act. It is buddhi which is the plastic mediator, not manas, the intelligent medium between the upper triad and the lower quaternary. But there are many such strange and curious transformations to be found in the Kabbalistic works, a convincing proof that this literature has become a sad jumble. We do not accept the classification except in this one particular, in order to show the points of agreement. We will now give in tabular form what the very cautious Eliphas Levi says in explanation of his diagram, and what the esoteric doctrine teaches, and compare the two. Levi, too, makes a distinction between Kabbalistic and occult pneumatics. Says Eliphas Levi, the Kabbalist, Kabbalistic pneumatics. 1. The soul or ego is a clothed light, and this light is triple. 2. Neshama, pure spirit. 3. Ruach, the soul or spirit. 4. Nefesh, plastic mediator. 5. The garment of the soul is the rind, body, of the image, astral soul. 6. The image is double, because it reflects the good and the bad. 7. Image, body. Say the Theosophists, esoteric pneumatics. 1. The same, for it is Atma Buddhi Manas. 2. The same. 3. Spiritual soul. 4. Mediator between spirit and man, the seat of reason, the mind in man. 5. Correct. 6. Too uselessly apocalyptic. Why not say that the astral reflects the good as well as the bad man who is ever tending to the upper triad, or else disappears with the quaternary. 7. The earthly image. Occult pneumatics, as given by Eliphas Levi. 1. Nefesh is immortal because it renews its life by the destruction of forms. But nefesh, the breath of life, is a misnomer and a useless puzzle to the student. 2. Ruach progresses by the evolution of ideas. 3. Neshama is progressive without oblivion and destruction. 4. The soul has 3 dwellings. 5. These dwellings are the plane of mortals, the superior Eden, and the inferior Eden. 6. The image, man, is a sphinx that offers the riddle of birth. 7. The fatal image, the astral, endows nefesh with its aptitudes, but ruach is able to substitute for it the image conquered in accordance with the inspirations of neshama. Occult pneumatics as given by the occultists. 1. Manas is immortal because after every new incarnation it adds to Atma Buddhi something of itself, and thus, assimilating itself to the monad, shares its immortality. 2. Buddhi becomes conscious by the accretions it gets from manas on the death of man after every new incarnation. 3. Atma neither progresses, forgets, nor remembers. It does not belong to this plane. It is but the ray of light eternal which shines upon and through the darkness of matter when the latter is willing. 4. The soul, collectively as the upper triad, lives on 3 planes, besides its 4th, the terrestrial sphere, and it is eternally on the highest of the 3. 5. These dwellings are earth for the physical man or animal soul, Kamaloka, Hades, the limbo, for the disembodied man, or his shell, Devachan for the higher triad. 6. Correct. 7. The astral, through Kama, desire, is ever drawing manas down into the sphere of material passions and desires. But if the better man, or manas, tries to escape the fatal attraction and turns its aspirations to Atma, Neshama, then Buddhi, Ruach, conquers, and carries manas with it to the realm of eternal spirit. It is very evident that the French Kabbalist either did not sufficiently know the real tenet, or distorted it to suit himself and his objects. Thus he says again, treating upon the same subject, as follows, and we occultists answer the late Kabbalist and his admirers also as follows. 1. The body is the mold of Nefesh. Nefesh is the mold of Ruach. Ruach, the mold of the garment of Neshama. 2. Light, the soul, personifies itself in clothing itself with the body, and personality endures only when the garment is perfect. 3. The angels aspire to become men. A perfect man, a man-god, is above all the angels. 4. Every 14,000 years, the soul rejuvenates and rests in the Jubilean sleep of oblivion. The occult answer. 1. The body follows the whims, good or bad, of manas. Manas tries to follow the light of Buddhi, but often fails. Buddhi is the mold of the garments of Atma, for Atma is no body, or shape, or anything, and because Buddhi is only figuratively its vehicle. 2. The monad becomes a personal ego when it incarnates, and something remains of that personality through manas when the latter is perfect enough to assimilate Buddhi. 3. Correct. 4. Within a period, a great age or a day of Brahma, 14 manus reign, after which comes pralaya, when all the souls, egos, rest in nirvana. Such are the distorted copies of the esoteric doctrine in the Kabbalah. But to turn to Sloka 5 of stanza 7. B. The well-known Kabbalistic aphorism runs, quote, a stone becomes a plant a beast, the beast a man a spirit, and the spirit a god. End quote. The spark animates all the kingdoms in turn before it enters into and informs divine man, between whom and his predecessor animal man there is all the difference in the world. Genesis begins its anthropology at the wrong end, evidently for a blind, and lands nowhere. The introductory chapters of Genesis were never meant to represent even a remote allegory of the creation of our earth. They embrace a metaphysical conception of some indefinite period in eternity when successive attempts were being made by the law of evolution at the formation of universes. The idea is plainly stated in the Zohar. Quote, there were old worlds which perished as soon as they came into existence, were formless, and were called sparks. Thus the smith, when hammering the iron, lets the sparks fly in all directions. The sparks are the primordial worlds, which could not continue because the sacred agent, Sephira, had not as yet assumed its form of androgen or opposite sexes, of king and queen, Sephira and Kadmon, and the master was not yet at his work. End quote. Had Genesis begun as it ought, one would have found in it first the celestial logos, the heavenly man, which evolves as a compound unit of logi, out of which after their pralaic sleep, a sleep that gathers the numbers scattered on the Mayavic plane into one, as the separate globules of quicksilver on a plate blend into one mass, the logi appear in their totality as the first male and female, or Adam Kadmon, the fiat lux of the Bible, as we've already seen. But this transformation did not take place on our earth, nor on any material plane, but in the spatial depths of the first differentiation of the eternal root matter. On our nascent globe, things proceed differently. The monad, or jiva, as in Isis Unveiled, is first of all shot down by the law of evolution into the lowest form of matter, the mineral. After a sevenfold gyration encased in the stone, or that which will become mineral and stone in the fourth round, it creeps out of it, say as a lichen, passing thence through all the forms of vegetable matter into what is termed animal matter. It has now reached the point at which it has become the germ, so to speak, of the animal that will become the physical man. All this up to the third round is formless as matter and senseless as consciousness, for the monad or jiva per se cannot be called even spirit. It is a ray, a breath of the absolute, or the absoluteness rather, and the absolute homogeneity, having no relations with the conditioned and relative finiteness, is unconscious on our plane. Therefore, besides the material which will be needed for its future human form, the monad requires a spiritual model or prototype for the material to shape itself into, and b, an intelligent consciousness to guide its evolution and progress, neither of which is possessed by the homogeneous monad or by senseless though living matter. The atom of dust requires the soul of life to be breathed into him. The two middle principles, which are the sentient life of the irrational animal and the human soul, for the former is irrational without the latter. It is only when, from a potential androgen, man has become separated into male and female, that he will be endowed with this conscious, rational, and individual soul, manas, the principle or the intelligence of the Elohim, to receive which he has to eat of the fruit of knowledge from the tree of good and evil. How is he to obtain all this? The occult doctrine teaches that while the monad is cycling on downward into matter, these very Elohim or Pitris, the lower Dhyan Chohans, are evolving pari passu with it, on a higher and more spiritual plane, descending also relatively into matter on their own plane of consciousness, when after having reached a certain point, they will meet the incarnating senseless monad encased in the lowest matter, and blending the two potencies, spirit and matter, the union will produce that terrestrial symbol of the heavenly man in space, perfect man. In the Sankhya philosophy, Purusha, spirit, is spoken of as something impotent, unless it mounts on the shoulders of Prakriti, matter, which left alone is senseless. But in the secret philosophy they are viewed as graduated spirit and matter, though one and the same thing in their origin. When once they are on the plane of differentiation, begin each of them their evolutionary progress in contrary directions, spirit falling gradually into matter, and the latter ascending to its original condition, that of a pure spiritual substance. Both are inseparable, yet never separated. On the physical plane, two like poles will always repel each other, while the negative and the positive are mutually attracted. So do spirit and matter stand to each other, the two poles of the same homogeneous substance, the root principle of the universe. Therefore, when the hour strikes for Purusha to mount on Prakriti's shoulders for the formation of the perfect man, rudimentary man of the first 2.5 races being only the first, gradually evolving into the most perfect of mammals, the celestial ancestors, entities from preceding worlds, called in India the Shishta, step in on this hour plane and incarnate in the physical or animal man, as the Pitris had stepped in before them for the formation of the latter. Thus the two processes for the two creations, the animal and the divine man, differ greatly. The Pitris shoot out from their ethereal bodies still more ethereal and shadowy similitudes of themselves, or what we should now call doubles or astral forms in their own likeness. This furnishes the monad with its first dwelling, and blind matter with a model around and upon which to build henceforth. But man is still incomplete from Swayam Bhuva Manu, from which descend the 7 primitive Manus or Prajapatis, each of whom give birth to a primitive race of men, down to the Codex Nazareus, in which Karabtanos or Fetahil, blind concupiscent matter, begets on his mother, Spiritus, 7 figures, each of which stands as the progenitor of one of the primeval 7 races. This doctrine has left its impress on every archaic scripture. Quote, who forms Manu, the man, and who forms his body? The life and the lives, sin and the moon. End quote. Here Manu stands for the spiritual, heavenly man, the real and non-dying ego in us, which is the direct emanation of the one life, or the absolute deity. As to our outward physical bodies, the house of the tabernacle of the soul, the doctrine teaches a strange lesson, so strange that unless thoroughly explained, and as thoroughly comprehended, it is only the exact science of the future that is destined to fully vindicate the theory. It has been stated before now that occultism does not accept anything inorganic in the cosmos. The expression employed by science, inorganic substance, means simply that the latent life slumbering in the molecules of so-called inert matter is incognizable. all is life, and every atom of even mineral dust is alive, though beyond our comprehension and perception, because it is outside the range of the laws known to those who reject occultism. Quote, "The very atoms," says Tyndall, "seem instinct with the desire for life." End quote. Whence, then, we would ask, comes the tendency to run into organic form? Is it in any way explicable, except according to the teachings of occult science? The worlds, to the profane, are built up of the known elements. To the conception of an arhat, these elements are themselves collectively a divine life, distributively on the plane of manifestations, the numberless and countless crores of lives. Fire alone is one on the plane of the one reality. On that of manifested, hence elusive being, its particles are fiery lives, which live and have their being at the expense of every other life that they consume. Therefore they are called the devourers. Every visible thing in this universe was built by such lives, from conscious and divine primordial man down to the unconscious agents that construct matter. From the one life, formless and uncreate, proceeds the universe of lives. First was manifested from the deep, chaos, cold luminous fire, gaseous light, which formed the curds in space, irresolvable nebulae perhaps. These fought, and a great heat was developed by the encountering and collision, which produced rotation. Then came the first manifested material fire, the hot flames, the wanderers in heaven, comets. Heat generates moist vapor, that forms solid water, then dry mist, then liquid mist, watery, that puts out the luminous brightness of the pilgrims, comets, and forms solid watery wheels, matter, globes. Bhumi, the earth, appears with 6 sisters. These produce by their continuous motion the inferior fire, heat, and an aqueous mist, which yields the third world element, water, and from the breath of all, atmospheric air is born. These 4 are the 4 lives of the first 4 periods, rounds, of Manvantara. The 3 last will follow. The commentary first speaks of the numberless and countless crores of lives. Is Pasteur then unconsciously taking the first step toward occult science, in declaring that if he dared express his ideas fully upon this subject, he would say that the organic cells are endowed with a vital potency that does not cease its activity with the cessation of a current of oxygen toward them, and does not on that account break off its relations with life itself, which is supported by the influence of that gas? Quote, "I would add," continues Pasteur, "that the evolution of the germ is accomplished by means of complicated phenomena, among which we must class processes of fermentation." End quote. And life, according to Claude Bernard and Pasteur, is nothing else than a process of fermentation. That there exist in nature beings or lives that can live and thrive without air, even on our globe, has been demonstrated by the same scientists. Pasteur found that many of the lower lives, such as vibrions and other microbes and bacteria, could exist without air, which on the contrary killed them. They derived the oxygen necessary for their multiplication from the various substances that surrounded them. He calls them aerobes, living on the tissues of our matter, when the latter has ceased to form a part of an integral and living whole, then called very unscientifically by science dead matter, and anaerobes. The one kind binds oxygen and contributes greatly to the destruction of animal life and vegetable tissues, furnishing to the atmosphere materials which enter later on into the constitution of other organisms. The other finally destroys, or rather annihilates, the so-called organic substance, ultimate decay being impossible without their participation. Certain germ cells, such as those of yeast, develop and multiply in air, but when deprived of it, they will adapt themselves to life without air and become ferments, absorbing oxygen from substances coming in contact with them, and thereby ruining the latter. The cells in fruit, when lacking free oxygen, act as ferments and stimulate fermentation. Therefore, the vegetable cell in this case manifests its life as an anaerobic being. Why then should an organic cell form, in this case, an exception? Asks Professor Bogolubov. Pasteur shows that in the substance of our tissues and organs, the cell, not finding sufficient oxygen for itself, stimulates fermentation in the same way as the fruit cell, and Claude Bernard thought that Pasteur's idea of the formation of ferments found its application and corroboration in the fact that urea increases in the blood during strangulation. Life, therefore, is everywhere in the universe, and occultism teaches us it is also in the atom. Bhumi appears with 6 sisters, says the commentary. It is a Vedic teaching that there are 3 earths, corresponding to 3 heavens, and our earth, the 4th, is called Bhumi. This is the explanation given by our exoteric Western Orientalists. But the esoteric meaning and allusion to it in the Vedas is that it refers to our planetary chain, 3 earths on the descending arc, and 3 heavens, which are 3 earths or globes also, only far more ethereal on the ascending or spiritual arc. By the first 3 we descend into matter, by the other 3 we ascend into spirit. The lowest one, Bhumi, our earth, forming the turning point, so to say, and containing potentially as much of spirit as it does of matter. But we shall treat of this hereafter. End of section 25. Read by Czandra, near Montreal, 2024. Section 26 of The Secret Doctrine, Book 1, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cosmogenesis, Part 1, Cosmic Evolution, by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Commentaries, Stanza 7, Part 5. The general teaching of the commentary, then, is that every new round develops one of the compound elements, as now known to science, which rejects the primitive nomenclature, preferring to subdivide them into constituents. If nature is the ever-becoming on the manifested plane, then these elements are to be regarded in the same light. They have to evolve, progress, and increase to the manvantaric end. Thus, the first round, we are taught, developed but one element, and a nature and humanity in what may be spoken of as one aspect of nature, called by some very unscientifically, though it may be so de facto, one-dimensional space. The second round brought forth and developed 2 elements, fire and earth, and its humanity adapted to this condition of nature. If we can give the name humanity to beings living under conditions now unknown to men, was, to use again a familiar phrase in a strictly figurative sense, the only way in which it can be used correctly, a 2-dimensional species. The processes of natural development which we are now considering will at once elucidate and discredit the fashion of speculating on the attributes of 2, 3, and 4 or more dimensional space. But in passing it is worthwhile to point out the real significance of the sound, but incomplete, intuition that has prompted among spiritualists and theosophists, and several great men of science, for the matter of that, the use of the modern expression, the 4th dimension of space. To begin with, the superficial absurdity of assuming that space itself is measurable in any direction is of little consequence. The familiar phrase can only be an abbreviation of the fuller form, the 4th dimension of matter in space. But even thus expanded, it is an unhappy phrase, because while it is perfectly true that the progress of evolution may be destined to introduce us to new characteristics of matter, those with which we are already familiar are really more numerous than the 3 dimensions. The qualities, or what is perhaps the best available term, the characteristics of matter, must clearly bear a direct relation always to the senses of man. Matter has extension, color, motion, molecular motion, taste, and smell, corresponding to the existing senses of man, and the next characteristic it develops, let us call it for the moment permeability, will correspond to the next sense of man, which we may call normal clairvoyance. Thus, when some bold thinkers have been thirsting for a fourth dimension to explain the passage of matter through matter, and the production of knots upon an endless cord, they have been in want of a sixth characteristic of matter. The three dimensions belong really to only one attribute or characteristic of matter, extension, and popular common sense justly rebels against the idea that under any condition of things there can be more than three of such dimensions as length, breadth, and thickness. These terms, and the term dimension itself, all belong to one plane of thought, to one stage of evolution, to one characteristic of matter. So long as there are foot rules within the resources of cosmos to apply to matter, so long will they be able to measure it three ways and no more, just as from the time the idea of measurement first occupied a place in the human understanding, it has been possible to apply measurement in three directions and no more. But these considerations do not in any way militate against the certainty that in the progress of time, as the faculties of humanity are multiplied, so will the characteristics of matter be multiplied also. Meanwhile, the expression is far more incorrect than even the familiar phrase of the sun's rising or setting. We now return to the consideration of material evolution through the rounds. Matter in the second round, it has been stated, may be figuratively referred to as two-dimensional. But here another caveat must be entered. This loose and figurative expression may be regarded on one plane of thought, as we have just seen, as equivalent to the second characteristic of matter, corresponding to the second perceptive faculty or sense of man. But these two linked scales of evolution are concerned with the processes going on within the limits of a single round. The succession of primary aspects of nature with which the succession of rounds is concerned has to do, as already indicated, with the development of the elements in the occult sense: fire, air, water, earth. We are only in the fourth round, and our catalogue so far stops short. The order in which these elements are mentioned in the last sentence but one is the correct one for esoteric purposes and in the secret teachings. Milton was right when he spoke of the powers of fire, air, water, earth. The earth, such as we know it now, had no existence before the fourth round, hundreds of millions of years ago, the commencement of our geological earth. The globe, says the commentary, was, quote, fiery, cool, and radiant as its ethereal men and animals during the first round, end quote. A contradiction or paradox in the opinion of our present science, quote, luminous and more dense and heavy during the second round, watery during the third, end quote. Thus are the elements reversed. The centers of consciousness of the third round, destined to develop into humanity as we know it, arrived at a perception of the third element, water. If we had to frame our conclusions according to the data furnished us by geologists, then we would say that there was no real water even during the Carboniferous period. We are told that gigantic masses of carbon, which existed formerly, spread in the atmosphere as carbonic acid, were absorbed by plants, while a large proportion of that gas was mixed in the water. Now, if this be so, and we have to believe that all the carbonic acid which went to compose those plants that formed bituminous coal, lignite, etc., and went towards the formation of limestone, and so on, that all this was, at that period, in the atmosphere in gaseous form, then there must have been seas and oceans of liquid carbonic acid. But how, then, could the Carboniferous period be preceded by the Devonian and Silurian ages, those of fishes and mollusks, on that assumption? Barometric pressure, moreover, must have exceeded several hundred times the pressure of our present atmosphere. How could organisms, even so simple as those of certain fishes and mollusks, stand that? There's a curious work by Blanchard on the origin of life, wherein he shows some strange contradictions and confusions in the theories of his colleagues, and which we recommend to the reader's attention. Those of the fourth round have added earth as a state of matter to their stock, as well as the three other elements in their present transformation. In short, none of the so-called elements were in the three preceding rounds as they are now. For all we know, fire may have been pure akasha, the first matter of the magnum opus of the creators and builders, that astral light which the paradoxical Eliphas Levi calls in one breath the body of the Holy Ghost, and in the next Baphomet, the androgen goat of Mendes. Air, simply nitrogen, the breath of the supporters of the heavenly dome, as the Mahometan mystics call it. Water, that primordial fluid which was required, according to Moses, to make a living soul. And this may account for the flagrant discrepancies and unscientific statements found in Genesis. Separate the first from the second chapter, read the former as a scripture of the Elohists, and the latter as that of the far later Jehovists. Still one finds, if one reads between the lines, the same order in which created things appear, namely, fire, light, air, water, and man, or earth. For the sentence of the first chapter, the Elohistic, quote, "In the beginning God created the heaven and the earth," quote, is a mistranslation. It is not the heaven and the earth, but the duplex or dual, heaven, the upper and the lower heavens, or the separation of primordial substance that was light in its upper and dark in its lower portions, the manifested universe in its duality of the invisible to the senses and the visible to our perceptions. Quote, God divided the light from the darkness, and then made the firmament, air. Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. That is, the waters which were under the firmament, our manifested visible universe, from the waters which were above the firmament, the to us invisible planes of being. End quote. In the second chapter, the Jehovistic, plants and herbs are created before water, just as in the first, light is produced before the sun. Quote, God made the earth and the heavens, and every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew, for the Lord God, Elohim, had not caused it to rain upon the earth, etc. End quote. An absurdity, unless the esoteric explanation is accepted. The plants were created before they were in the earth, for there was no earth then such as it is now, and the herb of the field was in existence before it grew as it does now, in the fourth round. Discussing and explaining the nature of the invisible elements and the primordial fire mentioned above, Eliphas Levi invariably calls it the astral light. With him it is the grand agent magique. Undeniably it is so, but only so far as black magic is concerned, and on the lowest planes of what we call ether, the noumenon of which is akasha, and even this would be held incorrect by orthodox occultists. The astral light is simply the older sidereal light of Paracelsus, and to say that everything which exists has been evolved from it, and it preserves and reproduces all forms as he does, is to enunciate truth only in the second proposition. The first is erroneous, for if all that exists was evolved through or via it, this is not the astral light, since the latter is not the container of all things, but at best only the reflector of this all. Eliphas Levi very truly shows it a force in nature, by means of which a single man who can master it might throw the world into confusion and transform its face. For it is the great arcanum of transcendent magic. Quoting the words of the great Western Kabbalist in their translated form, we may perhaps the better explain them by the occasional addition of a word or two to show the difference between Western and Eastern explanations of the same subject. The author says of the great magic agent, quote, this ambient and all-penetrating fluid, this ray detached from the central or spiritual sun's splendor, fixed by the weight of the atmosphere, ? And the power of central attraction, the astral light, this electromagnetic ether, this vital and luminous caloric, is represented on ancient monuments by the girdle of Isis, which twines round two poles, and in ancient theogonies by the serpent devouring its own tail, emblem of prudence, and of Saturn, emblem of infinity, immortality, and Cronus, time, not the god Saturn or the planet. It is the winged dragon of Medea, the double serpent of the Caduceus, and the tempter of Genesis. But it is also the brazen snake of Moses encircling the Tao. Lastly, it is the devil of exoteric dogmatism, and is really the blind force. It is not blind, and Levi knew it. Which souls must conquer in order to detach themselves from the chains of earth, for if they should not, they will be absorbed by the same power which first produced them, and will return to the central and eternal fire." End quote. This great archaeus is now publicly discovered by and for only one man, J.W. Keeley of Philadelphia. For others, however, it is discovered, yet must remain almost useless. So far shalt thou go. All the above is as practical as it is correct, save one error which we have explained. Eliphas Levi commits a great blunder in always identifying the astral light with what we call Akasha. What it really is will be expanded in Volume 2. Eliphas Levi further writes, quote, "The great magic agent is the fourth emanation of the life principle, square bracket. We say it is the first in the inner and the second in the outer, our universe, close bracket, of which the sun is the third form, for the day star, the sun, is only the reflection and material shadow of the central sun of truth, which illuminates the intellectual, invisible world of spirit, and which itself is but a gleam borrowed from the absolute." End quote. So far he's right enough. But when the great authority of the Western Kabbalists adds that nevertheless, quote, "it is not the immortal spirit as the Indian hierophants have imagined," end quote, we answer that he slanders the said hierophants, as they have said nothing of the kind, for even the Puranic exoteric writings flatly contradict the assertion. No Hindu has ever mistaken Prakriti, the astral light being only above the lowest plane of Prakriti, the material cosmos, for the immortal spirit. Prakriti is ever called Maya, illusion, and is doomed to disappear with the rest, the gods included, at the hour of the pralaya. As it is shown that Akasha is not even the ether, least of all, then, we imagine, can it be the astral light. Those unable to penetrate beyond the dead letter of the Puranas have occasionally confused Akasha with Prakriti, with ether, and even with the visible sky. It is true also that those who have invariably translated the term Akasha by ether, Wilson for instance, finding it called the material cause of sound, possessing moreover this one single property, have ignorantly imagined it to be material in the physical sense. True again that if the characteristics are accepted literally, then since nothing material or physical, and therefore conditioned and temporary, can be immortal, according to metaphysics and philosophy, it would follow that Akasha is neither infinite nor immortal. But all this is erroneous, since both the words pradana, primeval matter, and sound, as a property, have been misunderstood, the former term, pradana, being certainly synonymous with mula prakriti and Akasha, and the latter, sound, with the verbum, the word, or the logos. This is easy to demonstrate, for it is shown in the following sentence from Vishnu Purana. Quote, "There was neither day nor night, nor sky, nor earth, nor darkness, nor light, nor any other thing, save only one, unapprehensible by intellect, or that which is Brahman, and Pums, spirit, and Pradana, primordial matter." End quote. Now, what is Pradana if it is not Mula Prakriti, the root of all, in another aspect? For though Pradana is said, further on, to merge into the deity, as everything else does, in order to leave the one absolute during the pralaya, yet it is held as infinite and immortal. The literal translation is given as, quote, "one Pradanika Brahma spirit that was," end quote. And the commentator interprets the compound term as a substantive, not as a derivative word used attributively, that is, like something, conjoined with pradana. The student has to note, moreover, that the Puranic is a dualistic system, not evolutionary, and that in this respect far more will be found from an esoteric standpoint in the Sankhya, and even in the Manavadharma Shastra, however much the latter differs from the former. Hence, pradana, even in the Puranas, is an aspect of Parabrahman, not an evolution, and must be the same as the Vedantic Mula Prakriti. Quote, "Prakriti, in its primary state, is Akasha," end quote, says a Vedantan scholar. It is almost abstract nature. Akasha, then, is pradana in another form, and as such cannot be ether, the ever-invisible agent, courted even by physical science, nor is it astral light. It is, as said, the noumenon of the sevenfold differentiated Prakriti, the ever immaculate mother of the fatherless son, who becomes father on the lower manifested plane. For Mahat is the first product of Pradana, or Akasha, and Mahat, universal intelligence, whose characteristic property is Buddhi, is no other than the Logos, for he is called Ishvara, Brahma, Bhava, etc. He is, in short, the creator, or the divine mind in creative operation, the cause of all things. He is the firstborn, of whom the Puranas tell us that earth and Mahat are the inner and outer boundaries of the universe, or, in our language, the negative and the positive poles of dual nature, abstract and concrete, for the Purana adds, quote, "In this manner, as were the 7 forms or principles of Prakriti reckoned from Mahat to earth, so at the time of elemental dissolution, Pratyahara, these 7 successively re-enter into each other. The egg of Brahma, Sarva Mandala, is dissolved with its 7 zones, Dvipa, 7 oceans, 7 regions, etc." These are the reasons why the occultists refuse to give the name of astral light to Akasha, or to call it ether. "In my father's house are many mansions," may be contrasted with the occult saying, "In our mother's house are 7 mansions," or planes, the lowest of which is above and around us, the astral light. The elements, whether simple or compound, could not have remained the same since the commencement of the evolution of our chain. Everything in the universe progresses steadily in the great cycle, while incessantly going up and down in the smaller cycles. Nature is never stationary during Manvantara, as it is ever becoming, not simply being, and mineral, vegetable, and human life are always adapting their organisms to the then reigning elements, and therefore those elements were then fitted for them, as they are now for the life of present humanity. It will only be in the next or 5th round that the 5th element, ether, the gross body of Akasha, if it can be called even that, will, by becoming a familiar fact of nature to all men, as air is familiar to us now, cease to be, as at present, hypothetical and an agent for so many things. And only during that round will those higher senses, the growth and development of which Akasha subserves, be susceptible of a complete expansion. As already indicated, a partial familiarity with the characteristic of matter, permeability, which should be developed concurrently with the 6th sense, may be expected to develop at the proper period in this round, but with the next element added to our resources in the next round, permeability will become so manifest a characteristic of matter that the densest forms of this round will seem to man's perceptions as obstructive to him as a thick fog, and no more. Let us now return to the life cycle. Without entering at length upon the description given of the higher lives, we must direct our attention at present simply to the earthly beings and the earth itself. The latter, we are told, is built up for the first round by the devourers, which disintegrate and differentiate the germs of other lives in the elements pretty much, it must be supposed, as in the present stage of the world, the aerobes do, when undermining and loosening the chemical structure in an organism, they transform animal matter and generate substances that vary in their constitutions. Thus, occultism disposes of the so-called Azoic age of science, for it shows that there never was a time when the earth was without life upon it. Wherever there is an atom of matter, a particle, or a molecule, even in its most gaseous condition, there is life in it, however latent and unconscious. Whatsoever quits the laya state becomes active life. It is drawn into the vortex of motion, the alchemical solvent of life. Spirit and matter are the 2 states of the one, which is neither spirit nor matter, both being the absolute life, latent. Spirit is the first differentiation of and in space, and matter the first differentiation of spirit, that which is neither spirit nor matter, that is it, the causeless cause of spirit and matter, which are the cause of cosmos. And that we call the one life, or the intracosmic breath. Once more we say like must produce like. Absolute life cannot produce an inorganic atom, whether single or complex, and there is life even in laya, just as a man in a profound cataleptic state, to all appearance a corpse, is still a living being. When the devourers, in whom the men of science are invited to see with some show of reason, atoms of the fire mist, if they will, as the occultist will offer no objection to this, when the devourers, we say, have differentiated the fire atoms by a peculiar process of segmentation, the latter become life germs, which aggregate according to the laws of cohesion and affinity. Then the life germs produce lives of another kind, which work on the structure of our globes. Thus in the first round, the globe having been built by the primitive fire lives, that is formed into a sphere, had no solidity, no qualifications, save a cold brightness, no form, no color. It is only towards the end of the first round that it developed one element, which, from its inorganic, so to say, or simple essence, has become now, in our round, the fire we know throughout the system. The earth was in her first rupa, the essence of which is the Akashic principle named blank, that which is now known as, and very erroneously termed, astral light, which Eliphas Levi calls the imagination of nature, probably to avoid giving it its correct name as others do. Speaking of it in his preface to the Histoire de la Magie, Eliphas Levi says, quote, "It is through this force that all the nervous centers secretly communicate with each other. From it that sympathy and antipathy are born, from it that we have our dreams, and that the phenomena of second sight and extra-natural visions take place. Astral light, acting under the impulsion of powerful wills, destroys, coagulates, separates, breaks, gathers in all things. God created it on that day when he said, Fiat lux. It is directed by the egregores, that is, the chiefs of the souls, who are the spirits of energy and action." End quote. Eliphas Levi ought to have added that the astral light, or primordial substance, if matter at all, is that which, called light, lux, esoterically explained, is the body of those spirits themselves and their very essence. Our physical light is the manifestation on our plane and the reflected radiance of the divine light, emanating from the collective body of those who are called the lights and the flames. But no other Kabbalist has ever had the talent of heaping up one contradiction on the other, of making one paradox chase another in the same sentence, and in such flowing language as Eliphas Levi. He leads his reader through the most lovely valleys to strand him, after all, on a desert and barren rock. Says the commentary, quote, "It is through and from the radiations of the seven bodies of the seven orders of Dhyanis that the seven discrete quantities, elements, whose motion and harmonious union produce the manifested universe of matter, are born." End quote. The second round brings into manifestation the second element, air, an element the purity of which would ensure continuous life to him who would use it. In Europe there have been 2 occultists only who have discovered and even partially applied it in practice, though its composition has always been known among the highest Eastern initiates. The ozone of the modern chemists is poison compared with the real universal solvent, which could never be thought of unless it existed in nature. Quote, "From the second round, Earth, hitherto a fetus in the matrix of space, began its real existence. It had developed individual sentient life, its second principle. The second corresponds to the 6th principle. The second is life, continuous, the other temporary." End quote. The third round developed the third principle, water, while the fourth transformed the gaseous fluids and plastic form of our globe into the hard, crusted, grossly material sphere we are living on. Bhumi has reached her 4th principle. To this it may be objected that the law of analogy, so much insisted upon, is broken. Not at all. Earth will reach her true ultimate form, her body shell, inversely in this to man, only toward the end of the Manvantara, after the 7th round. Eugenius Philalethes was right when he assured his readers, on his word of honor, that no one had yet seen the earth, that is, matter in its essential form. Our globe is so far in its kamarupic state, the astral body of desires of ahamkara, dark egotism, the progeny of Mahat on the lower plane. It is not molecularly constituted matter, least of all the human body, sthula sharira, that is the grossest of all our principles. but verily the middle principle, the real animal center, whereas our body is but its shell, the irresponsible factor and medium through which the beast in us acts all its life. Every intellectual theosophist will understand my real meaning. Thus the idea that the human tabernacle is built by countless lives, just in the same way as was the rocky crust of our earth, has nothing repulsive in it for the true mystic, nor can science oppose the occult teaching, for it is not because the microscope will ever fail to detect the ultimate living atom or life that it can reject the doctrine. C. Science teaches us that the living as well as the dead organisms of both man and animal are swarming with bacteria of 100 various kinds, that from without we are threatened with the invasion of microbes with every breath we draw, and from within by leucomanes, aerobes, anaerobes, and whatnot. But science has never yet gone so far as to assert with the occult doctrine that our bodies as well as those of animals, plants, and stones are themselves altogether built up of such beings, which, with the exception of the larger species, no microscope can detect. So far as regards the purely animal and material portion of man, science is on its way to discoveries that will go far towards corroborating this theory. Chemistry and physiology are the two great magicians of the future, which are destined to open the eyes of mankind to great physical truths. With every day the identity between the animal and physical man, between the plant and man, and even between the reptile and its nest, the rock, and man, is more and more clearly shown. The physical and chemical constituents of all being found to be identical. Chemical science may well say that there is no difference between the matter which composes the ox and that which forms man. But the occult doctrine is far more explicit. It says, not only the chemical compounds are the same, but the same infinitesimal, invisible lives compose the atoms of the bodies of the mountain and the daisy, of man and the ant, of the elephant and of the tree which shelters it from the sun. Each particle, whether you call it organic or inorganic, is a life. Every atom and molecule in the universe is both life-giving and death-giving to such forms, inasmuch as it builds by aggregation universes, and the ephemeral vehicles ready to receive the transmigrating soul, and as eternally destroys and changes the forms and expels the souls from their temporary abodes. It creates and kills. It is self-generating and self-destroying. It brings into being and annihilates that mystery of mysteries, the living body of man, animal, or plant, every second in time and space. And it generates equally life and death, beauty and ugliness, good and bad, and even the agreeable and disagreeable, the beneficent and maleficent sensations. It is that mysterious life, represented collectively by countless myriads of lives, that follows in its own sporadic way the hitherto incomprehensible law of atavism, that copies family resemblances as well as those it finds impressed in the aura of the generators of every future human being. A mystery, in short, that will receive fuller attention elsewhere. For the present, one instance may be cited in illustration. Modern science is beginning to find out that ptomaine, the alkaloid poison generated by decaying corpses and matter, a life also extracted with the help of volatile ether, yields a smell as strong as that of the freshest orange blossoms, but that, free from oxygen, such alkaloids yield either a most sickening, disgusting smell, or a most agreeable aroma, which recalls that of the most delicately scented flowers, and it is suspected that such blossoms owe their agreeable smell to the poisonous ptomaine. The venomous essence of certain fungi, also, is nearly identical with the venom of the cobra of India, the most deadly of serpents. The French savants Arnaud, Gautier, and Villiers have found in the saliva of living men the same venomous alkaloid as that in the toad, the salamander, the cobra, and the trigonocephalus of Portugal. It is proven that venom of the deadliest kind, whether called ptomaine or leucomaine or alkaloid, is generated by living men, animals, and plants. Gautier also discovered an alkaloid in the fresh carcass and brains of an ox, and a venom which he calls xanthocreatinine, similar to the substance extracted from the poisonous saliva of reptiles. It is the muscular tissues, the most active organs in the animal economy, that are suspected of being the generators or factors of venoms, which have the same importance as carbonic acid and urea in the functions of life, and are the ultimate products of inner combustion. And though it is not yet fully determined whether poisons can be generated by the animal systems of living beings without the participation and interference of microbes, it is ascertained that the animal does produce venomous substances in its physiological or living state. Thus, having discovered the effects, science has to find their primary causes, and this it can never do without the help of the old sciences of alchemy, occult botany, and physics. We are taught that every physiological change, in addition to pathological phenomena, diseases, nay, life itself, or rather the objective phenomena of life, produced by certain conditions and changes in the tissues of the body which allow and force life to act in that body, that all this is due to those unseen creators and destroyers, which are called in such a loose and general way microbes. It might be supposed that these fiery lives and the microbes of science are identical. This is not true. The fiery lives are the seventh and highest subdivision of the plane of matter, and correspond in the individual with the one life of the universe, though only on that plane of matter. The microbes of science are the first and lowest subdivision on the second plane, that of material prana, or life. The physical body of man undergoes a complete change of structure every 7 years, and its destruction and preservation are due to the alternate functions of the fiery lives as destroyers and builders. They are builders by sacrificing themselves in the form of vitality to restrain the destructive influence of the microbes, and by supplying the microbes with what is necessary, they compel them under that restraint to build up the material body and its cells. They are destroyers also when the restraint is removed, and the microbes, unsupplied with vital constructive energy, are left to run riot as destructive agents. Thus, during the first half of a man's life, the first 5 periods of 7 years each, the fiery lives are indirectly engaged in the process of building up man's material body. Life is on the ascending scale, and the force is used in construction and increase. After this period is past, the age of retrogression commences, and the work of the fiery lives, exhausting their strength, the work of destruction and decrease, also commences. An analogy between cosmic events in the descent of spirit into matter, for the first half of a manvantara, planetary as well as human, and its ascent at the expense of matter in the second half, may here be traced. These considerations have to do solely with the plane of matter, but the restraining influence of the fiery lives on the lowest subdivision of the second plane, the microbes, is confirmed by the fact mentioned in the theory of Pasteur above referred to, that the cells of the organs, when they do not find sufficient oxygen for themselves, adapt themselves to that condition and form ferments, which by absorbing oxygen from substances which come in contact with them, produce their destruction. Thus the process is commenced by one cell robbing its neighbor of the source of its vitality, when the supply is insufficient, and the destruction so commenced steadily progresses. Such experimenters as Pasteur are the best friends and helpers of the destroyers, and the worst enemies of the creators, if the latter were not at the same time destroyers also. However it may be, one thing is certain in this: the knowledge of these primary causes and of the ultimate essence of every element, of its lives, their functions, properties, and conditions of change, constitutes the basis of magic. Paracelsus was perhaps the only occultist in Europe during the latter centuries of the Christian era who was versed in this mystery. Had not a criminal hand put an end to his life years before the time allotted him by nature, physiological magic would have fewer secrets for the civilized world than it now has. D. But what has the moon to do in all this, we may be asked? What have fish, sin, and soma, moon, in the apocalyptic sentence of the stanza, to do in company with the life microbes? With the latter, nothing, except that they avail themselves of the tabernacle of clay prepared by them, with divine perfect man, everything, since fish, sin, and moon conjointly compose the 3 symbols of the immortal being. This is all that can be given, nor does the writer pretend to know more of these strange symbols than may be inferred from them from exoteric religions, from the mystery, perhaps, which underlies the Matsya, fish, avatara of Vishnu, the Chaldean Oannes, the man-fish, recorded in the imperishable sign of the zodiac, Pisces, and running through the two testaments in the personages of Joshua, son of the Nun, the fish, and Jesus, from the allegorical sin, or fall of spirit into matter, and from the moon, insofar as it relates to the lunar ancestors, the Pitris. For the present it may be as well to remind the reader that while the moon goddesses were connected in every mythology, especially the Grecian, with childbirth, because of the influence of the moon on women and conception, the occult and actual connection of our satellite with fecundation is to this day unknown to physiology, which regards every popular practice in this connection as gross superstition. As it is useless to discuss these in detail, we can only stop for the present to notice the lunar symbology casually, to show that the said superstition belongs to the most ancient beliefs, and even to Judaism, the basis of Christianity. With the Israelites, the chief function of Jehovah was child-giving, and the esotericism of the Bible, interpreted Kabbalistically, shows undeniably that the Holy of Holies in the temple was simply the symbol of the womb. This is now proven beyond doubt and cavil by the numerical reading of the Bible in general, and of Genesis especially. This idea must certainly have been borrowed by the Jews from the Egyptians and Indians, whose Holy of Holies is symbolized by the King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid, and the yoni symbols of exoteric Hinduism. To make the matter clearer, and to show at the same time the enormous difference in the spirit of interpretation and the original meaning of the same symbols between the ancient Eastern occultists and the Jewish Kabbalists, we refer the reader to the section on the Holy of Holies in the second volume. Phallic worship has developed only with the loss of the keys to the true meaning of the symbols. It was the last and most fatal turning from the highway of truth and divine knowledge into the side path of fiction, raised into dogma through human falsification and hierarchic ambition. End of section 26, read by Czandra near Montreal, 2024. Section 27 of the Secret Doctrine, Book 1, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cosmogenesis Part 1, Cosmic Evolution, by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Commentaries, Stanza 7, Part 6. 6. From the firstborn, the thread between the silent watcher and his shadow becomes more strong and radiant with every change. The morning sunlight has changed into noonday glory. This sentence, the thread between the silent watcher and his shadow, man, becomes more strong with every change, is another psychological mystery that will find its explanation in Volume 2. For the present it will suffice to say that the watcher and his shadows, the latter numbering as many as there are reincarnations for the monad, are one. The watcher, or the divine prototype, is at the upper rung of the ladder of being, the shadow at the lower. Withal, the monad of every living being, unless his moral turpitude breaks the connection, and he runs loose and astray into the lunar path, to use the occult expression, is an individual, Dhyan Chohan, distinct from others, with a kind of spiritual individuality of its own, during one special Manvantara. Its primary, the spirit, Atman, is one, of course, with the one universal spirit, Param Atma, but the vehicle, Vahan, it is enshrined in, the Buddhi, is part and parcel of the Dhyan Chohanic essence, and it is in this that lies the mystery of that ubiquity, which was discussed a few pages back. Quote, "My Father that is in heaven and I are one," end quote, says the Christian scripture, and in this, at any rate, it is the faithful echo of the esoteric tenet. 7. "This is thy present wheel," said the flame to the spark. "Thou art myself, my image and my shadow, I have clothed myself in thee, and thou art my Vahan. To the day be with us, when thou shalt re-become myself and others, thyself and I. Then the builders, having donned their first clothing, descend on radiant earth and reign over men who are themselves. B. The day when the spark will re-become the flame, when man will merge into his Dhyan Chohan, myself and others, thyself and I, as the stanza has it, means that in Paranirvana, when the Pralaya will have reduced not only material and psychical bodies, but even the spiritual egos to their original principle, the past, present, and even future humanities, like all things, will be one and the same. Everything will have re-entered the great breath. In other words, everything will be merged in Brahman, or the divine unity. Is this annihilation, as some think, or atheism, as other critics, the worshippers of a personal deity, and believers in an unphilosophical paradise, are inclined to suppose? Neither. It is worse than useless to return to the question of implied atheism in that which is spirituality of a most refined character. To see in nirvana annihilation amounts to saying of a man plunged in a sound, dreamless sleep, one that leaves no impression on the physical memory and brain, because the sleeper's higher self is then in its original state of absolute consciousness, that he too is annihilated. The latter simile answers to one side of the question only, the most material, since reabsorption is by no means such a dreamless sleep, but on the contrary, absolute existence, an unconditioned unity, or a state to describe which human language is absolutely and hopelessly inadequate. The only approach to anything like a comprehensive conception of it can be attempted solely in the panoramic visions of the soul, through spiritual ideations of the divine monad, nor is the individuality, nor even the essence of the personality, if any be left behind, lost, because reabsorbed. For however limitless from a human standpoint, the paranirvanic state, yet it has a limit in eternity. Once reached, the same monad will re-emerge therefrom as a still higher human being on a far higher plane, to recommence its cycle of perfected activity. The human mind, in its present stage of development, cannot transcend, scarcely can it reach this plane of thought. It totters there, on the brink of incomprehensible absoluteness and eternity. B. The Watchers reign over men during the whole period of Satya Yuga, and the smaller subsequent yugas down to the beginning of the third root race, after which it is the patriarchs, heroes, and the manes, as in the Egyptian dynasties enumerated by the priests to Solon, the incarnated Dhyanis of a lower order, up to King Menes and the human kings of other nations. All were carefully recorded. In the views of symbologists, this mythopoeic age is of course regarded as only a fairy tale, but since traditions and even chronicles of such dynasties of divine kings, of gods reigning over men followed by dynasties of heroes or giants, exist in the annals of every nation, it is difficult to understand how all the peoples under the sun, some of whom are separated by vast oceans, and belong to different hemispheres, such as the ancient Peruvians and Mexicans, as well as the Chaldeans, could have worked out the same fairy tales in the same order of events. However, as the secret doctrine teaches history, which, although esoteric and traditional, is none the less more reliable than profane history, we are entitled to our beliefs as much as anyone else, whether religionist or skeptic, and that doctrine says that the Dhyani Buddhas of the two higher groups, namely the Watchers or the Architects, furnished the many and various races with divine kings and leaders. It is the latter who taught humanity their arts and sciences, and the former who revealed to the incarnated monads that had just shaken off their vehicles of the lower kingdoms, and who had therefore lost every recollection of their divine origin, the great spiritual truths of the transcendental worlds. Thus, as expressed in the stanza, the Watchers descend on radiant earth and reign over men who are themselves. The reigning kings had finished their cycle on Earth and other worlds in the preceding rounds. In the future Manvantaras, they will have risen to higher systems than our planetary world, and it is the elect of our humanity, the pioneers on the hard and difficult path of progress, who will take the places of their predecessors. The next great Manvantara will witness the men of our own life cycle becoming the instructors and guides of a mankind whose monads may now be still imprisoned, semi-conscious in the most intellectual of the animal kingdom, while their lower principles may be animating perhaps the highest specimens of the vegetable world. Thus proceed the cycles of the septenary evolution in sevenfold nature: the spiritual or divine, the psychic or semi-divine, the intellectual, the passional, the instinctual or cognitional, the semi-corporeal, and the purely material or physical natures. All these evolve and progress cyclically, passing from one into another in a double centrifugal and centripetal way, one in their ultimate essence, seven in their aspects. The lowest, of course, is that depending upon and subservient to our five physical senses, which are in truth seven, as shown later, on the authority of the oldest Upanishads. Thus far, for individual, human, sentient, animal, and vegetable life, each the microcosm of its higher macrocosm. The same for the universe, which manifests periodically for purposes of the collective progress of the countless lives, the outbreathings of the one life, in order that through the ever-becoming, every cosmic atom in this infinite universe, passing from the formless and the intangible through the mixed natures of the semi-terrestrial down to matter in full generation and then back again, reascending at each new period higher and nearer the final goal, that each atom, we say, may reach through individual merits and efforts that plane where it re-becomes the one unconditioned all. But between the Alpha and the Omega there is the weary road hedged in by thorns that goes down first, then winds up the hill all the way, yes, to the very end. Starting upon the long journey immaculate, descending more and more into sinful matter, and having connected himself with every atom in manifested space, the pilgrim, having struggled through and suffered in every form of life and being, is only at the bottom of the valley of matter and half through his cycle when he has identified himself with collective humanity. This he has made in his own image. In order to progress upwards and homewards, the god has now to ascend the weary uphill path of the Golgotha of life. It is the martyrdom of self-conscious existence, like Vishwakarman. He has to sacrifice himself to himself in order to redeem all creatures, to resurrect from the many into the one life. Then he ascends into heaven indeed, where plunged into the incomprehensible absolute being and bliss of paranirvana, he reigns unconditionally, and whence he will redescend again at the next coming, which one portion of humanity expects in its dead-letter sense as the second advent, and the other as the last Kalki Avatara. End of section 27, read by Czandra. Section 28 of The Secret Doctrine, Book 1, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cosmogenesis, Part 1, Cosmic Evolution by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Summing up, Part 1. The history of creation and of this world from its beginning up to the present time is composed of 7 chapters. The 7th chapter is not yet written. T. Suba Rowe. The first of these 7 chapters has been attempted and is now finished. However incomplete and feeble as an exposition, it is at any rate an approximation, using the word in mathematical sense, to that which is the oldest basis for all subsequent cosmogonies. The attempt to render in a European tongue the grand panorama of the ever-periodically recurring law impressed upon the plastic minds of the first races endowed with consciousness by those who reflected the same from the universal mind is daring, for no human language, save the Sanskrit, which is that of the gods, can do so with any degree of adequacy. But the failures in this work must be forgiven for the sake of the motive. As a whole, neither the foregoing nor what follows can be found in full anywhere. It is not taught in any of the 6 Indian schools of philosophy, for it pertains to their synthesis, the 7th, which is the occult doctrine. It is not traced on any crumbling papyrus of Egypt, nor is it any longer graven on Assyrian tile or granite wall. The books of the Vedanta, the last word of human knowledge, give out but the metaphysical aspect of this world cosmogony, and their priceless thesaurus, the Upanishads, Upanishad, being a compound word expressing the conquest of ignorance by the revelation of secret spiritual knowledge, now requires the additional possession of a master key to enable the student to get at their full meaning. The reason for this I venture to state here as I learned it from a master. The name Upanishad is usually translated esoteric doctrine. These treatises form part of Shruti, or revealed knowledge, revelation in short, and are generally attached to the Brahmana portion of the Vedas as their 3rd division. Now, the Vedas have a distinct dual meaning, one expressed by the literal sense of the words, the other indicated by the meter and the svara, intonation, which are as the life of the Vedas. Learned pandits and philologists, of course, deny that svara has anything to do with philosophy or ancient esoteric doctrines, but the mysterious connection between svara and light is one of its most profound secrets. There are over 150 Upanishads enumerated by Orientalists, who credit the oldest with being written probably about 600 years BC, but of genuine texts there does not exist a fifth of the number. The Upanishads are to the Vedas what the Kabbalah is to the Jewish Bible. They treat of and expound the secret and mystic meaning of the Vedic texts. They speak of the origin of the universe, the nature of deity and of spirit and soul, as also of the metaphysical connection of mind and matter. In a few words, they contain the beginning and the end of all human knowledge, but they have ceased to reveal it since the days of Buddha. If it were otherwise, the Upanishads could not be called esoteric, since they are now openly attached to the sacred Brahmanical books, which have in our present age become accessible even to the mlechas, outcasts, and the European Orientalists. One thing in them, and this in all the Upanishads, invariably and constantly points to their ancient origin, and proves, A, that they were written in some of their portions before the caste system became the tyrannical institution which it still is, and B, that half of their contents have been eliminated, while some of them have been rewritten and abridged. Quote, "The great teachers of the higher knowledge and the Brahmans are continually represented as going to Kshatriya, military caste kings, to become their pupils." End quote. As Professor Cowell pertinently remarks, the Upanishads, quote, "breathe an entirely different spirit from other Brahmanical writings, a freedom of thought unknown in any earlier work except in the Rig Veda hymns themselves." End quote. The second fact is explained by a tradition recorded in one of the manuscripts on Buddha's life. It says that the Upanishads were originally attached to their Brahmanas after the beginning of a reform, which led to the exclusiveness of the present caste system among the Brahmans. A few centuries after the invasion of India by the twice-born, they were complete in those days and were used for the instruction of the chelas who were preparing for initiation. This lasted so long as the Vedas and Brahmanas remained in the sole and exclusive keeping of the temple Brahmans, while no one else had the right to study or even read them outside of the sacred caste. Then came Gautama, the prince of Kapilavastu. After learning the whole of the Brahmanical wisdom in the Rahasya, or the Upanishads, and finding that the teachings differed little, if at all, from those of the teachers of life inhabiting the snowy ranges of the Himalayas, the disciple of the Brahmins, feeling indignant because the sacred wisdom was thus withheld from all but Brahmins, determined by popularizing it to save the whole world. Then it was that the Brahmins, seeing that their sacred knowledge and occult wisdom was falling into the hands of the Mlecchas, abridged the texts of the Upanishads, which originally contained thrice the matter of the Vedas and the Brahmanas together, without altering, however, one word of the texts. They simply detached from the manuscripts the most important portions containing the last word of the mystery of being. The key to the Brahmanical secret code remained henceforth with the initiates alone, and the Brahmins were thus in a position to publicly deny the correctness of Buddha's teaching by appealing to their Upanishads, silenced forever on the chief questions. Such is the esoteric tradition beyond the Himalayas. Sri Shankaracharya, the greatest initiate living in the historical ages, wrote many a bhashya, commentary on the Upanishads, but his original treatises, as there are reasons to suppose, have not yet fallen into the hands of the Philistines, for they are too jealously preserved in his monasteries, matams. And there are still weightier reasons to believe that the priceless bhashyas on the esoteric doctrine of the Brahmins, by their greatest expounder, will remain for ages still a dead letter to most of the Hindus, except the Smartava Brahmins. This sect, founded by Shankaracharya, which is still very powerful in southern India, is now almost the only one to produce students who have preserved sufficient knowledge to comprehend the dead letter of the bhashyas. The reason for this, I am informed, is that they alone have occasionally real initiates at their head in their mathams, as for instance in the Sringagiri in the western Ghats of Mysore. On the other hand, there is no sect in that desperately exclusive caste of the Brahmins more exclusive than is the Smartava, and the reticence of its followers to say what they may know of the occult sciences and the esoteric doctrine is only equaled by their pride and learning. Therefore, the writer of the present statement must be prepared beforehand to meet with great opposition, and even the denial of such statements as are brought forward in this work. Not that any claim to infallibility or to perfect correctness in every detail of all which is herein written has ever been put forward. Facts are there, and they can hardly be denied. But owing to the intrinsic difficulties of the subjects treated of, and the almost insurmountable limitations of the English tongue, as of all other European languages, to express certain ideas, it is more than probable that the writer has failed to present the explanations in the best and the clearest form. Yet all that could be done under every adverse circumstance has been done, and this is the utmost that can be expected of any writer. Let us recapitulate, and by the vastness of the subjects expounded, show how difficult, if not impossible, it is to do them full justice. 1. The secret doctrine is the accumulated wisdom of the ages, and its cosmogony alone is the most stupendous and elaborate of all systems, even as veiled in the exotericism of the Puranas. But such is the mysterious power of occult symbolism that the facts which have actually occupied countless generations of initiated seers and prophets to marshal, set down, and explain in the bewildering series of evolutionary progress, are all recorded on a few pages of geometrical signs and glyphs. The flashing gaze of those seers has penetrated into the very kernel of matter, and recorded the soul of things there, where an ordinary profane observer, however learned, would have perceived but the external work of form. But modern science believes not in the soul of things, and hence will reject the whole system of ancient cosmogony. It is useless to say that the system in question is no fancy of one or several isolated individuals, that it is an uninterrupted record, covering thousands of generations of seers, whose respective experiences were made to test and verify the traditions passed on orally by one early race to another of the teachings of higher and exalted beings who watched over the childhood of humanity, that for long ages the wise men of the fifth race, of the stock saved and rescued from the last cataclysm and the shifting of continents, passed their lives in learning, not teaching. How did they do so? It is answered by checking, testing, and verifying in every department of nature the traditions of old by the independent visions of great adepts. That is to say, men who have developed and perfected their physical, mental, psychic, and spiritual organizations to the utmost possible degree. No vision of one adept was accepted till it was checked and confirmed by the visions so obtained as to stand as independent evidence of other adepts and by centuries of experience. 2. The fundamental law in that system, the central point from which all emerges, around and towards which all gravitates, and upon which is hung all its philosophy, is the one homogeneous divine substance principle, the one radical cause. Some few whose lamps shone brighter have been led from cause to nature's secret head, and found that one first principle must be. It is called substance principle, for it becomes substance on the plane of the manifested universe, an illusion, while it remains a principle in the beginningless and endless abstract, visible and invisible space. It is the omnipresent reality, impersonal because it contains all and everything. Its impersonality is the fundamental conception of the system. It is latent in every atom in the universe and is the universe itself. 3. The universe is the periodical manifestation of this unknown absolute essence. To call it essence, however, is to sin against the very spirit of the philosophy, for though the noun may be derived in this case from the verb esse, to be, yet it cannot be identified with a being of any kind that can be conceived by human intellect. It is best described as neither spirit nor matter, but both. Parabrahman and Mula Prakriti are one in reality, yet two in the universal conception of the manifested, even in the conception of the one Logos, the first manifestation, to which, as the able lecturer shows in the notes on the Bhagavad Gita, it appears from the objective standpoint as Mula Prakriti and not as Parabrahman, as its veil, and not the one reality hidden behind, which is unconditioned and absolute. 4. The universe, with everything in it, is called Maya, because all is temporary therein, from the ephemeral life of a firefly to that of the sun, compared to the eternal immutability of the one and the changelessness of that principle. The universe, with its evanescent, ever-changing forms, must be necessarily, in the mind of a philosopher, no better than a will-o'-the-wisp. Yet the universe is real enough to the conscious beings in it, which are as unreal as it is itself. 5. Everything in the universe throughout all its kingdoms is conscious, that is, endowed with a consciousness of its own kind, and on its own plane of perception. We men must remember that simply because we do not perceive any signs of consciousness which we can recognize, say, in stones, we have no right to say that no consciousness exists there. There is no such thing as either dead or blind matter, as there is no blind or unconscious law. These find no place among the conceptions of occult philosophy. The latter never stops at surface appearances, and for it the noumenal essences have more reality than their objective counterparts, wherein it resembles the system of the medieval nominalists, for whom it was the universals that were the realities, and the particulars which existed only in name and human fancy. 6. The universe is worked and guided from within outwards. As above, so it is below, as in heaven, so on earth. and man, the microcosm and miniature copy of the macrocosm, is the living witness to this universal law, and to the mode of its action. We see that every external motion, act, gesture, whether voluntary or mechanical, organic or mental, is produced and preceded by internal feeling or emotion, will or volition, and thought or mind. As no outward motion or change, when normal in man's external body, can take place unless provoked by an inward impulse given through one of the three functions named, so with the external or manifested universe. The whole cosmos is guided, controlled, and animated by almost endless series of hierarchies of sentient beings, each having a mission to perform, and who, whether we give them one name or another, whether we call them Dhyan Chohans or angels, are messengers, in the sense only that they are the agents of karmic and cosmic laws. They vary infinitely in their respective degrees of consciousness and intelligence, and to call them all pure spirits without any of the earthly alloy which time is wont to prey upon, is only to indulge in poetical fancy. For each of these beings either was or prepares to become a man, if not in the present, then in a past or a coming manvantara. They are perfected, when not incipient, men, and in their higher, less material spheres differ morally from terrestrial human beings only in that they are devoid of the feeling of personality and of the human emotional nature, two purely earthly characteristics. The former, or the perfected, have become free from these feelings because A. they have no longer fleshly bodies, an ever-numbing weight on the soul, and B. the pure spiritual element being left untrammeled and more free, they are less influenced by Maya than man can ever be, unless he's an adept who keeps his two personalities, the spiritual and the physical, entirely separated. The incipient monads, having never yet had terrestrial bodies, can have no sense of personality or egoism, that which is meant by personality being a limitation and a relation, or, as defined by Coleridge, quote, individuality existing in itself, but with a nature as a ground, end quote. The term cannot, of course, be applied to non-human entities, but as a fact insisted upon by generations of seers, none of these beings, high or low, have either individuality or personality as separate entities. That is, they have no individuality in the sense in which a man says, I am myself and no one else. In other words, they are conscious of no such distinct separateness as men and things have on earth. Individuality is the characteristic of their respective hierarchies, not of their units, and these characteristics vary only with the degree of the plane to which these hierarchies belong. The nearer to the region of homogeneity and the one divine, the purer and the less accentuated is that individuality in the hierarchy. They are finite in all respects, with the exception of their higher principles, the immortal sparks reflecting the universal divine flame, individualized and separated only on the spheres of illusion, by a differentiation as elusive as the rest. They are living ones, because they are the streams projected on the cosmic screen of illusion from the absolute life, beings in whom life cannot become extinct before the fire of ignorance is extinct in those who sense these lives, having sprung into being under the quickening influence of the uncreated beam, the reflection of the great central sun that radiates on the shores of the river of life. It is the inner principle in them which belongs to the waters of immortality, while its differentiated clothing is as perishable as man's body. Therefore, Jung was right in saying that angels are men of a superior kind, and no more. They are neither ministering nor protecting angels, nor are they harbingers of the Most High, still less the messengers of wrath, of any god, such as man's fancy has created. To appeal to their protection is as foolish as to believe that their sympathy may be secured by any kind of propitiation, for they are, as much as man himself is, the slaves and creatures of immutable karmic and cosmic law. The reason for this is evident. Having no elements of personality in their essence, they can have no personal qualities, such as are attributed by men in exoteric religions to their anthropomorphic God, a jealous and exclusive God who rejoices and feels wrathful, is pleased with sacrifice, and is more despotic in his vanity than any finite foolish man. Man, being a compound of the essences of all these celestial hierarchies, may succeed in making himself as such superior in one sense to any hierarchy or class, or even combination of them. Man can neither propitiate nor command the devas, it is said, but by paralyzing his lower personality and arriving thereby at the full knowledge of the non-separateness of his higher self from the one absolute self, man can, even during his terrestrial life, become as one of us. Thus it is, by eating of the fruit of knowledge, which dispels ignorance, that man becomes like one of the Elohim, or the Dhyanis, and once on their plane, the spirit of solidarity and perfect harmony, which reigns in every hierarchy, must extend over him and protect him in every particular. End of section 28. Read by Czandra in Nova Scotia, 2024. Section 29 of the Secret Doctrine, Book 1, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cosmogenesis, Part 1, Cosmic Evolution, by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky. Summing up, Part 2. The chief difficulty which prevents men of science from believing in divine as well as in nature spirits is their materialism. The main impediment before the spiritualist which hinders him from believing in the same, while preserving a blind belief in the spirits of the departed, is the general ignorance of all, except some occultists and Kabbalists, about the true essence and nature of matter. It is on the acceptance or rejection of the theory of the unity of all in nature, in its ultimate essence, that mainly rests the belief or unbelief in the existence around us of other conscious beings, besides the spirits of the dead. It is on the right comprehension of the primeval evolution of spirit matter and its real essence that the student has to depend for the further elucidation in his mind of the occult cosmogony, and for the only sure clue which can guide his subsequent studies. In sober truth, as just shown, every so-called spirit is either a disembodied or a future man. As from the highest archangel, Dhyan Chohan, down to the last conscious builder, the inferior class of spiritual entities, all such are men, having lived aeons ago in other manvantaras, on this or other spheres. So the inferior, semi-intelligent, and non-intelligent elementals are all future men. The fact alone that a spirit is endowed with intelligence is a proof to the occultist that such a being must have been a man, and acquired his knowledge and intelligence throughout the human cycle. There is but one indivisible and absolute omniscience and intelligence in the universe, and this thrills throughout every atom and infinitesimal point of the whole cosmos, which has no bounds, and which people call space, considered independently of anything contained in it. But the first differentiation of its reflection in the manifested world is purely spiritual, and the beings generated in it are not endowed with a consciousness that has any relation to the one we conceive of. They can have no human consciousness or intelligence before they have acquired such personally and individually. This may be a mystery, yet it is a fact in esoteric philosophy, and a very apparent one, too. The whole order of nature evinces a progressive march towards a higher life. There is design in the action of the seemingly blindest forces. The whole process of evolution with its endless adaptations is a proof of this. The immutable laws that weed out the weak and feeble species to make room for the strong, and which ensure the survival of the fittest, though so cruel in their immediate action, all are working toward the grand end. The very fact that adaptations do occur, that the fittest do survive in the struggle for existence, always shows that what is called unconscious nature is in reality an aggregation of forces manipulated by semi-intelligent beings, elementals, guided by high planetary spirits, Dhyan Chohans, whose collective aggregate forms the manifested verbum of the unmanifested logos, and constitutes one and the same time the mind of the universe and its immutable law. For nature, taken in its abstract sense, cannot be unconscious, as it is the emanation from, and thus an aspect on the manifested plane of, the absolute consciousness. Where is that daring man who would presume to deny to vegetation, and even to minerals, a consciousness of their own? All he can say is that this consciousness is beyond his comprehension. Three distinct representations of the universe in its three distinct aspects are impressed upon our thoughts by the esoteric philosophy: the pre-existing, evolved from the ever-existing, and the phenomenal, the world of illusion, the reflection and shadow thereof. During the great mystery and drama of life, known as the Manvantara, real cosmos is like the objects placed behind the white screen upon which shadows are thrown. The actual figures and things remain invisible, while the wires of evolution are pulled by unseen hands. Men and things are thus but the reflections on the white field of the realities behind the snares of Mahamaya, or the great illusion. This was taught in every philosophy, in every religion, ante as well as post-diluvian, in India and Chaldea, by the Chinese as by the Grecian sages. In the former countries, these three universes were allegorized in exoteric teachings by the three trinities, emanating from the central eternal germ, and forming with it a supreme unity, the initial, the manifested, and the creative triad, or the three in one. The last is but the symbol, in its concrete expression, of the first ideal too. Hence esoteric philosophy passes over the necessarianism of this purely metaphysical conception, and calls the first one only the ever-existing. This is the view of every one of the 6 great schools of Indian philosophy, the 6 principles of that unit body of wisdom, of which the gnosis, the hidden knowledge, is the 7th. The writer hopes that, however superficially the comments on the 7 stanzas may have been handled, enough has been given in this cosmogonic portion of the work to show the archaic teachings to be on their very face more scientific, in the modern sense of the word, than any other ancient scriptures left to be judged on their exoteric aspect. Since, however, as before confessed, this work withholds far more than it gives out, the student is invited to use his own intuitions. Our brief care is to elucidate that which has already been given out, and to our regret, very incorrectly at times, to supplement the knowledge hinted at, whenever and wherever possible, by additional matter, and to bulwark our doctrines against the too strong attacks of modern sectarianism, and more especially against those of our latter-day materialism, very often miscalled science, whereas in reality the words scientists and sciolists ought alone to bear the responsibility for the many illogical theories offered to the world. In its great ignorance, the public, while blindly accepting everything that emanates from authorities and feeling it to be its duty to regard every dictum coming from a man of science as a proven fact, the public, we say, is taught to scoff at anything brought forward from heathen sources. Therefore, as materialistic scientists can be fought solely with their own weapons, those of controversy and argument, an addendum is added to each volume, contrasting the respective views and showing how even great authorities may often err. We believe that this can be done effectually by showing the weak points of our opponents and by proving their too frequent sophisms, which are made to pass for scientific dicta, to be incorrect. We hold to Hermes and his wisdom in its universal character, they to Aristotle as against intuition and the experience of the ages, fancying that truth is the exclusive property of the Western world. Hence the disagreement. As Hermes says, quote, "Knowledge differs much from sense, for sense is of things that surmount it, but knowledge is the end of sense." End quote. That is, of the illusion of our physical brain and its intellect, thus emphasizing the contrast between the laboriously acquired knowledge of the senses and mind, manas, and the intuitive omniscience of the spiritual divine soul, buddhi. Whatever may be the destiny of these actual writings in a remote future, we hope to have proven so far the following facts. 1. The secret doctrine teaches no atheism, except in the sense underlying the Sanskrit word nastika, a rejection of idols, including every anthropomorphic god. In this sense, every occultist is a nastika. 2. It admits a logos, or a collective creator of the universe, a demiurge, in the sense implied when one speaks of an architect as the creator of an edifice, whereas that architect has never touched one stone of it, but furnishing the plan has left all the manual labor to the masons. In our case, the plan was furnished by the ideation of the universe, and the constructive labor was left to the hosts of intelligent powers and forces. But that demiurge is no personal deity, that is, an imperfect extracosmic god, but only the aggregate of the Dhyan Chohans and the other forces. 3. The Dhyan Chohans are dual in their character, being composed of A, the irrational, brute energy inherent in matter, and B, the intelligent soul, or cosmic consciousness, which directs and guides the energy, and which is the Dhyan Chohanic thought, reflecting the ideation of the universal mind. This results in a perpetual series of physical manifestations and moral effects on earth during manvantaric periods, the whole being subservient to karma. As that process is not always perfect, and since however many proofs it may exhibit of a guiding intelligence behind the veil, it still shows gaps and flaws, and even very often results in evident failures. Therefore, neither the collective host, demiurge, nor any of the working powers individually are proper subjects for divine honors or worship. All are entitled to the grateful reverence of humanity, however, and man ought to be ever striving to help the divine evolution of ideas by becoming, to the best of his ability, a co-worker with nature in the cyclic task. The ever unknowable and incognizable Karana alone, the causeless cause of all causes, should have its shrine and altar on the holy and ever untrodden ground of our heart, invisible, intangible, unmentioned save through the still small voice of our spiritual consciousness. Those who worship before it ought to do so in the silence and the sanctified solitude of their souls, making their spirit the sole mediator between them and the universal spirit, their good actions the only priests, and their sinful intentions the only visible and objective sacrificial victims to the presence. Quote, When thou prayest, thou shalt not be as the hypocrites are, but enter into thine inner chamber, and having shut thy door, pray to thy Father which is in secret. End quote. Our Father is within us in secret, our seventh principle in the inner chamber of our soul, perception. The kingdom of God and of heaven is within us, says Jesus, not outside. Why are Christians so absolutely blind to the self-evident meaning of the words of wisdom they delight in mechanically repeating? 4. Matter is eternal. It is the upati, or physical basis for the one infinite universal mind to build thereon its ideations. Therefore, the esotericists maintain that there is no inorganic or dead matter in nature, the distinction between the two made by science being as unfounded as it is arbitrary and devoid of reason. Whatever science may think, however, and exact science is a fickle dame, as we all know by experience, occultism knows and teaches differently, as it has done from time immemorial, from Manu and Hermes down to Paracelsus and his successors. Thus Hermes, the thrice great, says, quote, O my son, matter becomes. Formerly it was, for matter is the vehicle of becoming. Becoming is the mode of activity of the uncreate and foreseeing God. Having been endowed with the germ of becoming, objective matter is brought into birth, for the creative force fashions it according to the ideal forms. Matter not yet engendered had no form. It becomes when it is put into operation." End quote. To this, the late Dr. Anna Kingsford, the able translator and compiler of the Hermetic fragments, remarks in a footnote, quote, "Dr. Maynard observes that in Greek the same word signifies to be born and to become. The idea here is that the material of the world is in its essence eternal, but that before creation or becoming it is in a passive and motionless condition. Thus it was before being put into operation. Now it becomes. That is, it is mobile and progressive." Unquote. And she adds the purely Vedantic doctrine of the Hermetic philosophy that, quote, "Creation is thus the period of activity, the manvantara of God, who, according to Hermetic thought, or which, according to the Vedantin, has two modes, activity or existence, God evolved, Deus explicitus, and passivity of being, pralaya, God involved, Deus implicitus. Both modes are perfect and complete, as are the waking and sleeping states of man. Fichte, the German philosopher, distinguished being, Sein, as one, which we know only through existence, Dasein, as the manifold. This view is thoroughly Hermetic. The ideal forms are the archetypal or formative ideas of the Neoplatonists, the eternal and subjective concepts of things subsisting in the divine mind prior to creation or becoming." End quote. Or as in the philosophy of Paracelsus, quote, "Everything is the product of one universal creative effort. There is nothing dead in nature. Everything is organic and living, and therefore the whole world appears to be a living organism." End quote. 5. The universe was evolved out of its ideal plan, upheld through eternity in the unconsciousness of that which the Vedantins call Parabrahman. This is practically identical with the conclusions of the highest Western philosophy, the innate, eternal, and self-existing ideas of Plato, now reflected by von Hartmann. The unknowable of Herbert Spencer bears but a faint resemblance to that transcendental reality believed in by occultists, often appearing merely a personification of a force behind phenomena, an infinite and eternal energy, from which all things proceed, whereas the author of the philosophy of the unconscious has come, in this respect only, as near to a solution of the great mystery as a mortal man can. Few have been those, whether in ancient or medieval philosophy, who have dared to approach the subject or even hint at it. Paracelsus mentions it inferentially, and his ideas are admirably synthesized by Dr. F. Hartmann, F.T.S., in his Paracelsus, from which we have just quoted. All the Christian Kabbalists understood well the Eastern root idea. The active power, the perpetual motion of the great breath, only awakens cosmos at the dawn of every new period, setting it into motion by means of the two contrary forces, the centripetal and the centrifugal forces, which are male and female, positive and negative, physical and spiritual, the two being the one primordial force, and thus causing it to become objective on the plane of illusion. In other words, that dual motion transfers cosmos from the plane of the eternal ideal into that of finite manifestation, or from the noumenal to the phenomenal plane. Everything that is, was, and will be, eternally is, even the countless forms, which are finite and perishable only in their objective, but not in their ideal form. They existed as ideas in the eternity, and when they pass away will exist as reflections. Occultism teaches that no form can be given to anything, either by nature or by man, whose ideal type does not already exist on the subjective plane. More than this, that no form or shape can possibly enter man's consciousness or evolve into his imagination, which does not exist in prototype, at least as an approximation. Neither the form of man nor that of any animal, plant, or stone has ever been created, and it is only on this plane of ours that it commenced becoming, that is to say, objectivizing into its present materiality, or expanding from within outwards, from the most sublimated and supersensuous essence into its grossest appearance. Therefore, Our human forms have existed in the eternity as astral or ethereal prototypes, according to which models the spiritual beings or gods, whose duty it was to bring them into objective being and terrestrial life, evolved the protoplasmic forms of the future egos from their own essence. After which, when this human upadhi, or basic mold, was ready, the natural terrestrial forces began to work on these supersensuous molds, which contained, besides their own, the elements of all the past vegetable and future animal forms of this globe. Therefore, man's outward shell passed through every vegetable and animal body before it assumed a human shape. But as this will be fully described in Volume 2, in the Commentaries, there is no need to say more of it here. According to the Hermetico-Kabbalistic philosophy of Paracelsus, it is Uliaster, the ancestor of the just-born protyle, introduced by Mr. Crookes into chemistry, or primordial protomateria that evolved out of itself, the cosmos. Quote, when creation, evolution, took place, the Uliaster divided itself. It, so to say, melted and dissolved, developed out of, from within itself, the ideas or chaos, mysterium magnum, Iliados, limbus major, or primordial matter. This primordial essence is of a monistic nature, and manifests itself not only as a vital activity, a spiritual force, an invisible, incomprehensible, and indescribable power, but also as vital matter of which the substance of living beings consists. In this limbus or ideas of primordial matter, the only matrix of all created things, the substance of all things, is contained. It is described by the ancients as the chaos, out of which the macrocosmos, and afterwards by division and evolution in mysteria specialia, each separate being came into existence. All things and all elementary substances were contained in it in potentia, but not in actu. End quote. This makes the translator, Dr. F. Hartmann, justly observe, quote, that it seems that Paracelsus anticipated the modern discovery of the potency of matter 300 years ago. End quote. The Magnus Limbus, then, or Iliaster of Paracelsus, is simply our old friend Father-Mother within, before it appeared in space. It is the universal matrix of cosmos, personified in the dual character of macrocosm and microcosm, or the universe and our globe. By aditi prakriti, spiritual and physical nature, for we find it explained in Paracelsus that, quote, the Magnus Limbus is the nursery out of which all creatures have grown, in the same sense as a tree may grow out of a small seed, with the difference, however, that the great Limbus takes its origin from the Word of God, while the Limbus minor, the terrestrial seed or sperm, takes it from the earth. The great Limbus is the seed out of which all beings have come, and the little Limbus is each ultimate being that reproduces its form, and that has itself been produced by the great. The little Limbus possesses all the qualifications of the great one, in the same sense as a son has an organization similar to that of his father. As Uliaster dissolved, Ares, the dividing, differentiating, and individualizing power, Fohat, another old friend, began to act. All production took place in consequence of separation. There were produced out of the ideas the elements of fire, water, air, and earth, whose birth, however, did not take place in a material mode or by simple separation, but spiritually and dynamically, not even by complex combinations, for example, mechanical mixture as opposed to chemical combination. Just as fire may come out of a pebble or a tree out of a seed, although there is originally no fire in the pebble, nor a tree in the seed. Quote, spirit is living, and life is spirit, and life and spirit, prakriti, purusha, produce all things, but they are essentially one and not two. End quote. The elements, too, have each one in its own Iliaster, because all the activity of matter in every form is only an effluvium of the same fountain. But as from the seed grow the roots with their fibers, afterwards the stalk with its branches and leaves, and lastly the flowers and seeds, Likewise, all beings were born from the elements and consist of elementary substances, out of which other forms may come into existence, bearing the characteristics of their parents. The elements, as the mothers of all creatures, are of an invisible, spiritual nature, and have souls. They all spring from the Mysterium Magnum." Compare this with Vishnu Purana. "From Pradhana, primordial substance, presided over by Kshetrajna, embodied spirit, proceeds the unequal development, evolution of those qualities. From the great principle, Mahat, universal, intellect, or mind, is produced the origin of the subtle elements and of the organs of sense." Thus it may be shown that all the fundamental truths of nature were universal in antiquity, and that the basic ideas upon spirit, matter, and the universe, or upon God, substance, and man, were identical. Taking the two most ancient religious philosophies on the globe, Hinduism and Hermeticism, from the scriptures of India and Egypt, the identity of the two is easily recognizable. This becomes apparent to one who reads the latest translation and rendering of the Hermetic fragments just mentioned by our late lamented friend, Dr. Anna Kingsford. Disfigured and tortured as these have been in their passage through sectarian Greek and Christian hands, the translator has most ably and intuitionally seized the weak points and tried to remedy them by means of explanations and footnotes. She says, "The creation of the visible world by the working gods, or titans as agents of the supreme God, is a thoroughly Hermetic idea, recognizable in all religious systems and in accordance with modern scientific research, which shows us everywhere the divine power operating through natural forces." To quote from the translation, "That universal being that contains all and which is all, puts into motion the soul and the world, all that nature comprises. In the manifold unity of universal life, the innumerable individualities, distinguished by their variations, are nevertheless united in such a manner that the whole is one and that everything proceeds from unity." And again from another translation, "God is not a mind, but the cause that the mind is; not a spirit, but the cause that the spirit is; not light, but the cause that light is." The above shows plainly that the divine Pymander, however much distorted in some passages by Christian smoothing, was nevertheless written by a philosopher, while most of the so-called Hermetic fragments are the production of sectarian pagans with tendency towards an anthropomorphic supreme being. Yet both are the echo of the esoteric philosophy and the Hindu Puranas. Compare two invocations, one to the Hermetic Supreme All, the other to the Supreme All of the later Aryans. Says a Hermetic fragment cited by Suidas, "I adjure thee, heaven, holy work of the great God, I adjure thee, voice of the Father, uttered in the beginning when the universal world was framed. I adjure thee by the Word, only Son of the Father, who upholds all things, be favorable, be favorable." This is preceded by the following, "Thus the ideal light was before the ideal light, and the luminous intelligence of intelligence was always, and its unity was nothing else than the spirit enveloping the universe, out of whom, which is neither God, nor angels, nor any other essentials, for he, it, is the Lord of all things, and the power and the light, and all depends on him, it, and is in him, it." A passage contradicted by the very same Trismegistus, who is made to say, "To speak of God is impossible, for the corporeal cannot express the incorporeal. That which has not any body, nor appearance, nor form, nor matter, cannot be apprehended by sense. I understand, Tatios, I understand that which it is impossible to define. That is God." The contradiction between the two passages is evident, and this shows, A, that Hermes was a generic nom de plume used by a series of generations of mystics of every shade, and B, that great discernment has to be used before accepting a fragment as esoteric teaching only because it is undeniably ancient. Let us now compare the above with a like invocation in the Hindu scriptures, undoubtedly as old, if not far older. Here it is. Parashara, the Aryan Hermes, instructs Maitreya, the Indian Asclepius, and calls upon Vishnu in his triple hypostasis. Quote, "Glory to the unchangeable, holy, eternal, supreme Vishnu, of one universal nature, the mighty over all, to him who is Hiranyagarbha, Hari, and Shankara, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva, the creator, the preserver, and destroyer of the world, to Vasudeva, the liberator of his worshippers, to him whose essence is both single and manifold, who is both subtle and corporeal, indiscrete and discrete, to Vishnu, the cause of final emancipation. Glory to the Supreme Vishnu, the cause of the creation, existence, the end of the world, who is the root of the world, and who consists of the world." End quote. This is a grand invocation with a deep philosophical meaning underlying it, but for the profane masses, as suggestive as is the Hermetic prayer of an anthropomorphic being, we must respect the feeling that dictated both, but we cannot help finding it in full disharmony with its inner meaning, even with that which is found in the same Hermetic treatise, where it is said, quote, "Trismegistos, reality is not upon the earth, my son, and it cannot be thereon. Nothing on earth is real, there are only appearances. He, man, is not real, my son, as man. The real consists solely in itself and remains what it is. Man is transient, therefore he is not real. He is but appearance, and appearance is the supreme illusion." Tatios. Then the celestial bodies themselves are not real, my father, since they also vary? Trismegistos. That which is subject to birth and to change is not real. There is in them a certain falsity, seeing that they too are variable. Tatios. And what then is the primordial reality, O my father? Trismegistos. He who, that which, is one and alone, O Tatios. He who, that which is not made of matter, nor in any body. Who, which has neither color nor form. Who, which changes not, nor is transmitted, but who, which, always is. End quote. This is quite consistent with the Vedantic teaching. The leading thought is occult, and many are the passages in the Hermetic fragments that belong bodily to the secret doctrine. This doctrine teaches that the whole universe is ruled by intelligent and semi-intelligent forces and powers, as stated from the very beginning. Christian theology admits and even enforces belief in such, but makes an arbitrary division and refers to them as angels and devils. Science denies the existence of both and ridicules the very idea. Spiritualists believe in the spirits of the dead, and outside these deny entirely any other kind or class of invisible beings. The occultists and Kabbalists are thus the only rational expounders of the ancient traditions, which have now culminated in dogmatic faith on the one hand and dogmatic denial on the other. For both belief and unbelief each embrace but one small corner of the infinite horizons of spiritual and physical manifestations, and thus both are right from their respective standpoints. Yet both are wrong in believing that they can circumscribe the whole within their own special and narrow barriers, for they can never do so. In this respect, science, theology, and even spiritualism show little more wisdom than the ostrich when it hides its head in the sand at its feet, feeling sure that there can be thus nothing beyond its own point of observation and the limited area occupied by its foolish head. As the only works now extant upon the subject under consideration, within reach of the profane of the Western civilized races, are the above-mentioned Hermetic books, or rather Hermetic fragments. We may contrast them in the present case with the teachings of esoteric philosophy. To quote for this purpose from any other would be useless, since the public knows nothing of the Chaldean works, which are translated into Arabic and preserved by some Sufi initiates. Therefore the definitions of Asclepius, as lately compiled and glossed by Dr. Anna Kingsford, F.T.S., some of which sayings are in remarkable agreement with the Eastern esoteric doctrine, have to be resorted to for comparison. Though not a few passages bear a strong impression of some later Christian hand, yet on the whole the characteristics of the genii and gods are those of Eastern teachings, although concerning other things there are passages which differ widely in our doctrines. As to the genii, the Hermetic philosophers called theoi, gods, genii, and daimones, those entities whom we call devas, gods, Dian Chohans, Chitkala, the Kuan Yin of the Buddhists, and various other names. The daimones are, in the Socratic sense, and even in the Oriental and Latin theological sense, the guardian spirits of the human race, those who dwell in the neighborhood of the immortals and thence watch over human affairs, as Hermes has it. In esoteric parlance they are called Chitkala, some of which are those who have furnished man with his fourth and fifth principles from their own essence, and others the so-called Pitris. This will be explained when we come to the production of the complete man. The root of the name is Chit, that by which the consequences of acts and species of knowledge are selected for the use of the soul. Or conscience, the inner voice in man. With the yogins, Chit is a synonym of Mahat, the first and divine intellect. But in esoteric philosophy, Mahat is the root of Chit, its germ, and Chit is a quality of Manas in conjunction with Buddhi, a quality that attracts to itself by spiritual affinity a Chitkala, when it develops sufficiently in man. This is why it is said that Chit is a voice acquiring mystic life and becoming Kuan Yin. End of section 29, read by Czandra in Nova Scotia, 2024.